Hello guys. Welcome back to my channel. Today's topic is super exciting. As you saw in the title, what if Deku awakened the God Level Fusion Quirk? So before we begin, make sure to hit that subscribe button, smash the like button, and comment your thoughts down below. Now let's jump straight into this epic fanfiction. The morning light filtered through Deku's dorm window, casting long shadows across his cluttered desk. Books on quirk theory and hero analysis lay scattered everywhere. Notebooks filled with meticulous observations of heroes and their abilities stacked precariously near his laptop. He'd been awake since 5 in the morning, unable to sleep despite the exhausting training session from yesterday. His muscles ached, that familiar burn that came after pushing his body to its limits with One for All. But today felt different. Today, something inside him was changing. Deku sat on the edge of his bed, rubbing his eyes. The dorm was quiet. Most students hadn't woken yet. He could hear the faint sound of birds outside, the distant hum of the city beyond UA's walls. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful. He felt something stirring beneath his skin, not pain, but something else. A sensation he'd never experienced before. It was like electricity running through his veins, but softer, more conscious, more aware. He stood up and walked to his mirror, studying his reflection. His green hair was messier than usual, sticking up at odd angles. His eyes, those large, determined green eyes, seemed brighter somehow. Sharper. There was a faint glow to them that hadn't been there before. Deku leaned closer, his brow furrowing. Had he always looked like this, or was something genuinely changing? A knock at the door pulled him from his thoughts. "Midoriya, you awake in there?" It was Bakugo's voice, sharp and demanding as always. "We've got early training with All Might coming," Deku called back, shaking his head to clear the strange sensations. He changed into his UA uniform quickly, trying to ignore the persistent tingling in his fingertips. It would pass. It always did. His body was just adapting to the increased demands of training. Nothing more. But as he made his way down to the training grounds, that feeling only intensified. By the time he reached the outdoor facility where All Might was waiting, his massive frame silhouetted against the morning sky, Deku could barely contain the energy coursing through him. It felt like he was vibrating at a frequency just below visibility. Like his entire being was humming with potential. "Young Midoriya," All Might's booming voice echoed across the grounds. "You're looking particularly energetic this morning." I don't know, All Might. I woke up feeling strange," Deku admitted, flexing his fingers experimentally. The tingling intensified when he did, spreading up his arms like invisible fire. "Is this normal? Has this ever happened to you?" All Might's expression shifted, just slightly, but Deku caught it. A flicker of concern crossed the hero's weathered face. "Strange in what way, my boy?" Before Deku could answer, Bakugo arrived, his blonde hair somehow even more explosive looking than usual. "What's with all the standing around? Let's get to work." His red eyes fixed on Deku, and he smirked. "What's wrong, Deku? You look like you're about to explode." If only he knew how accurate that assessment was. "Let's begin with basic combat drills," All Might suggested, his tone carrying an undertone of careful observation. "I want to see your current form." Deku nodded and took his position. The moment he moved, the instant he engaged One for All, something extraordinary happened. The quirk didn't just flow through him as it normally did. It multiplied, expanded. It was as if every fiber of his being suddenly resonated with power, but that power wasn't singular anymore. It was layered, complex, multiple. He could feel them, not as separate entities, but as integrated aspects of something far greater. All Might's raw strength was there, of course, but woven through it were threads of something else. Something impossibly vast. It was like suddenly being aware of dozens of quirks at once, each one singing in harmony with the others, creating a symphony of abilities that shouldn't be able to coexist. "Young Midoriya," All Might's voice cut through the sensation. "Stop, what are you doing?" Deku halted mid-movement, dropping his power level immediately. He was breathing hard, his heart pounding in his chest. His hands were shaking. I don't know. Something changed. When I activated One for All, it felt like there was more. Like there were other quirks layered within it, but not separate, fused, all connected. Bakugo stepped back, his expression unreadable for once. That's not normal, he muttered. Even his explosions seemed uncertain as they crackled along his palms, less confident than usual. All Might's enormous form seemed to shrink slightly as he powered down, his muscular frame deflating. When he spoke again, his voice was different, softer, and laden with something that might have been apprehension. Come with me, Midoriya. Both of you, actually. We need to speak with Principal Nezu about this immediately. The walk to the principal's office felt surreal. Deku kept trying to understand what had happened in those few seconds when he'd activated One for All. The memory was already becoming fuzzy, like trying to recall a dream after waking. But the sensation lingered, that profound multiplicity, that sense of layered power far beyond anything he'd experienced before. Principal Nezu's office was exactly as Deku remembered it, organized chaos with files stacked in precarious towers and a small computer setup that probably contained more classified hero information than the entire internet. The Chimera principal sat behind his desk, his small form somehow commanding despite his diminutive size. Ah, All Might, and our young problem solvers Midoriya and Bakugo. How delightful, Nezu said, adjusting his small glasses. To what do I owe the pleasure of this unexpected visit? All Might explained what had happened during training, his voice carefully neutral but his body language tense. Nezu listened without interruption, his intelligent eyes moving between the three visitors. When All Might finished, the principal was quiet for a long moment, his paws steepled thoughtfully. Interesting, Nezu finally said. Midoriya, I'd like to run some tests. Nothing invasive. Primarily energy scans and quirk analysis. If what All Might describes is accurate, we may be witnessing something unprecedented. Over the next several hours, Deku found himself in the UA support laboratory, surrounded by equipment that Hatsum had helped calibrate. Sensors wrapped around his arms and chest, monitoring his quirk output, his heart rate, his brain activity. Everything. It was uncomfortable but necessary, and Deku endured it with the quiet determination that had become his trademark. The results, when they came through, left everyone in stunned silence. The energy signatures don't match anything in our database, one of the support technicians explained, her voice trembling slightly. There's One for All, certainly, we can isolate that signature, but layered beneath it are traces of dozens of other quirk types. Fusion-based quirks, mutation quirks, emission-type quirks. It's like they're all operating simultaneously but in perfect harmony. No conflicts, no degradation, just coexistence. Deku felt the weight of the revelation settle on his shoulders. Is it dangerous? He asked quietly. Principal Nezu removed his glasses, setting them on the desk. When he looked at Deku again, his expression was grave. That remains to be seen, young Midoriya. But I suspect what you may have awakened is not merely a new aspect of One for All, but something far more significant. The records suggest that the original All for One, the villain, not the quirk, possessed the ability to absorb and store multiple quirks. One for All was created as a direct counter to that ability. But what if it evolved? Evolved into what? Bakugo demanded, his voice sharp with barely contained concern. Despite their rivalry, he clearly understood the magnitude of this situation. A quirk that doesn't merely store power, but fuses it, Nezu said slowly. A God-level ability that could integrate multiple quirk types into a singular, harmonious whole. If that's what we're dealing with, then Midoriya has just become exponentially more powerful than any hero, or villain, currently active. The implications crashed over Deku like a wave. More powerful, exponentially. The realization should have felt triumphant, but instead, it felt terrifying. That evening, alone in his dorm room, Deku sat at his desk and tried to process everything. His hands were steady now, but his mind was anything but calm. He pulled up his hero analysis notebook and added a new entry. Fusion Erasure Quirk activation, observed at 6:47 hours. Multiple quirk signatures detected. Energy output exceeded measurement parameters. Requires further investigation. He stared at those words, hardly believing he'd written them. After years of being quirkless, of fighting his way forward through sheer determination and the gift of one for all, he'd suddenly become something else entirely. Something more. Something that the world might not be ready for. His phone buzzed. A text from Ida. Group study session cancelled. All Might requested we give you space to process. Let us know if you need anything. Deku smiled despite his anxiety. His friends were extraordinary. Even without knowing exactly what had happened, they understood that he needed time. That this was significant. He changed into his casual clothes and opened his window, letting the cool evening air wash over him. The city lights sparkled in the distance, millions of tiny flames of human ambition and effort. Heroes out there protecting people, villains operating in the shadows. And somewhere in the middle of it all, Izuku Midoriya, a former quirkless boy, had just awakened something that might change the entire balance of power. The tingling had returned to his fingertips, but now Deku understood what it meant. It wasn't pain or sickness. It was potential, raw, unfiltered potential waiting to be understood and controlled. It was the feeling of becoming something greater than he'd ever imagined possible, and the weight of responsibility that came with that transformation. He raised his hand, palm up, and carefully activated One for All at minimal power level. The familiar green glow appeared around his arm, but now he could see more. Faint patterns overlaid on that glow, fractals of other colors, other energies, all dancing in perfect synchronization. It was beautiful and terrifying in equal measure. A God Level Fusion Erasure Quirk, Deku whispered to himself, testing how the words felt on his tongue. I awakened. This. The realization would haunt him for weeks to come. Because the truth was simple and profound. With this power came not just the ability to save more people, but the potential to cause unimaginable harm. The responsibility had just quadrupled. The expectations would become impossible. And somewhere out there, there were people, heroes and villains alike, who would move heaven and earth to understand, control, or destroy what he'd just become. Deku closed his eyes and breathed deeply, centering himself. Whatever came next, he would face it as he'd faced everything else, with determination, with his friends at his side, and with the unwavering belief that even with God-level power, he could still become the hero he'd always dreamed of being. The night deepened around UA, and in his small dorm room, Izuku Midoriya sat quietly, contemplating a future that had suddenly become infinitely more complex. The morning after his awakening found Deku back in the principal's office, this time with a more comprehensive understanding of what was happening. Principal Nezu had spent the entire night analyzing the quirk data, cross-referencing it with historical records of All for One and the original All Might's abilities. The conclusions were both enlightening and deeply unsettling. What you're experiencing, Nezu began, his small voice carrying the weight of centuries of hero society knowledge, is what we've theorized but never observed, a quirk evolution. One for All was designed as a response to All for One, a single powerful quirk that could be passed down through generations. But it appears the quirk itself has undergone a fundamental transformation at the genetic and spiritual level. Deku sat across from the principal, his hands folded carefully in his lap. He'd barely slept, his mind refusing to shut down despite his body's exhaustion. Every time he closed his eyes, he felt those multiple power signatures resonating beneath his skin, waiting, watching, ready to emerge. The fusion erasure designation comes from the nature of what your quirk does, Nezu continued, pulling up a holographic display that showed cascading data streams. Traditional multiple quirks, like those possessed by All for One, exist in conflict. The body must choose which to activate. There's constant competition for energy allocation. It's why All for One had to keep his quirks in separate chambers of his mind. It was the only way to maintain control. But mine doesn't work like that, Deku said, beginning to understand. They're not competing. They're merging. Precisely. Nezu adjusted his glasses. Your quirk doesn't merely store multiple abilities. It fuses them into something entirely new. The erasure component refers to the fact that the individual quirk's signatures are effectively erased in the process. They cease to exist as separate entities and become unified. This is why our traditional measurement systems struggled to quantify your power output yesterday. You weren't using one quirk or multiple quirks. You were using something that doesn't fit our existing categories. A knock at the door interrupted them. All Might entered, looking unusually diminished. He'd been in his civilian form lately, his body too worn to maintain his hero shape for extended periods. The man who walked through the door was Toshinori Yagi, an older gentleman with kind eyes, not the towering symbol of peace that Japan had known for so many years. Ah, Toshinori, perfect timing, Nezu said, gesturing for All Might to join them. I was just explaining the mechanics of Midoriya's awakened ability. All Might settled into a chair with a soft groan, his joints protesting the movement. But his expression was sharp, analytical. Young Midoriya, I've been thinking about what happened yesterday. When you activated One for All in that strange way, did it feel familiar? Like something was returning rather than awakening. Deku considered the question carefully. It was true that the sensation hadn't felt entirely foreign. It did feel like recognition. Like my body suddenly remembered something it had always known but forgotten. He paused, his brow furrowing. But that doesn't make sense. I've only had One for All for a few years. True, All Might said, but One for All has existed for much longer. It's been passed down through multiple users, each one adding the unique essence to it. What if their quirks, their individual abilities, never truly disappeared? What if they remained within the power, dormant, waiting for someone with the right combination of factors to awaken them? The implication hung in the air like a physical presence. Deku's eyes widened. You mean, the previous users? Their quirks are inside One for All. Inside me. It's the most logical conclusion, Principal Nezu confirmed. Midoriya, you may not just be a fusion quirk user. You may be carrying the accumulated power of every previous wielder of One for All, not as separate entities, but as integrated components of a singular, unified whole. Your body has spontaneously developed the ability to access and harmonize them all simultaneously. Deku felt the room tilt slightly. The weight of that revelation was staggering. He wasn't just powerful, he was a living repository of hero history, a walking legacy of every hero who had come before him. The responsibility of that knowledge was almost crushing. What does this mean for my training? He asked, his voice steady despite the chaos of his emotions. How do I learn to control something like this? How do I even begin to understand what I'm capable of? All Might leaned forward, his weathered hands clasped together. That's the challenge before us, young man. We're in completely uncharted territory. There's no precedent for this. No training regimen designed for a God-level fusion quirk. We'll have to build it from the ground up. There's something else you should know, Nezu added, his tone becoming more grave. Information travels quickly in certain circles. By now, various parties, some heroic, some decidedly less so, may have picked up on the energy signature spike we detected yesterday. The League of Villains, the remnants of the Yakuza, independent villain organizations, they'll be asking questions. And when they discover what you've awakened, he didn't need to finish the sentence. Deku understood the implications. Every organization that saw power as a tool for control or destruction would want to possess or eliminate him. He'd just become the most valuable, and most dangerous, asset in all of Japan. We need to establish protocols, Nezu continued, turning to his computer. First, restrict knowledge of your quirk awakening to essential personnel only. Second, we'll need to increase your personal security. Third, We accelerate your integration with the support items department. Hatsune will need to create equipment specifically designed for your new power output. What about my classmates? Deku asked. Don't they deserve to know? Especially Ida, Todoroki, and Uraraka. In time, All Might said gently. But for now, operational security is paramount. The fewer people who know, the fewer targets are created. Your friends are safest not knowing the full extent of your abilities. The decision sat poorly with Deku, but he understood the logic. Keeping secrets from his friends felt like a betrayal of their trust, but if keeping quiet meant keeping them safe, then it was a price he had to pay. The rest of the day passed in a blur of testing and consultation. Deku worked with the support department, running through baseline measurements to understand how his new quirk interacted with various equipment. Hatsune was her usual enthusiastic self, though he noticed her occasionally staring at him with an intensity that suggested she suspected something had changed. Your energy output is different, she said casually, while recalibrating one of his support gloves. I can feel it in the way the equipment responds. It's like the baseline power signature has evolved. More refined. More. Everything, really. Just getting stronger, Deku deflected, not meeting her eyes. Training is paying off. Hatsune smiled knowingly but didn't push. She was smart enough to understand that if he couldn't tell her, there was probably a good reason. Still, he hated lying to her. It felt wrong, even if it was necessary. That evening, Deku found himself back in the UA training facility, the one set aside for advanced hero candidates. All Might was waiting for him, looking more like his heroic self but with the strain evident around his eyes. Let's test the boundaries of your ability, All Might said, his voice carrying that commanding tone that had inspired millions. I want you to activate your quirk and maintain it at increasing power levels. We need to understand your maximum output, your endurance capabilities, and how your body responds to sustained fusion state activation. For the next 2 hours, Deku pushed himself to the limits. Starting at basic activation and gradually increasing the power output, he felt the layers of fused abilities interweaving through his body. It was different each time, more nuanced, more complex. He began to recognize individual aspects within the fusion, threads of strength that felt like All Might's legacy, pulses of technique that must have come from an earlier user, waves of control that suggested someone with a carefully honed gift. Fascinating, All Might murmured, watching the energy patterns with intense focus. Your body isn't just channeling these abilities. It's creating a dynamic equilibrium between them. Each one reinforces the others. It's almost like they were always meant to work together. By the time Deku powered down, he was breathing hard and sweating profusely, but he felt more in control than he had since the initial awakening. The multiple power signatures that had seemed so chaotic before were beginning to feel like an orchestra where he could hear all the individual instruments but recognize them as part of a unified composition. Good work today, young Midoriya, All Might said, helping him to his feet. We're making progress, but I want to warn you, as you grow stronger, you'll attract more attention. Not all of it friendly. Heroes will begin to notice the shift in your capabilities. Rivals will study you more carefully. And enemies will make you a priority target. I understand, Deku replied, wiping sweat from his forehead. I'm not the same person I was yesterday. No, All Might agreed, his expression somber. You're something far greater than anyone anticipated. That comes with both extraordinary opportunity and extraordinary danger. You'll need to be careful who you trust, and careful how you use this power. A God-level quirk in the hands of someone with your heart, someone who genuinely wants to save people, that's something the world needs. But if that power ever corrupted, if it ever fell into the wrong hands. He didn't finish the thought, but he didn't need to. Deku had read enough hero history to understand what an uncontrolled God-level quirk could do. The villain All for One had come terrifyingly close to conquering Japan with his multiple quirks. And he hadn't even possessed a fusion ability. Walking back to the dorms, Deku felt the weight of his transformed reality settling more firmly into place. He passed Kirishima in the hallway, who waved enthusiastically. He exchanged nods with Sero and Kaminari, who were debating gaming strategies in one of the common areas. He saw Ida reading in the library lounge, Todoroki studying privately in a corner, Uraraka sketching what looked like hero costume designs. All these people he'd trained with, fought alongside, shared meals with, they had no idea that their friend had become something fundamentally different. And he had to keep it that way, at least for now. The realization that he couldn't share this burden with them was almost harder to bear than the awakening itself. That night, unable to sleep despite his physical exhaustion, Deku stood at his window and looked out across UA's grounds. The training areas where he and Bakugo had fought so many times. The classroom where he'd studied alongside Ida. The cafeteria where he'd laughed with his friends. The rooftop where he'd trained with all might and learned what it meant to carry forward a legacy. He raised his hand and carefully activated his quirk at minimal output, watching the green glow dance across his skin. But now he could see more than just the surface manifestation. He could sense the deeper layers, the fusion of power thrumming beneath like a second heartbeat. It was both exhilarating and terrifying. "I'm ready," Deku whispered to the night air, though he wasn't entirely sure if he was trying to convince himself or the universe. "Whatever comes next, I'm ready." But deep down, he knew it wasn't completely true. No one could be truly ready for this kind of power. No one could be fully prepared for the responsibility that came with the ability to potentially save or destroy the world. All he could do was move forward, train harder, stay true to his ideals, and trust that the combination of power and principle would be enough. The next morning, breakfast seemed surreal. Deku sat with his friends, Ida explaining the benefits of a structured morning routine, Kaminari making jokes about the new training regimen, Uraraka talking enthusiastically about her progress with her control techniques, Todoroki quietly eating while processing everything in his complex way. They had no idea that the quiet green-haired boy at their table had fundamentally changed. That they were looking at someone who now carried the power of every previous All Might user within him. "Deku, you okay?" Uraraka asked, noticing him staring into his rice bowl. "You seem really distant today." "Just tired," Deku said, forcing a smile. "Didn't sleep well last night." It wasn't exactly a lie. But as he looked at his friends' concerned faces, he felt the guilt of his necessary deception settle like a stone in his chest. In trying to protect them, he was building walls between them. Walls that might be necessary but would undoubtedly cost something precious. After breakfast, Deku headed to his first class, but his mind was already elsewhere. In the training facility with All Might. In the principal's office analyzing quirk data. In that moment yesterday when everything had changed and his entire understanding of his own potential had been rewritten. The God Level Fusion Erasure Quirk was dormant now, settled beneath the surface of his consciousness, but constantly present. Waiting, watching, ready to emerge whenever he called upon it. And with each passing moment, Deku began to understand that his life would never be as simple as it had been before. He was standing at a crossroads between the hero he'd always wanted to become and something far more extraordinary, and far more dangerous. The question wasn't whether he was ready. The question was whether the world was ready for what he'd become. 3 weeks had passed since Deku's awakening, and the secret had become increasingly difficult to maintain. Every day brought new challenges as he learned to control his fusion erasure quirk in isolation, training in the early mornings before anyone else arrived and late into the evenings after everyone had retired to their dorms. The double life was exhausting, but necessary. Principal Nezu had established a rigorous training schedule that pushed Deku to his absolute limits. Each session revealed new facets of his ability, different combinations of the fused quirks that produced unique effects. One morning, he discovered he could channel all the stored power through his legs for enhanced speed. Another afternoon, he found that focusing the fusion through his arms allowed for devastating striking force that surpassed anything he'd previously achieved with one for all alone. But with each discovery came complications. The other students had begun to notice changes in him, even if they didn't understand the full scope. Bakugo had commented sharply that Deku seemed different during their morning sparring sessions. Ida had mentioned in his typically formal way that Deku's training times appeared to have shifted, and he'd observed him looking fatigued during classes more frequently than before. Even Todoroki, who was usually absorbed in his own training and internal struggles, had given Deku a long, evaluating look during lunch the previous week. Deku had managed to deflect most inquiries by attributing his changes to new training techniques and increased dedication to his hero studies. But he knew the deception couldn't last forever. The truth would eventually emerge, and when it did, he'd have to face the reality of his friends' reactions. On a particularly cold evening in late November, as autumn surrendered to the approaching winter, Deku received a summons to meet with Principal Nezu and All Might in the secure underground facility beneath UA. The location was rarely used, a remnant from the school's security preparations during the villain threat. Now it served as the testing ground for Deku's evolved abilities. The underground chamber was vast, with reinforced walls made of specialized materials designed to contain even the most powerful quirk explosions. When Deku arrived, he found All Might already there, along with someone he hadn't expected, Izuku, his homeroom teacher. Izuku, Deku said, surprise flooding through him. I didn't know you were involved in this. Your teacher has been briefed on the situation, Principal Nezu explained, his small form perched on an elevated observation platform. We need additional perspectives on your development, and Izuku's analytical approach to quirks makes him invaluable in this process. Additionally, his erasure quirk provides a unique point of reference for understanding your fusion ability. Izuku's tired eyes studied Deku with that penetrating gaze that made even confident students nervous. Your teacher and I have had several discussions about what's happening to you, he said, his voice gravelly. What I don't understand is how you're managing the mental strain. Carrying multiple quirk signatures in perfect harmony shouldn't be possible without significant psychological integration work. I've been meditating, Deku replied, which was true. Every night after training, he spent time in quiet contemplation, practicing the mental techniques that All Might had taught him, methods designed to center his consciousness and balance the competing impulses of his fused abilities. And I can feel them becoming more natural. It's like they're learning to work together. Show us, Izuku commanded, his eyes glowing red as he activated his quirk, the ability to nullify other powers temporarily. I want to see your baseline activation without your fusion ability. Deku nodded and carefully activated One for All in its traditional form, the power as it had been before the awakening. Green energy wrapped around his body, familiar and controlled. It felt diminished now, restricted. Like trying to sing with one's voice, rather than an orchestra. Good, Izuku said, deactivating his quirk. Now show me the fusion state. Taking a deep breath, Deku opened himself to the deeper layers of his ability. The transformation was immediate and profound. The green glow intensified, taking on subtle shifts in hue as the multiple power signatures harmonized. What had been simple luminescence became something more complex, a scintillating effect that seemed to contain layers of color just beyond the range of normal human perception. Remarkable, Principal Nezu murmured from his observation platform. The harmonic resonance is achieving perfect symmetry. Midoriya, can you sense all the individual components? Yes, Deku replied, his voice sounding different somehow, deeper, more resonant, when channeling his fusion power. I can feel approximately 12 distinct signature threads. No, 13. It shifts depending on how I focus my consciousness. Some seem stronger than others. The ones that feel most developed are definitely from All Might and the earlier users whose names I've seen in the records. Fascinating, All Might said, stepping closer to examine the energy manifestation. Despite his aged appearance, his scholar's mind was fully engaged, analyzing every detail. The fact that you can differentiate between individual components while maintaining fusion suggests a level of mental control that transcends conventional quirk mastery. You're not just using your power, you're orchestrating it. There's something else, Izuku said, his expression growing more serious. The way his quirk is operating, it's almost like he's developed a secondary consciousness. A gestalt awareness that encompasses all the individual power threads. That's dangerous, Midoriya. If that consciousness begins to develop independent goals or objectives, you could find yourself in conflict with yourself. The warning sent a chill down Deku's spine. He'd been so focused on the excitement of his newfound abilities that he hadn't fully considered the psychological implications. A God-level fusion quirk wasn't just a physical phenomenon, it was a fundamental alteration of his consciousness itself. How likely is that scenario? Deku asked, unable to keep the worry from his voice. Unknown, Izuku replied bluntly. You're the first person to ever develop this type of ability. We're in theoretical territory here. But the precedent we can look to is all for one, and he experienced significant psychological fragmentation because his multiple quirks were never properly integrated. Your situation is different because your powers are fused, but that doesn't mean you're immune to mental complications. Principal Nezu descended from his platform and approached Deku, his intelligent eyes studying him carefully. That's why we need to run the next phase of testing. We need to understand your psychological stability, your capacity for sustained fusion activation, and your resilience under extreme stress conditions. Young Midoriya, we're going to push you harder than we ever have before. When do we start? Deku asked, already bracing himself mentally for what was to come. Now, All Might said, gesturing to the center of the chamber where specialized training equipment had been set up. We're creating a scenario that will test not just your physical limits, but your mental fortitude as well. The next 4 hours were brutal beyond anything Deku had previously experienced. They put him through combat simulations with eye-controlled opponents that adapted to his fighting style in real time. They had him perform complex analytical tasks while maintaining his fusion state, trying to solve mathematical equations and strategic problems while his body operated at maximum power output. They exposed him to sensory overload, flooding the chamber with lights and sounds designed to disrupt concentration. Through it all, Deku maintained his fusion state. It was the most difficult thing he'd ever done. His body screamed in protest, his mind felt like it was being stretched across dimensions, and his spirit wavered multiple times under the strain. But each time doubt threatened to overwhelm him, he pushed through, channeling the harmonized power of 13 different quirk signatures into focused determination. By the time they called an end to the testing, Deku was barely conscious. He collapsed to his knees, his entire body trembling with exhaustion. All Might immediately moved to support him, helping him to a recovery pod filled with specialized fluids that accelerated the healing process for hero students. You did well, All Might said quietly as Deku sank into the warm liquid. Better than I expected, frankly. But Izuku was correct. We need to monitor your psychological state carefully. The stress of maintaining fusion equilibrium under duress can cause fractures in your mental cohesion. As consciousness began to drift away, Deku heard Principal Nezu speaking to Izuku. His stability is remarkable. I would have predicted psychological breakdown at approximately 60% of the stress level he actually endured. Whatever natural talent or determination he possesses, it's exceptionally rare. Deku dreamed of countless voices speaking at once, 13 different versions of himself, all trying to express their individual consciousness while remaining part of a greater whole. It was overwhelming and strangely beautiful all at the same time. He woke the next morning in the recovery room, his body feeling simultaneously restored and utterly drained. The recovery pod had done its work. His muscles no longer screamed in agony, and his mental clarity had returned. But there was a lingering sensation of displacement, as if some essential part of him had been stretched too far and hadn't quite settled back into place. A nurse checked his vitals and declared him fit for basic activity but recommended avoiding strenuous training for at least 2 days. Deku agreed, though he had no intention of taking it easy. He had classes to attend, friends to spend time with, and a carefully constructed facade to maintain. When he returned to the dorms, Bakugo was waiting in the common room with his usual aggressive demeanor, but there was something sharp in his eyes, a predatory intelligence that made Deku instinctively tense. "You've been avoiding the training grounds," Bakugo said, not bothering with pleasantries. "And something's different about you. You move different. You feel different. What the hell is going on with you, Deku?" Deku forced himself to remain calm, even as his fusion quirk began to resonate beneath his skin in response to the perceived threat. "I've just been trying different training approaches. Nothing unusual." "Bullshit," Bakugo snarled, standing to his full height. His explosive palms crackled with barely contained power. "I know when something's changed. I've been watching you since we were kids, and you're not the same. You're stronger. Your presence is different. It's like you're operating on a level one can't quite reach." For a moment, Deku considered telling Bakugo everything. Their rivalry had evolved over the years into something more complex. Not quite friendship, but something beyond simple competition. There was mutual respect there now, hard-earned through countless battles and shared experiences. But before he could respond, Ida appeared from one of the hallway entrances, his formal uniform perfectly pressed despite the late hour. "Ah, Bakugo, Midoriya. I was just coming to see if either of you wanted to join me for a late dinner. The cafeteria is still open for another 30 minutes. The moment of tension broke. Bakugo clicked his tongue in frustration and stormed off, muttering something about wasting time on extras. But Deku caught his parting comment. "We're going to spar soon, Deku. And when we do, you better show me everything you've got." The challenge hung in the air between them, a reminder that no matter how carefully Deku tried to hide his changes, they would eventually become impossible to conceal. Ida, oblivious to the tension that had just passed, smiled warmly. "Midoriya, I'm glad I found you. I've been meaning to speak with you about your recent training modifications. I've noticed you've been absent from the usual evening sessions, and I wanted to ensure you weren't overextending yourself. Your health and well-being are important to all of us." "I appreciate that, Ida," Deku said, feeling a pang of guilt at Ida's genuine concern. "I'm just working on some independent projects. Nothing to worry about." They went to the cafeteria together, and Deku found himself relaxing slightly in his friend's presence. Ida had always been someone who understood dedication and discipline. His single-minded focus on becoming a hero rivaled Deku's own. Yet he was also thoughtful and considerate, checking on his friends when he noticed something amiss. "You know," Ida said as they picked up their late-night meals, "I've noticed something about you that I wanted to mention. I mean, if you don't mind me saying so. You seem more confident lately. More assured in your movements and your interactions. It's quite admirable, actually. Whatever you've been working on, it seems to be paying dividends." If only Ida knew the truth. That his friend had awakened a god-level quirk. That he was carrying the combined power of over a dozen hero lineages. That every moment of their friendship was now shadowed by necessary deception. "Thanks, Ida," Deku said sincerely. "That means a lot coming from you." They ate together in comfortable silence, and for a brief moment, Deku could almost pretend that his life hadn't fundamentally changed. That he was still just a determined but relatively normal hero student working toward his dreams. But the sensation of his fusion quirk thrumming beneath his consciousness was a constant reminder that those simple days were gone forever. Later that night, back in his dorm room, Deku reviewed the notes from his latest training session. The data they were collecting was comprehensive. Psychological evaluations, physical stress markers, energy output measurements, mental coherence assessments. All of it pointed to the same conclusion. His fusion erasure quirk was stabilizing faster than anyone had anticipated. Principal Nezu's final note on the report was particularly intriguing. Subject demonstrates unprecedented psychological integration capacity. Recommend accelerating next phase of testing to assess combat applications under real-world conditions. Suggest monitoring for signs of consciousness fragmentation, but current trajectory suggests stabilization rather than degradation. Real-world conditions. That meant sparring with other students, facing actual combat scenarios rather than simulations, and that meant eventually having to reveal the truth about what he'd become. Deku lay in bed, staring at the ceiling of his small dorm room. The winter night pressed against his window, cold and dark and full of unknown possibilities. His God Level Fusion Erasure Quirk was growing stronger with each passing day. His friends were becoming increasingly suspicious of his changes. And somewhere out there, enemies both known and unknown were surely beginning to pick up on the energy signature variations he was producing. The next confrontation was coming. The revelation was inevitable. And when it happened, everything would change again. His relationships, his training, his very identity as a hero, all of it would be thrown into flux. But for tonight, Deku chose to rest. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new tests, new complications. He needed to be ready for whatever came next. Because one thing had become absolutely clear over these 3 weeks. The God Level Fusion Erasure Quirk wasn't just a power. It was a responsibility that demanded everything he had and more. He closed his eyes and let sleep claim him. His dreams once again filled with the harmonious yet discordant chorus of 13 different consciousnesses singing as one. The sparring match with Bakugo had been scheduled for Saturday afternoon in the UA training facility designated for advanced combat practice. Deku had been dreading it all week, knowing that hiding his true capabilities from his lifelong rival would be nearly impossible. Bakugo was too perceptive, too experienced in reading Deku's fighting style. Any significant deviation from his normal performance would immediately raise flags. All Might had warned him about this. You cannot reveal your full power to Bakugo without authorization, the hero had stated during their last training session. But neither can you perform at your previous level convincingly. You'll need to find a middle ground. Demonstrate improvement while maintaining plausible deniability about the extent of your growth. It was like trying to walk a tightrope stretched over an abyss. One misstep in either direction would result in disaster. Saturday arrived with clear skies and cold wind that cut through the UA campus like an invisible blade. Deku made his way to the training facility, his body already vibrating with nervous energy. Other students had gathered to watch. Their class loved spectating on major sparring matches, and the rivalry between Deku and Bakugo had become almost legendary at this point. Kirishima was there with his arms slung around Kaminari's shoulders, both looking excited. Sero and Mina were setting up camera equipment, clearly planning to record the match for later analysis. Ida stood with perfect posture, making notes on a tablet about combat techniques. Todoroki was present as well, his expression unreadable as always, though his eyes held that analytical intensity that suggested he was taking particular interest in this confrontation. And Uraraka. Uraraka caught his eye and gave him an encouraging thumbs up, her smile warm and genuine. The weight of deceiving her hit him harder than it usually did. She was one of his closest friends, someone who believed in him completely, and he was hiding something fundamental about who he'd become. All right, extras, clear the center. Bakugo's voice boomed across the facility. He was already in position, his explosions crackling across his palms in eager anticipation. Time to see if Deku's actually gotten stronger or if he's just been wasting everyone's time. Deku moved to the opposite side of the training area, taking his position across from Bakugo. The distance between them felt charged with potential energy, not just from Bakugo's explosive quirk, but from the collision of two fundamentally different individuals who had somehow become rivals and something approaching friends over the years. Begin, called out the student referee, a third year with a neutral expression who had volunteered to oversee the match. Bakugo came at him immediately, explosions propelling him forward with devastating speed. Howitzer impact. He screamed, his palms coming down in a hammer-like strike aimed directly at Deku's head. Deku activated One for All at approximately 70% capacity. Strong enough to show improvement but not so strong as to reveal the true extent of his newfound power. He sidestepped the initial blast and countered with a controlled punch aimed at Bakugo's midsection. Their collision created a shockwave that made several of the watching students step back. Not bad, Bakugo snarled, pushing off with another explosion to create distance. But you're still holding back. I can feel it. What's with you lately, Deku? You've been different. They exchanged a rapid series of strikes, Bakugo's explosive attacks forcing Deku to constantly adjust his defensive positioning. It was the usual dance they performed, a choreography of combat that had been refined through years of rivalry. But today, every movement felt like a performance. Deku had to appear to be struggling more than he actually was, had to make his improvements look realistic without revealing that he was operating at only a fraction of his true potential. A particularly vicious combination from Bakugo forced Deku to actually use his speed reserves to avoid significant damage. He rolled beneath an explosion, came up behind Bakugo, and launched a counterattack that he immediately reined in before it could connect with full force. "Come on," Bakugo roared, clearly frustrated by what he perceived as Deku's hesitation. "Stop holding back, you bastard. Show me what you've really got." For a moment, Deku was tempted to activate his full fusion erasure quirk and let Bakugo see exactly what he'd become. But he couldn't. The authorization hadn't been granted. Principal Nezu had been explicit about maintaining operational security. Instead, Deku increased his power output to 85%, still far below his true capabilities, but enough to demonstrate noticeable improvement. He began to press the offense, moving faster, hitting harder, forcing Bakugo onto the defensive for the first time in their confrontation. The watching students began to murmur with interest. Kirishima was leaning forward with particular focus, his usual cheerfulness replaced by intense concentration. Todoroki's expression hadn't changed, but something in his posture suggested heightened awareness. Uraraka's encouraging smile had been replaced by a more analytical expression as she studied the match dynamics. "Yeah, that's more like it," Bakugo snarled, but his tone carried an edge of something that might have been concern. "What the hell have you been training with? Your speed and power have both increased." Deku didn't respond verbally, choosing instead to let his fighting do the communication. They traded blows with increasing ferocity, the match escalating into something that was drawing more and more of the class's focused attention. It was intense, physical, and carefully calibrated to be just impressive enough without crossing over into the territory of revealing Deku's true transformation. But then something went wrong. Bakugo executed a new technique, something he'd clearly been developing since their last encounter. It was a combination of his explosion quirk and a combat maneuver designed specifically to overwhelm a defensive-focused fighter. Multiple point-blank explosions detonated in rapid succession, creating a pattern that was impossible to completely avoid. The blast caught Deku across his left side, and for just a moment, he felt genuine pain, real impact that penetrated even his enhanced durability. The shock of it triggered an involuntary response. His fusion erasure quirk activated. It wasn't a conscious decision. It was instinct, the same survival instinct that any living organism possesses when threatened with genuine harm. The harmonized power of 13 different quirk signatures surged through his body like lightning, responding to the threat with overwhelming force. The training facility suddenly filled with emerald light so brilliant that everyone had to shield their eyes. The ground beneath Deku's feet cracked from the sheer pressure of his enhanced power output. When he moved, reflexively, almost without thinking, his speed was so extreme that he left afterimages in the air. His counterattack against Bakugo was instinctive and devastating. Bakugo was thrown backward, crashing through the reinforced wall of the training facility with enough force to crack the specialized materials. For a horrifying moment, everything went absolutely silent. Then Bakugo climbed back through the hole he'd created, looking furious but unharmed. Behind him, Deku could see the extent of the damage, a crater in the wall, structural damage that would require significant repair. And every eye in the training facility was fixed on him. The silence that followed was absolute. No one moved. No one spoke. They were all staring at Deku, whose body still radiated that otherworldly emerald glow, whose presence suddenly seemed to fill the entire space with overwhelming power. Bakugo pulled himself fully through the damaged wall, his explosions flickering uncertainly. What the hell was that? His voice was different, no longer aggressive, but genuinely shocked. Deku immediately began to power down, trying to minimize the damage to his already compromised secret. But it was too late. He'd shown them something fundamental about his transformation. They'd all seen it. Midoriya. Uraraka's voice was small, uncertain. What just happened? Before Deku could attempt an explanation, Principal Nezu's voice came through the facility's intercom system. All students, please proceed to your dormitories immediately. This training session has been concluded. Midoriya, All Might, please proceed to my office. The command was absolute, brooking no argument. The watching students began to shuffle out, though they did so reluctantly, shooting backward glances at Deku with a mixture of confusion, fear, and awe. Ida looked particularly conflicted, as if torn between his desire for information and his respect for authority. Todoroki, however, simply nodded to himself as if confirming some internal hypothesis, then turned and left without comment. Uraraka lingered for a moment, her expression hurt and questioning. When their eyes met, Deku could see the questions forming, the feeling of betrayal that came from realizing your friend had been hiding something significant. She opened her mouth as if to speak, then apparently decided against it and left with the other students. The weight of that moment, seeing her uncertainty, her hurt, struck Deku harder than any of Bakugo's explosions. He made his way to Principal Nezu's office with All Might, who was waiting at the entrance to the training facility. The hero didn't speak during the walk, but his expression was grave. When they arrived at Nezu's office, they found Izuku already present, his tired eyes somehow conveying both disapproval and understanding. Well, Principal Nezu said, settling into his chair, it appears the timeline for disclosure has been accelerated beyond our original projections. It was an accident, Deku said immediately, the guilt pouring out of him. I didn't mean to activate at full power. Bakugo's attack caught me off guard, and my quirk just responded automatically. Understandable, Nezu replied, his tone not particularly forgiving. However, the cat is now decidedly out of the bag. We have approximately 147 hours, give or take, before the information becomes public knowledge. That is assuming that none of your classmates leak the information to the broader hero community through social media, which, statistically speaking, has a 42% probability of occurring within the next 6 hours. What do we do? Deku asked, desperation creeping into his voice. We have several options, Izuku said, his voice gravelly but measured. Option 1. We attempt to cover story that your quirk has undergone a natural evolution and you're still learning to control it. Option 2. We go public with a prepared statement that acknowledges your transformation while maintaining operational security around specific details. Option 3. We accelerate your integration into active fieldwork, making your enhanced capabilities undeniable before rumors and speculation can spread. I recommend option 2 with elements of option 3, All Might said thoughtfully. The truth will come out regardless of what we do. It's better to control that narrative rather than allow it to be shaped by speculation and fear. Principal Nezu nodded slowly. I concur. Midoriya, we'll be holding a press conference tomorrow morning, and you'll be addressing your classmates tonight in a specially convened meeting. We'll explain the situation in carefully controlled terms, emphasizing that your quirk has evolved but that you remain committed to your hero training and the principles you've always held. Over the next several hours, Deku worked with Principal Nezu and the school's media team to prepare a statement. The official explanation they crafted spoke of a natural quirk evolution within One for All, acceleration of his physical and mental abilities, and the school's commitment to supporting his development and ensuring safety for all students. But what struck Deku most profoundly was the moment when he finally sat down with his classmates that evening in the common area of the dorms. The entire class had been gathered, all 20 students plus their teachers. When Deku entered the room, he felt the full weight of the collective attention. Some looked worried, some curious, some, like Todoroki, simply analytical. "I know you saw something unusual in the training facility today," Deku began, his voice steady despite the turmoil of his emotions. "And I owe you all an explanation. My quirk, One for All, it's undergone a transformation. It's become more complex, more powerful. I should have told you sooner, but I was trying to understand it myself." Ida immediately raised his hand, his formal posture conveying concern rather than his usual enthusiasm. "Midoriya, why didn't you confide in us? We're supposed to be friends. We're supposed to trust each other." The accusation, delivered in Ida's measured and thoughtful way, cut deeper than any angry confrontation could have. Because he was right. Deku had broken that trust. "I know," Deku said quietly. "And I apologize for that. The decision to keep it secret wasn't mine alone. It was a school security matter. But that doesn't excuse not finding a way to tell you sooner. You deserved better than this." Uraraka spoke up then, her voice careful. "Deku, does this change who you are? Like, at your core, are you still the person we know, or is this something that's fundamentally altered you?" It was the most important question anyone could have asked, and Deku took a moment to consider his answer carefully. "I'm still me," he said finally. "My goals haven't changed. My commitment to becoming a hero who saves people hasn't changed. But yes, I have changed. I'm stronger now, more capable. And with that comes responsibility. I'm going to need your support as I figure out how to use this power correctly." Bakugo, who had been standing in the back of the room with his usual aggressive posture, finally spoke. "Your power level jumped about 50 times over. I could feel it before you even fully activated it. You're operating on a completely different level now, Deku. That's not just evolution. That's God tier quirk territory." The phrase hung in the air. God tier. It was exactly accurate, and hearing it spoken aloud by someone as knowledgeable and perceptive as Bakugo gave it a terrifying weight of reality. "Yes," Deku acknowledged simply. "I suppose it is." The meeting continued for another hour, with various students asking questions, some about mechanics, some about safety protocols, some about what this meant for their academic and training schedule. Deku answered what he could, deferred to Principal Nezu on matters of policy, and tried to maintain a sense of normalcy even as his entire existence had just become exponentially more complicated. It was past midnight when the meeting finally concluded. As students began to disperse, Uraraka lingered, catching Deku as he was heading back to his dorm room. "I'm not angry," she said quietly, though her expression suggested something more complex than simple forgiveness. "But I am hurt, and I'm scared, not of you, but for you. Having God-level power, that comes with enemies, Deku. That comes with danger on a scale most of us can't even imagine." "I know," Deku replied. "And I'm scared too. But having friends like you, that matters more than I can express." Uraraka smiled then, sad but genuine. "We'll figure this out together. That's what friends do." Back in his dorm room, Deku sat at his desk and activated his fusion erasure quirk at minimal output, watching the layered luminescence dance across his skin. Everything had changed. The secret was out. His friends knew. His rivals understood the magnitude of his transformation. And now, tomorrow, the entire world would know that UA had produced a student with a God-level quirk. The thought should have been exhilarating. Instead, it felt terrifying. He could sense the 13 power signatures within him, all vibrating in slightly discordant harmony, uncertain, anxious, responsive to his emotional state. They'd been dormant for so long during the training period, carefully controlled and contained. Now, unleashed even partially, they were beginning to express their own consciousness. Deku closed his eyes and focused on meditation, trying to settle the multiple voices that had begun to speak in the depths of his mind. This was what Izuku had warned about, the emergence of that secondary Gestalt consciousness. The development of independent thought patterns within his own mind. You are me, Deku whispered to the internal chorus. We are one, we are unified. Slowly, gradually, the discordant vibration began to settle into harmony. The multiple threads of power realigned themselves into a singular, coherent whole. But now Deku understood that it would never be as simple as it had been before. Having acknowledged the existence of those individual voices, he could never fully silence them again. Tomorrow would bring the press conference, the media frenzy, the inevitable questions from the hero world about what this transformation meant for hero society's balance of power. Tomorrow would also bring the reality of living with a god-level quirk, of becoming someone that both heroes and villains would want to control or destroy. But for tonight, in the quiet darkness of his dorm room, Deku simply sat with his transformation and tried to come to terms with the person he was becoming. A person who was still Izuku Midoriya, still driven by the same desire to save people, but also something far greater and far more dangerous than anyone had anticipated. The God Level Fusion Erasure Quirk was no longer a secret, and that meant the world was about to change in ways no one could possibly predict. The morning sun cast long shadows across the UA campus. As Deku sat in the media preparation room, wearing a crisp school uniform that had been specifically tailored for the press appearance. A team of 3 people fussed around him, one adjusting the lighting, another checking the camera angles, and a third reviewing the statement he would deliver. It was surreal, being treated like a celebrity rather than simply a high school student. Principal Nezu entered the room with all might, both looking prepared but tense. The media presence is substantial, Nezu reported, settling onto a nearby chair. We have representatives from all major news outlets, international journalists, and several prominent hero agencies have sent observers. This is the biggest story to break in hero society in nearly a decade. How are you feeling, young Midoriya? All Might asked, his civilian form looking concerned. Toshinori Yagi had become increasingly visible in recent weeks, as if acknowledging that his era as the active symbol of peace had truly ended and a new generation was emerging. Nervous, Deku admitted, but ready. I want to be honest with people. They deserve to understand what's happened. The strategy had been carefully crafted over the last 16 hours. Deku would acknowledge the evolution of his quirk, explain that UA and the hero community had been working to understand this development, and emphasize that his core values remained unchanged. The school would position this as an extraordinary circumstance but not as something that fundamentally altered the balance of power in hero society. A carefully calibrated message designed to neither incite panic nor invite unwanted attention from villainous organizations. At precisely 9 o'clock in the morning, Deku was guided into the large auditorium that UA maintained for official events. The space was filled with reporters, cameras, and professional recording equipment. Seats were arranged in neat rows, nearly every one occupied. As Deku took his position at the podium, the noise level didn't decrease but rather intensified, journalists shouting questions, cameras clicking rapidly, the general chaos of media attention reaching critical mass. Principal Nezu stood beside him, his small form somehow commanding despite his diminutive size. He raised his paws for silence, and gradually, the crowd settled into an attentive hush. Thank you all for attending, Nezu began, his voice amplified through the sound system. We are here to address recent observations regarding a development in the quirk manifestation of one of our students. UA Academy has always been committed to transparency while maintaining the safety and privacy of our students. Today, we're providing the transparency regarding an extraordinary circumstance. I will now turn this over to our student, Izuku Midoriya. Deku stepped to the center of the podium, and the cameras immediately shifted their focus. Hundreds of eyes were now fixed upon him. From journalists who were already formulating questions, from observers representing powerful organizations, from citizens watching through live streams around the world. The weight of that collective attention was staggering. "Good morning," Deku began, his voice steady despite his internal nervousness. "My name is Izuku Midoriya, and I'm a second-year student here at UA Academy. I know many of you have questions about an incident that occurred yesterday during a training exercise. I'd like to address that directly and honestly." He took a measured breath, channeling the meditation techniques he'd been practicing. "My quirk, one for all, has undergone a transformation. What was once a singular manifestation of power has evolved into what we're calling a fusion erasure ability, a quirk that integrates multiple power signatures into a harmonious whole. This development occurred approximately 3 weeks ago, and UA has been working with me to understand and control this ability safely." A journalist in the front row immediately raised her hand. "Midoriya, can you tell us the extent of your power increase? By what percentage has your combat capability increased?" Deku paused, considering how much information to reveal. "The measurements are still being finalized, but I can say that my power output has increased significantly. However, power level alone doesn't determine a hero's effectiveness. Control, judgment, and commitment to protecting people are equally important." Another reporter called out, "There are reports that you damaged a reinforced training facility wall yesterday. Can you confirm the extent of that damage and whether it was intentional?" "That occurred during a sparring match with a classmate," Deku explained. "My quirk activated involuntarily in response to an unexpected attack. It was accidental, and I take full responsibility for the property damage. I've been working with the school's support team to improve my control mechanisms." The questions came rapid fire after that. Reporters wanted to know about military applications, about whether he posed a threat to Hero Society's current balance, about whether other students at UA might also experience similar transformations. Deku answered what he could, deflected appropriately on matters of national security or ongoing research, and consistently maintained his core message, that he was still fundamentally the same person with the same values, just with greater capability to protect others. Nearly an hour into the conference, a journalist from an international news organization stood and posed a different kind of question. "Midoriya, there's been speculation in global hero communities that your quirk might represent an evolutionary leap in human ability itself. If other individuals begin to manifest similar God-level fusion quirks, what does that mean for Hero Society's entire structure?" It was the question that had been lurking beneath all the others, the underlying anxiety that this wasn't just about one exceptional student but might represent a fundamental shift in what was possible for humanity. Deku considered this carefully before responding. "I think that's a question for people much wiser and more experienced than I am. What I can say is that if others do develop similar abilities, we should approach them with the same principles that UA and the Hero Society in general operate under. Regardless of power level, hero work is about protecting people, saving lives, and upholding justice. Those principles don't change just because the power increases." All Might, standing to the side of the podium, nodded slightly in approval at the answer. When the press conference finally concluded 2 hours later, Deku was physically and emotionally exhausted. The combination of sitting under intense scrutiny, answering unpredictable questions, and maintaining careful control over what information he revealed had drained him more than a full day of physical training would have. But there was one more challenge awaiting him. As he left the auditorium, he found his classmates gathered in the hallway outside. They'd been watching the press conference live on screens throughout the school, and now they wanted to talk to him directly. It wasn't an organized gathering, just classmates approaching him individually or in small groups to express their reactions. Kirishima was enthusiastically congratulatory, his manly spirit apparently not diminished by Deku's increased power. "That was awesome, bro. You really handled that whole media thing perfectly. Manly as hell." Kaminari grinned at him. "Dude, You're gonna be famous now. Like, legitimately famous. I'm gonna say I went to UA with the guy who has a God level quirk. But not everyone was equally positive. As the afternoon progressed, Deku noticed that some students maintained a subtle distance from him now. It wasn't hostility exactly, but rather a wariness, as if they were reassessing their previous relationships with him in light of this new information. Power, it seemed, had a way of changing how people perceived you. Ida approached him with his usual formality, though his expression carried something more complex than simple friendliness. Midoriya, your media performance was quite impressive. Diplomatic, measured, appropriately humble given the circumstances. However, I must express my concern that this transformation might isolate you from regular student interactions. We must ensure that despite your increased capabilities, you remain integrated with your peers. I appreciate that, Ida, Deku said sincerely. I don't want this to change our friendship or my relationships with everyone in the class. Then we shall ensure it does not, Ida said with characteristic determination. I propose we maintain our regular study sessions and social activities without modification. Normalcy in the face of extraordinary circumstances is grounding. Todoroki appeared later in the evening, finding Deku alone in the common area. The dual quirk user studied him with that penetrating gaze that suggested he was analyzing something on a deeper level. Your fusion quirk, it's reminiscent of my father's ambition, Todoroki said quietly. The pursuit of ultimate power through combination of multiple abilities. But you approached this differently. You didn't pursue it, it emerged. I'm not sure what you mean, Deku replied honestly. My father sought power through artificial combination, through forcing multiple quirks to work within one body through selective breeding and enhancement. You achieved something similar naturally, but without the obsession that drove him. That's the difference between a villain and a hero, I think. Not the power itself, but the mindset with which it's acquired and used. Todoroki left before Deku could respond, leaving him with much to contemplate about the nature of power and morality. But the most important interaction came later that evening when Uraraka found him sitting alone on the dorm rooftop, staring out across the nighttime cityscape. She sat down beside him without preamble, their shoulders nearly touching. I watched your press conference, she said softly. You were good, really good, honest, but strategic. I could feel how hard you were working to balance everything. I didn't want to lie, Deku replied. But I also understood that complete transparency would have been irresponsible. I know, that's actually what impressed me. Uraraka was quiet for a moment. I've been thinking about what this means. You're going to be facing threats now that none of us can really help with. Villains will specifically target you because of what you've become. That scares me. Me too, Deku admitted. But I also know that you're going to keep trying to save people, no matter how powerful you become. That's who you are. That's why I trust you, even though I'm scared. Uraraka smiled, reaching over to squeeze his hand. We're still friends, Deku. That hasn't changed. The simple affirmation meant more to him than any press conference could convey. Over the following week, life at UA gradually normalized despite the extraordinary circumstances. The media attention began to diminish as news cycles shifted to other stories. The Hero Society's official statements acknowledged Deku's transformation as an unprecedented but manageable development. International Hero organizations expressed interest in his development but refrained from making any alarming declarations. Behind the scenes, however, things were far more complex. Principal Nezu had shown Deku classified communications from various government agencies expressing concerns about his power level and its implications for national security. Hero agencies were competing to offer internship opportunities and potential sidekick positions in their organizations, each hoping to secure his services once he graduated. And in the darker corners of the internet, villain organizations were apparently engaged in heated debates about whether he represented an opportunity or a threat to their operations. During one particular training session 3 weeks after the press conference, All Might pulled Deku aside and shared something unexpected. Young Midoriya, I've received communications from several former users of One for All Might said quietly. They were alone in the underground training facility, far from any recording equipment or potential eavesdroppers. Individuals who passed the power on to the next generation before I became its wielder. Some of them are curious about your transformation. They want to understand what you've awakened within the quirk. Can they sense it somehow? Deku asked, surprised. He hadn't considered that previous users might still exist and maintain awareness of One for All. Not directly, All Might explained. But they're sensitive to shifts in the power's fundamental nature. Your fusion ability represents a qualitative change in what One for All is capable of. It's attracted their attention. Several have asked to meet with you, to share their experiences and potentially offer guidance on managing the multiple consciousnesses within your power. The concept was both exciting and daunting. Meeting previous users of One for All, learning from their experience, but also facing the reality that his power was now inhabited by aspects of their consciousness as well. When? Deku asked. That's your decision, All Might replied. There's no pressure. You can continue your current training path, or you can seek him out. Either way, I'll support you. Deku thought about the 13 power signatures he carried within him. The voices that had begun to express their own perspectives and opinions through his decision-making process. The growing realization that he wasn't entirely an individual anymore, that part of him was now a collective consciousness made up of multiple heroic legacies. I want to meet them, he decided. If they can help me understand what I'm becoming, I need to take that opportunity. That decision would set in motion a chain of events that would transform his understanding of power, duty, and the nature of what it meant to carry a God-level quirk. But for now, sitting in the UA training facility with All Might, Deku simply felt the weight of his expanded consciousness and the endless potential it contained. His transformation was no longer secret. The world knew what he'd become, at least in broad terms. His friends had accepted it, even if some of them remained cautious. His enemies, and he was increasingly aware that he had enemies now, were certainly taking note of his existence and power. But the most profound challenge wasn't external. It was internal, learning to live as a being that was simultaneously singular and plural. Learning to balance his individual identity with the collective consciousness of 13 different heroic legacies. Learning to use a God-level power in service of the principles he'd always held dear. As Deku left the training facility that evening, he felt the harmonious vibration of his fused quirk resonating through his entire being. Each component singing its own song, but contributing to a greater symphonic whole. It was overwhelming and exhilarating, terrifying and beautiful all at once. He was no longer just Izuku Midoriya, former quirkless boy who'd been given the gift of One for All. He was something far greater and far more complex. He was a living embodiment of Hero Society's evolution, a bridge between the old generation and whatever came next. And he was only just beginning to understand what that truly meant. The meeting had been arranged for a Tuesday evening at a secure location outside of UA's campus, a private facility maintained by the Hero Society for sensitive operations and confidential discussions. Deku arrived to find All Might already present, along with 3 individuals he'd never met before. They were all older, all carrying themselves with the distinctive bearing of experienced heroes, and all watching him with expressions that conveyed both curiosity and careful evaluation. Midoriya, allow me to introduce you to 3 of the previous users of One for All Might said, gesturing to each in turn. This is Nana Shimura, who wielded One for All before my time. This is Gran Torino, who trained under Nana and passed the power to me. And this is Banjo, another former user from several generations back. Nana Shimura was a woman in her 60s, her silver hair pulled back in a practical bun, her eyes sharp with accumulated wisdom. Gran Torino appeared to be in his 70s, his small frame suggesting that his diminutive size had never been an impediment to his heroic career. Banjo was perhaps the oldest of the 3, his weathered features speaking to a lifetime of rigorous hero work. "Young man," Nana said, her voice warm but commanding, "we've been sensing the changes in One for All for some time now. We felt the moment your transformation occurred, like a fundamental shift in the power's nature. We wanted to meet you directly to understand what's happened and to offer whatever guidance we might provide." Deku bowed respectfully to each of them. "Thank you for coming. I've been trying to understand what my fusion ability means, and having the perspective of previous users would be invaluable." They moved to a conference room where comfortable seating had been arranged. Once everyone was settled, Gran Torino spoke first, his voice surprisingly strong for someone of his apparent age. "One for All has always been more than a simple power transfer mechanism," Gran Torino explained. "When Nana passed it to me, I felt not just her strength but echoes of her essence, her perspective, her values, her approach to heroism. I thought at first that I was imagining it, a psychological effect of inheriting such a tremendous responsibility. But over the years, I came to understand that the power carries within it something more than mere physical capability. The previous users' consciousnesses," Deku realized aloud. "They're part of the power. In a manner of speaking," Nana confirmed. "Not as separate entities that you can communicate with like individual people. More like impressions, patterns of thought that become integrated into your own consciousness. Each wielder adds the unique approach, their individual heroic philosophy, and when you use the power, you're channeling not just their strength but their methodology." Banjo leaned forward, his ancient eyes studying Deku with intense focus. "What you've done, however, is different. You haven't just inherited the consciousnesses, you've activated them. You've created what amounts to a Gestalt awareness made up of all of us simultaneously. It's unprecedented, and frankly, we're not entirely sure what the long-term implications will be." "Is it dangerous?" Deku asked directly. Aizawa mentioned the possibility of psychological fragmentation. "Potentially," Gran Torino said bluntly. "Your mind is now housing 13 different heroic perspectives, 13 different approaches to problem solving and moral judgment. If those perspectives ever come into fundamental conflict, if they can't maintain harmonic alignment, yes, it could be dangerous. You could experience what amounts to an internal civil war." The prospect was chilling, but Deku appreciated their honesty. "How do I prevent that?" "By understanding us," Nana said. "By learning each of our perspectives, each of our values, and finding the common threads that unite them. One for All has always been about connection, the connection between wielders across generations, the connection between a hero and those they protect. Your fusion ability is the ultimate expression of that principle, but only if you can maintain the unity." Over the next several hours, they shared their stories. Nana spoke about her approach to heroism, pragmatic, compassionate, but willing to make hard choices for the greater good. Gran Torino described his philosophy of rigorous training and unwavering discipline. Banjo shared the perspective of a hero from an earlier era, when the hero society was less formalized and more individually driven. With each story, Deku began to sense more clearly the distinct personality threads within his fusion quirk. He could feel Nana's measured pragmatism as one component, Gran Torino's demanding perfection as another, Banjo's old-school heroic conviction as yet another. And behind all of them, All Might's overwhelming determination and his own core drive to save people, these formed the foundation that held everything in harmony. "It's like, they're all singing different songs," Deku said, trying to articulate what he was sensing, "but the songs are compatible. They create harmony rather than discord." "Exactly," Nana said approvingly. "And as long as you maintain that awareness, as long as you continue to honor what each of us represents, that harmony will hold. The moment you try to suppress one perspective or elevate another, you risk breaking the balance." "There's something else we need to discuss," Gran Torino said, his tone shifting to something more serious. "Your power level. We've all been heroes, some of us very powerful heroes, but what you're capable of now, it exceeds anything we individually achieved. Combined, we might approach your current capability, but you're operating at a level that single individuals simply don't reach. That comes with significant responsibility, Banjo added. And unfortunately, significant danger. There are people in this world, heroes and villains alike, who will want to control you, study you, or eliminate you because of what you've become. You need to be prepared for that reality. Deku had known this intellectually since his awakening, but hearing it stated so directly by experienced heroes gave it a weight that abstract understanding couldn't convey. What should I do? Continue your hero training, Nana advised. Complete your education at UA. Develop relationships with people who know and accept what you've become. And most importantly, never forget why you wanted to be a hero in the first place. Power without purpose is just destruction waiting to happen. The meeting concluded late into the evening. As Deku was preparing to leave, Gran Torino pulled him aside for a private conversation. You remind me of someone, the elderly hero said, his voice softer than before. Someone I trained many years ago. That person had the same drive you do, the same determination to save people despite overwhelming odds. But they eventually succumbed to the temptation of their own power. They believed that because they were strong, they could make decisions for others. They became a tyrant, not a hero. What happened to them? Deku asked, though he suspected he might already know the answer. They became the villain all for one, Gran Torino said quietly. I've thought often over the years about whether I could have done something differently in their training. Whether I could have guided them away from that path. I don't blame myself, they made their own choices. But I regret that I didn't see the warning signs sooner. Gran Torino's weathered hand gripped Deku's shoulder firmly. Don't make the same mistakes. Your power is greater than theirs ever was. Your potential for both good and harm is exponentially greater. Which path you choose will determine not just your own fate, but the fate of hero society itself. The weight of that responsibility settled on Deku's shoulders like a physical force. He understood now that his transformation wasn't just about individual capability. It was about the fundamental balance of power in their world. One person with God-level ability could tip the entire scale. When Deku returned to UA, he found that word had somehow spread about his meeting with the former One for All users. It wasn't official, there had been no announcements, but in Hero Society, such things had a way of becoming known to those who paid attention. Todoroki found him in the common area the next morning. You met with previous All Might users, Todoroki stated matter-of-factly, not bothering with preamble. I have connections in certain circles. News travels. It was confidential, Deku said, though he didn't see much point in denying it. I'm not criticizing you, Todoroki replied. I'm observing that you're taking steps to integrate your power more fully into your consciousness. That's wise. My father never did that. He never sought guidance from those who might have helped him understand his dual quirks. Instead, he let ambition guide him, and it twisted him. Todoroki was quiet for a moment, then continued. I think my father was always looking for someone stronger to defeat, someone who represented the ultimate challenge. That obsession consumed him. I hope you won't fall into the same trap. I hope you'll remember that being the strongest isn't the same as being the best hero. After Todoroki left, Deku sat with his words. The observation struck him because it was true. There was always a part of him that, even now, wondered if he could become stronger. If there were limits to his fusion ability that he hadn't yet discovered. If there were combinations of power that he hadn't yet explored. That impulse wasn't necessarily evil, but if it became his primary driver, if it became more important than his original goal of saving people, then yes, he could see how it might lead him down a darker path. Over the next several weeks, Deku began a more intentional process of integrating with the multiple consciousness perspectives within his power. He would spend time specifically channeling Nana's approach to problem solving, examining situations through her pragmatic lens. He practiced viewing challenges through Gran Torino's disciplinary framework. He reflected on Banjo's more idealistic perspective on heroism. It was exhausting, this constant process of internal negotiation and perspective shifting. But it also helped him develop a more nuanced understanding of heroic work. Instead of approaching every situation with a singular perspective, he began to develop the ability to rapidly assess which approach was most appropriate for each circumstance. One afternoon, during a training exercise in the facility designed to simulate rescue scenarios, Deku found himself naturally switching between different methodological approaches. When dealing with civilians in immediate danger, he channeled Nana's pragmatic efficiency. When working through tactical complications, he adopted Gran Torino's disciplinary precision. When facing moral ambiguity about how to handle a dangerous villain in the scenario, he drew on Banjo's idealistic but realistic perspective about redemption and justice. All Might, observing from the sidelines, smiled with genuine approval when the scenario concluded. "That's what I hoped would happen," he said as Deku powered down. "You're not just becoming more powerful, young Midoriya. You're becoming wiser. You're developing the kind of integrated perspective that takes most heroes decades to accumulate. You're achieving it in months through your fusion ability." "It doesn't feel like wisdom," Deku replied, breathing heavily from the exertion. "It feels like I'm constantly arguing with myself about the right way to handle things." "That's what wisdom is," All Might said gently. "The ability to see multiple perspectives and choose the most appropriate one for each situation. Most people develop that through experience and age. You're developing it through the unique nature of your power. It's not easier, but it may ultimately make you a better hero." As December arrived and winter settled fully over UA's campus, Deku found himself in a state of strange equilibrium. Externally, life continued normally: classes, training, social interactions with his friends. Internally, he was engaged in an ongoing process of integration and understanding with the 13 consciousness perspectives that made up his fusion quirk. The media attention had largely faded, though there remained persistent interest from various hero agencies and international organizations about his development. The villain community, from what Deku could gather through school security briefings, was apparently engaged in heated debates about how to respond to his existence. But perhaps most importantly, his relationships with his classmates had stabilized into a new normal. They'd accepted his transformation, even if they couldn't fully understand it. They trained alongside him, studied with him, laughed with him despite, or perhaps because of, the fact that he was becoming something far beyond what any of them could achieve. One evening, Uraraka found him on the rooftop again, this time watching snow fall gently across the campus. "You've changed," she said, not as a criticism but as an observation. "You're still you, but you're also more. It's like you've become more fully yourself somehow." "I've been integrating with the previous users of One for All," Deku explained. "Learning their perspectives, their heroic philosophies. It's been challenging but also clarifying." "Do you ever regret it?" Uraraka asked. "The awakening, I mean. It's given you incredible power, but it's also complicated your life in ways most of us will never experience." Deku considered the question carefully. Did he regret his transformation? Did he wish things had remained simple, his power staying within the traditional one-for-all parameters? "No," he said finally. "I don't regret it. Yes, it's complicated. Yes, it's scary. But it's also given me the ability to save more people, to help more effectively. And if I use this power responsibly, if I remain true to my original goal, then I can't regret that. I can only work to ensure I use it correctly." Uraraka smiled and squeezed his hand. "That's very much you. Always pushing forward, always trying to do better. Just don't forget to take care of yourself in the process, okay?" "I won't," Deku promised. "Not alone, anyway. I have people like you reminding me to be human as well as a hero." As the snowfall continued through the night, Deku felt the harmonious resonance of his fusion quirk vibrating peacefully through his consciousness. 13 different heroic legacies, each contributing the unique voice to a unified whole. It was overwhelming sometimes, but it was also extraordinary, the sense of carrying forward the heroic traditions of so many people who had come before him. He was no longer just Izuku Midoriya. He was a living embodiment of Hero Society's accumulated wisdom and power. And with that understanding came a clearer sense of purpose. Not to become the strongest hero who had ever lived, though his power certainly put him in contention for that title. But to become the most responsible one. To use his God-level ability in service of the principles that all his predecessor consciousnesses shared: protection, justice, and the saving of lives. It was a worthy goal. It was a path he could commit to. And as he sat on that rooftop with his friend, watching the snow accumulate on UA's buildings and grounds, Deku felt something like peace settling into his heart. Not the simple peace of ignorance, but the complex, hard-won peace of someone who understood the magnitude of their responsibility and was prepared to meet it. The future remained uncertain. Challenges would come. Tests would emerge. But he would face them as he always had, with determination, with friends at his side, and with the unwavering conviction that even the greatest power could be wielded in service of something greater than individual ambition. That was what it meant to be a hero. And that was what his God-level fusion erasure quirk would ultimately represent. Not unlimited power for its own sake, but the realization of a dream that had begun in a quirkless boy and evolved into something that might genuinely save the world. Winter had fully settled over Japan by mid-December, and with it came a shift in the atmosphere that extended far beyond the meteorological. Deku could sense it. A growing awareness in villain circles that the emergence of a God-level fusion quirk user had fundamentally altered the power dynamics of their world. The messages that filtered through official Hero Society channels spoke of increased activity among various criminal organizations, whispered plans being formulated, and careful assessments being made about how to respond to his existence. It was during the third week of December, while Deku was studying in the UA library late one evening, that the first direct challenge materialized. A notification appeared on the internal security alert system. A breach attempt at the perimeter fence of UA's campus. Nothing immediately threatening, but significant enough to trigger the school's defensive protocols. Within minutes, faculty members were mobilizing, and students in the upper years were being briefed on potential evacuation procedures if the situation escalated. Deku was making his way toward the administrative building when All Might intercepted him in one of the corridors. "Young Midoriya, we may have a situation developing. I need you to remain in secure areas for the time being." We're still assessing the nature of the breach attempt. "What kind of breach?" Deku asked, his instincts immediately alert. "Unknown, but the timing is suspicious. We've received communications in recent weeks suggesting that certain villain organizations wanted to test your capabilities in controlled environments. This might be an attempt to draw you out." Before Deku could respond, Principal Nezu's voice came through the communication system. "All students, remain in your designated areas. Faculty, prepare defensive positions. We have multiple individuals attempting to breach campus security. This is not a drill." The next hour was a carefully choreographed ballet of defensive preparation and tactical positioning. UA had been designed with advanced security systems and trained personnel specifically to handle villain incursions. But this time, something was different. The breach attempts were coordinated, sophisticated, and apparently designed specifically to probe weaknesses rather than to achieve a particular objective. When Deku finally received authorization to engage from All Might, he made his way to the designated combat area where several intruders had been contained. What he found surprised him. They weren't traditional villains or members of known criminal organizations. Instead, they appeared to be independent operatives, possibly hired mercenaries brought in specifically to test his defenses and capabilities. "Midoriya," the lead operative said, stepping forward with his hands raised in a non-threatening gesture, "we're not here to fight. We're here to deliver a message." "From whom?" Deku asked, remaining cautious. His fusion quirk thrummed beneath his consciousness, ready to activate if the situation turned hostile. "From the Council of Reformation," the operative replied. "An international coalition of villain organizations that have been observing your development. They want you to know that your power has not gone unnoticed." More importantly, they want to propose an arrangement. I'm not interested in any arrangement with villain organizations, Deku said flatly. Hear us out, the operative continued. The world is changing. Hero society as it currently exists is unstable, unsustainable. What you could become, what your power represents, is the catalyst for necessary reformation. They want to propose a partnership. Think of it as collaboration toward a more equitable future. The offer was sophisticated, Deku had to admit. It wasn't crude coercion or simple threats. Instead, it was an attempt to appeal to his sense of justice, suggesting that his power could be used to reform systems rather than merely maintain them. It was seductive in its own way, which made it all the more dangerous. No, Deku said with finality. I'm not interested in your reformation. I'm a hero. I save people. That doesn't require collaboration with villains. The operative smiled sadly. Then you should prepare yourself, Midoriya. Because they will come again. And eventually, one of their attempts might succeed. The operatives didn't resist when UA security personnel moved in to apprehend them. They seemed to have delivered their message and accomplished their objective, which appeared to be exactly what they'd come to do: confirm that Deku existed, assess his response capabilities, and extend the Council of Reformation's initial offer. When Deku reported to Principal Nezu and All Might after the incident, the concern on both their faces was evident. This is exactly what we anticipated, Nezu said, reviewing the security footage of the interaction. The larger villain organizations becoming aware of your existence and beginning to actively engage with that knowledge. The Council of Reformation is a relatively new coalition, as far as our intelligence suggests. They operate internationally and appear to be more ideologically driven than traditional villain groups. How should I respond? Deku asked. Continue your training, All Might advised. Remain vigilant but not paranoid. And know that you're not facing this alone. UA, the Hero Society, and individual heroes across the world will be watching as well. You've become a focal point for larger battles being fought in the shadows of society. The incident galvanized Deku's training in new ways. He began working more intensively with Izuku on combat scenarios specifically designed to test his defensive capabilities. He consulted with Nezu's intelligence contacts to understand more about the Council of Reformation and their specific ideological goals. And perhaps most importantly, he began to recognize that his God-level power had made him not just an individual hero, but a symbol, a representation of what was possible and what future conflicts might look like. Christmas arrived with the UA campus decorated in cheerful holiday trappings that felt somewhat incongruous given the underlying tension of recent events. But Deku appreciated the effort to maintain normalcy. His classmates threw a small celebration in the common area, and for a brief evening, he could forget about villain councils and international threats and simply enjoy the company of friends. Kirishima had organized the event with characteristic enthusiasm, insisting that everyone participate in a gift exchange. Deku found himself receiving a new training glove design from Hatsume, support equipment specifically calibrated for his fusion quirk's energy signature. He gave Ida a detailed analysis of combat efficiency that the formal hero appreciated, and he exchanged more casual gifts with his other classmates. But it was the private moment with Bakugo that proved most meaningful. After the general celebration had wound down and most students had returned to their dorms, Deku found Bakugo waiting for him on the rooftop, their now traditional meeting place. I wanted to talk to you about something, Bakugo said, his aggressive tone softened slightly. About your power, and about what it means for us as rivals. What do you mean? Deku asked, settling onto a nearby bench. We've been rivals since childhood, Bakugo explained, his eyes fixed on the city lights below. I've been trying to surpass you, to prove that I'm stronger, faster, better. But now you've become something that I might never be able to match. Your power is on a completely different level. Deku didn't interrupt, sensing that Bakugo needed to work through something important. I hated that for a while, Bakugo continued. The idea that despite all my training, Despite all my effort, you'd still end up stronger because of some quirk awakening. But then I realized something. That's not actually relevant to what I'm trying to accomplish. What do you mean? Deku asked carefully. I want to be the best hero, Bakugo said flatly. The strongest, the most effective, the one people most admire and trust. Having a stronger rival doesn't prevent that. It just means I need to be smarter, more innovative, more dedicated. Your God-level power doesn't diminish my aspirations. It just reframes what I need to accomplish. Bakugo turned to look at Deku directly. So I'm telling you now, I'm not giving up on being a better hero than you. But I also recognize that you're my ally, not just my rival. If the Villain Council or anyone else comes after you, I'll have your back. And I expect the same from you. It was perhaps the most genuine moment of connection Deku had ever experienced with Bakugo. Not an apology. Neither of them had ever been good at apologies. But rather an acknowledgement that their relationship had evolved beyond simple rivalry into something more complex and more genuine. Always, Deku replied simply. As January arrived and the new year began, UA implemented new security protocols and expanded its intelligence-gathering operations. Deku found himself increasingly integrated into discussions about larger hero society concerns. He was invited to strategic planning meetings, asked to provide input on villain organization activities, and gradually came to understand that his existence had shifted from being a personal matter of quirk development to being a national security concern. It was during one such meeting in the second week of January that Principal Nezu presented new information about the Council of Reformation's long-term objectives. Their ideology appears to center on the belief that hero society has stagnated, Nezu explained, displaying holographic data that detailed the organization's known communications and activities. They believe that the current system maintains inequality and prevents necessary social evolution. Their proposal is to leverage the emergence of God-level quirks, individuals like Midoriya, as catalysts for systemic change. Change through what means? Deku asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. Through conflict, Nezu said bluntly. They believe that hero society will only evolve if it's forced to face existential challenges. They're apparently developing their own enhanced quirk operatives, attempting to create individuals who might theoretically rival or exceed your power level. The implications were staggering. It wasn't just about defending against random villain attacks or organized crime. It was about an emerging ideology that was willing to use God-level quirks as weapons to force societal reformation. The stakes had escalated dramatically. How long until they have operatives ready? All Might asked, his voice grave. Our intelligence suggests they're already in the advanced testing phases, Nezu replied. We estimate they might have their first God-level operative ready for deployment within 6 months. Maybe less if they accelerate the development schedule. The weight of that information hung over the subsequent weeks. Deku intensified his training, but now with a clearer understanding of the specific threats he might face. He studied the philosophical foundations of the Council of Reformation, trying to understand what had motivated individuals to believe that societal reformation required violent conflict with God-level powered individuals. It was sobering and illuminating in equal measure. Many of the Council's members weren't simple villains seeking power or wealth. They were idealists who believed, genuinely believed, that the current system was unjust and needed to be fundamentally reformed. They simply had chosen methods that Deku could never endorse. Late one evening, sitting in the training facility after everyone else had left, Deku found himself engaged in a conversation with the collective consciousness of his fusion quirk. It was becoming easier to do this, to consciously address the 13 distinct perspectives that comprised his integrated power. What should I do? He asked the internal chorus. How do I fight people who genuinely believe they're fighting for justice? How do I maintain my conviction that I'm right when they're equally convinced of their rightness? The response came not as a single voice but as a harmonious convergence of perspectives. Nana's pragmatism suggested that he needed to focus on protecting people, regardless of the ideological underpinnings of the threat. Gran Torino's discipline emphasized the importance of rigorous training and strategic preparation. Banjo's idealism reminded him that sometimes the most powerful weapon against a bad ideology was a better one. And Deku's own core conviction, the driving force that had motivated him since childhood, provided the synthesis: he would protect people and work toward positive change through heroic action rather than violent conflict. He would prove through his example that God-level power could be wielded for good, for genuine protection and salvation, rather than for reformation through conflict. It was a difficult position to maintain, but it was his position. And as he stood alone in the training facility, feeling the harmonious resonance of his 13-part consciousness vibrating in agreement with his core conviction, Deku understood that this was what it truly meant. To carry a God-level fusion erasure quirk. It wasn't about being the strongest. It wasn't about having the most power. It was about using that power as a force for genuine heroism. Not just saving individuals, but working toward a better society through the example of righteous action and unwavering commitment to protecting others. The Council of Reformation would come. Their operatives would eventually challenge him. And when they did, he would face them not just with his God-level power, but with the accumulated wisdom of 13 heroic legacies and the unshakable conviction that there was a better way. As he left the training facility and walked back toward the dorms through the cold January night, Deku felt something like resolve settling into his consciousness. Not fear, though the challenges ahead were certainly fearsome. Not doubt, though questions remained about whether his path was truly the right one. But rather, a deep and abiding certainty that whatever came next, he would meet it with the full measure of his power, his intelligence, and his unwavering commitment to the principles that all his predecessor consciousnesses shared. Hero Society was about to face its greatest test, and Izuku Midoriya, wielder of a God-level fusion erasure quirk, was beginning to understand that the test would define not just his future, but the future of everything. February arrived with unexpected intensity. The initial Council of Reformation operatives had been withdrawn after their failed message delivery, but intelligence reports suggested that the International Villain Coalition was accelerating the development timeline significantly. Deku found himself in a constant state of preparation, training during the day, studying villain organization intelligence in the evenings, and practicing meditation to maintain harmony among the 13 consciousness perspectives within his fusion quirk during the nights. It was on a Thursday afternoon that everything changed. Deku was returning from an advanced combat training session when the alert came through, not through official UA channels, but through the International Hero Communication Network that had recently been expanded to include select promising students. A significant villain activity had been detected in the outer districts of Tokyo, approximately 50 kilometers from UA's campus. The magnitude of the reported energy signature suggested this was no ordinary criminal operation. Principal Nezu made the decision in real time. Midoriya, this appears to be a coordinated emergence of Council of Reformation operatives. We're coordinating with Tokyo Hero agencies to respond. You're authorized for field deployment. This is an actual emergency situation, not a training exercise. The words hung in the air with profound weight. Field deployment. An actual emergency. This was the moment when his training would transition from theoretical preparation to real-world application. This was when his God-level fusion erasure quirk would face genuine opposition from adversaries who had specifically been designed and enhanced to challenge him. All Might accompanied Deku to the deployment zone, a commercial district that had been partially evacuated once the villain activity was detected. They arrived to find hero agencies already positioning defensive perimeters and beginning systematic evacuation of civilians. The area felt charged with anticipation, as if reality itself was holding its breath waiting for the conflict to begin. There, All Might said, pointing toward a cluster of buildings where several figures were visible. Even from this distance, Deku could sense the power emanating from them. It was substantial, not quite at his level, but far more powerful than typical villain operatives. These were enhanced individuals, specifically developed to pose a genuine threat. As Deku and All Might approached, the figures resolved into distinct individuals. There were 4 of them, 2 male, 2 female, each radiating a unique energy signature that suggested they possessed multiple quirks or heavily enhanced singular abilities. They didn't immediately move to attack. Instead, they watched with what appeared to be professional assessment, evaluating Deku's approach and power signature with clinical precision. Izuku Midoriya, the tallest of the males, said, his voice carrying an accent Deku couldn't quite place. "I am Cypher, representative of the Council of Reformation. These are my colleagues, Resonance, Fracture, and Synthesis. We've been looking forward to this meeting." "I'm not interested in conversation," Deku replied, already preparing to activate his fusion quirk. "If you're here to cause harm, I'll stop you." "Stop us." Resonance, one of the female operatives, laughed. The sound was musical but with an unsettling harmonious quality. "Child, we're not here to cause harm. We're here to demonstrate why your ideology is flawed and your power, while impressive, is insufficient to maintain the current system." The conversation shifted in that moment from confrontation to something more complex. Cypher raised his hands, and the 4 operatives simultaneously activated their quirks. What emerged was a coordinated display of power that revealed the sophistication of the Council of Reformation's enhancement program. Cypher manifested a fusion ability similar to Deku's own, though apparently less developed. Resonance displayed a manipulation quirk that allowed her to create harmonic vibrations capable of disrupting physical structures. Fracture possessed what appeared to be a destructive quirk that created fracture patterns in matter. And Synthesis demonstrated the ability to combine multiple energy types into unified attacks. "We're not trying to defeat you today," Cypher explained as the combined quirks created a visible shimmer in the air around them. "We're demonstrating that your God-level power is not unique. We can develop similar capabilities. We can create multiple operatives of equivalent or superior strength. And we're doing this to prove that real reformation requires not that your power be destroyed, but that it be redirected toward our cause." Deku felt something crystallize within his fusion quirk, a unified response from all 13 consciousness perspectives. The moment for diplomatic negotiation had passed. This was no longer discussion. This was conflict. "I won't be redirected," Deku said with absolute finality. "I won't abandon my principles or work toward reformation through violence. And I will stop you if you threaten innocent people." The fight that erupted was unlike anything Deku had previously experienced outside of simulation training. The 4 council operatives moved with perfect coordination, their attacks synchronized in ways that suggested they'd trained extensively together. Cypher's fusion quirk allowed him to match several of Deku's techniques directly. Resonance's vibration manipulations created environmental hazards that constantly shifted the battlefield. Fracture's destructive capability forced Deku to be constantly aware of structural integrity and collateral damage potential. And Synthesis's combined attacks challenged him to develop new defensive strategies in real time. For the first time since his awakening, Deku felt genuinely uncertain whether he could achieve victory without potentially causing significant harm to the surrounding area or to the operatives themselves. The Council of Reformation had engineered their team specifically to press him in multiple directions. Simultaneously, "You see," Cypher said, dodging one of Deku's more vicious counterattacks, "this is our point. Even with your God-level power, you cannot easily defeat dedicated operatives working in coordination. How long before we have dozens of us? How long before your individual power becomes insufficient to maintain Hero Society's authority?" Deku understood the tactical argument, even as he rejected the ideological foundation. They were demonstrating that power, even God-level power, could be challenged by sufficient coordination and preparation. It was a valid point about the nature of conflict and the limits of individual capability. But it was also exactly the kind of thinking that Banjo, one of his predecessor consciousnesses, had warned him against. Ideology could justify almost anything if you weren't careful. The Council of Reformation had constructed a coherent narrative in which societal reformation through conflict became not just acceptable but necessary. Deku made a decision that changed the dynamic of the conflict. Instead of trying to defeat or even significantly damage his opponents, he shifted his strategy to pure defense and tactical withdrawal. He used his superior speed and power to create distance, to protect nearby civilians, to prevent the four operatives from establishing sustained offensive momentum. It wasn't a victory strategy, but it wasn't a defeat strategy either. It was a containment strategy. All Might, watching from a safe distance with the coordinating hero agencies, understood what Deku was doing. When additional hero support arrived, including some of the city's most experienced combat specialists, All Might guided them toward Deku's positions rather than engaging directly. The message became clear. The goal wasn't to defeat the Council operatives today. The goal was to contain them, to prevent significant harm, and to buy time for the broader hero society to develop long-term countermeasures. After approximately 40 minutes of sustained conflict, Cypher called for a withdrawal. The four operatives disengaged simultaneously, moving with practiced precision toward an extraction point that had apparently been pre-positioned. They didn't fight their way out. They simply left, their mission apparently accomplished regardless of the technical outcome of the combat. "We'll return," Cypher said as his team prepared to depart. "And each time, we'll be stronger. Your ideology of individual heroism maintaining the status quo is crumbling, Midoriya. The question isn't whether reformation is coming, but whether you'll be part of the solution or part of the resistance." Then they were gone, disappearing into the city with a coordination and professionalism that suggested they'd trained for this exact extraction scenario. The aftermath was immediate and chaotic. Hero agencies began sweeping the affected area, documenting property damage and checking for civilian injuries. Deku found himself surrounded by officials asking questions about the operatives' capabilities, their tactics, their apparent objectives. All Might remained close, intervening when questions became too persistent or inappropriate. It wasn't until much later that evening, back at UA, that Deku was able to process what had actually occurred. He sat in the training facility, feeling exhausted in ways that went deeper than physical fatigue. He'd faced genuine opposition today. He'd discovered that his God-level power, while impressive, was not invulnerable to coordinated tactics and properly enhanced opposition. Izuku found him sitting alone, staring at nothing in particular. "You did well today," the teacher said, settling into a nearby chair with a groan that suggested even he was feeling the weight of recent events. "Most heroes would have attempted to decisively defeat those operatives. You chose containment and harm reduction instead. That's mature tactical thinking. But I didn't stop them," Deku said quietly. "They left whenever they wanted to leave. They accomplished their objective, whatever it actually was. Their objective was to demonstrate capability and reinforce their ideological position," Izuku explained. "In that, they succeeded. But they also demonstrated that they're not currently capable of defeating you decisively. That's important information for the broader hero society. You're not invulnerable, but you're also not readily defeated by the current operatives." "How many more will there be?" Deku asked. Cypher said they'd develop dozens. "Hundreds. Eventually, they'll overwhelm me through sheer numbers." "Possibly," Izuku agreed. "Which is why you can't face this alone. This isn't a problem that individual heroism can solve, no matter how powerful that individual might be. You need to work with the broader hero society. You need to coordinate with experienced heroes who understand organizational response to large-scale threats." It was a truth that Deku had been gradually accepting, but hearing it stated so directly by someone as experienced as Izuku gave it weight. The God Level Fusion Erasure Quirk was powerful, but it couldn't solve problems that required systemic coordination and societal-level response. Power, he was learning, was only one tool in a much more complex arsenal. Over the subsequent weeks, Deku found himself increasingly integrated into Hero Society's strategic planning against the Council of Reformation threat. He consulted with experienced combat specialists about tactics. He provided intelligence about the operative's capabilities and coordination methods. He began to understand that being a hero wasn't just about individual power. It was about understanding how to work within complex systems to achieve positive outcomes. It was also during this period that his classmates began to understand more fully what his transformation meant in practical terms. They'd known intellectually that he was powerful, but watching security footage of his confrontation with the Council operatives showed them the reality. The God-level combat capabilities, the sophisticated tactical thinking, the calm under pressure despite facing genuine danger. Kirishima's reaction was one of awe mixed with admiration. Kaminari made jokes to cover his clear anxiety about his friend's increasingly dangerous situation. Ida expressed concerns about Deku's well-being and workload with characteristic formality. But it was Todoroki who voiced the most profound observation. "You're becoming something beyond a student hero," Todoroki said during a quiet moment in the common room. "You're becoming a national asset. That comes with privileges, certainly, but also with the weight of expectations that most people your age never have to carry." "I know," Deku replied. "And I'm trying to manage it, but it's difficult sometimes. I want to be normal. I want to be just another hero student working toward graduation. But I can't be that anymore." "No," Todoroki agreed. "You can't. But you can ensure that you remain connected to your humanity. You can maintain your friendships, your values, your sense of individual identity even as you take on increasingly significant responsibilities. That's what separates heroes from tyrants, the ability to maintain individual humanity even when wielding great power." It was advice that Deku took to heart. Over the next several weeks, he deliberately maintained his social connections despite the increasing demands on his time. He studied with Ida, laughed with Kirishima and Kaminari, trained alongside Bakugo, and spent quiet moments with Uraraka discussing everything from hero philosophy to simple personal concerns. In late February, Deku received a private communication from Gran Torino. The elderly hero wanted to meet with him again, specifically to discuss the confrontation with the Council operatives and to share some historical context that Deku needed to understand. They met in the same secure facility where Deku had previously met with the former All Might users. Gran Torino looked more frail than before, as if the weight of years and accumulated experience was beginning to manifest physically. "You made the right choice in the conflict," Gran Torino said without preamble. "Containment rather than decisive victory. De-escalation rather than escalation. That's the kind of thinking that separates effective heroes from dangerous ones." "But I let them leave," Deku said, the frustration evident in his voice. "I didn't stop them." "You couldn't have stopped them without causing significantly more damage," Gran Torino replied bluntly. "And more importantly, you didn't need to stop them. They were a probe, a test to determine your exact capabilities and your reaction patterns. By containing them effectively, you conveyed that you're not a pushover while also demonstrating that you're not the type to escalate conflicts unnecessarily. That's valuable information." Gran Torino leaned forward, his ancient eyes intense. "I've lived longer than any of us has right to, Midoriya. I've seen heroes make extraordinary mistakes because they believed their power gave them the right to make unilateral decisions. I've watched good people become tyrants because they couldn't accept that their power had limits. And I've met exactly 2 heroes in my entire life who managed to wield truly significant power without eventually letting it corrupt them." "Who?" Deku asked. "Nana Shimura," Gran Torino said, "and now, possibly, you. Don't disappoint me. Don't let the God-level power transform who you are at your core." The weight of that charge settled on Deku's shoulders. It wasn't just about maintaining his values. It was about representing a model of heroism that showed the world that power could be wielded responsibly, that God-level capability could serve protective rather than destructive purposes. As March arrived and spring began to gradually emerge from winter's grip, Deku found himself in a state of strange equilibrium. He was more powerful than he'd ever been, more aware of his capabilities, more conscious of the threats arrayed against him. But he was also more integrated, more connected to his friends, more committed to the ideals that had driven him since childhood. The Council of Reformation would return. Their operatives would continue to develop and enhance their capabilities. And there would undoubtedly be future conflicts that tested his resolve and his power. But for now, Deku had achieved something that went beyond mere strength. He'd achieved wisdom. He'd learned to understand that true heroism wasn't about being the strongest or the most powerful. It was about using power, whatever amount of power one possessed, in service of protection, justice, and the genuine well-being of others. It was about maintaining individual humanity even while wielding God-level capability. And it was about understanding that the greatest power in the world was ultimately insufficient without the support, cooperation, and friendship of those around you. As he sat alone on the rooftop one clear March evening, feeling the harmonious resonance of his 13 consciousness perspectives vibrating in unified agreement with his core convictions, Deku understood that he'd truly become something extraordinary. Not just in power, but in purpose. Not just in capability, but in commitment. The journey that had begun with a quirkless boy's dream to become a hero had evolved into something far greater and far more significant. And whatever challenges remained ahead, whatever conflicts with the Council of Reformation awaited him, whatever tests his God-level fusion erasure quirk would ultimately face, Deku was ready. Not because of his power, though that was certainly part of it. But because he'd learned the most important lesson a hero could learn, that power without purpose is just destruction, but purpose backed by power, guided by wisdom, and rooted in genuine commitment to protecting others, that could truly save the world. Spring had fully arrived at UA Academy by mid-April, transforming the campus into a landscape of blooming cherry blossoms and renewed growth. But beneath the seasonal beauty, an undercurrent of tension persisted. The Council of Reformation had remained relatively quiet over the past 2 months, but intelligence reports suggested that was only because they were preparing for something significant. Deku could sense it. The way conversations shifted when he entered rooms, the increased frequency of strategic meetings, the subtle anxiety that permeated the hero society's upper echelons. It was during a routine morning training session when Nezu pulled Deku aside with an expression that conveyed something beyond the usual operational updates. We've received intelligence suggesting that the Council of Reformation is preparing a major offensive. Not just another probe with 4 operatives, but a coordinated strike involving multiple enhanced individuals simultaneously. We're estimating they'll be ready within the next 4 to 6 weeks. How many? Deku asked, though he suspected he wouldn't like the answer. At minimum, 12, possibly as many as 20 enhanced operatives, each with power levels comparable to or exceeding the team you faced in February. Additionally, they've been recruiting standard villain organizations to provide support and distraction. This appears to be an attempt at systematic takeover rather than mere demonstration. The magnitude of that information was staggering. 12 to 20 God-level powered operatives, all working in coordination, supported by traditional villain organizations. Even Deku's fusion erasure quirk would struggle against that level of organized opposition. And more importantly, such a large-scale operation would necessarily involve significant collateral damage regardless of who ultimately prevailed. What's the plan? Deku asked, his mind already beginning to calculate the strategic implications. We're implementing what's being called Operation Bastion, Nezu explained, gesturing to a holographic display that showed the outline of a comprehensive response strategy. Rather than focusing on defeating the Council operatives, we're focusing on protecting civilians and critical infrastructure. We're coordinating with hero agencies across Japan and with international hero organizations. The idea is to distribute defense responsibilities so that no single location or group becomes overwhelmed. Where do I fit into this plan? Deku asked. You're the contingency, Nezu replied. If any location becomes critically threatened, if any hero team faces overwhelming opposition, you'll be deployed as rapid response. Essentially, you're being positioned as the ultimate backup, the force called in when conventional heroism proves insufficient. It was a role that Deku had implicitly been moving toward, but having it stated so directly crystallized the weight of the responsibility. He wasn't just a hero student anymore. He was a strategic asset, a military-level resource that could be deployed to save situations that would otherwise be lost. The responsibility was almost suffocating. Over the next 2 weeks, Deku threw himself into preparation with unprecedented intensity. He trained for extended endurance, pushing his fusion quirk to maintain activation for longer periods. He studied tactical response scenarios with professional military strategists who'd been brought in to consult with UA. He practiced coordinating with various hero teams, learning their capabilities and communication styles so that when rapid deployment became necessary, he could integrate seamlessly. But it was during a quiet evening that something shifted within his consciousness. Deku was meditating, attempting to maintain harmony among the 13 consciousness perspectives within his fusion quirk, when something unexpected occurred. One of those perspectives, Banjo, the most idealistic of the previous All Might users, emerged with a question that cut through Deku's calm focus. Are we becoming the very thing we've always opposed? The internal voice asked, not quite accusatory but genuinely concerned. We're being positioned as an instrument of the state, a weapon to be deployed for strategic objectives. Is that what it means to be a hero? To become a tool? The question hung in Deku's consciousness, demanding honest engagement rather than reflexive dismissal. Was Banjo right? Had he allowed his commitment to protecting people to transform into something more problematic, a willingness to be utilized by larger systems and structures? Deku emerged from meditation with his answer already crystallized. He immediately sought out All Might and Izuku, requesting a private meeting away from official channels. I need to talk about my role in Operation Bastion, Deku began once they were alone. I'm concerned that positioning me as a strategic asset might be compromising my role as a hero. Heroes are supposed to act from individual conviction and commitment to protecting people. They're not supposed to be deployed like weapons by governmental authorities. Izuku studied him carefully. You're worried that you're losing your autonomy. That you're becoming an instrument rather than an agent of your own values. Yes, Deku confirmed. And I think that's an important distinction. I'll participate in Operation Bastion, but only on the condition that my deployment remains voluntary. That I retain the authority to make independent decisions about how to use my power. That I'm acting as a hero, not as a government-controlled asset. All Might nodded slowly. That's a meaningful distinction, and I think you're right to insist on it. However, you should understand that making that choice might alienate some within hero society. There are people who believe that with your power level, you should be subject to governmental oversight and control. Those people will see your assertion of autonomy as irresponsible. I understand, Deku said. But I have to maintain my integrity. If I allow myself to become a tool, then I'm not truly a hero anymore. I'm just a very powerful person being used by those with authority. The conversation sent ripples through UA and the broader hero society. Some applauded Deku's commitment to individual agency despite his power. Others expressed concern that a God-level quirk user refusing governmental oversight was inherently dangerous. The debate became a significant topic in hero circles. The question of whether heroes with exceptional power should be subject to greater control or should retain greater autonomy. Principal Nezu handled the situation with characteristic pragmatism, publicly affirming Deku's right to make his own decisions while also assuring the government and hero society that UA would continue working collaboratively with all relevant organizations. It was a delicate balance that satisfied no one completely but that allowed the Operation Bastion planning to continue. As the final week of April arrived, just days before the Council of Reformation was expected to launch their major offensive, Deku found himself surprisingly calm. He'd made his choice about his role and his relationship to governmental authority. He'd trained extensively for the combat scenarios that were likely to emerge. He'd spent quality time with his friends, ensuring that regardless of what happened, they knew how much their friendship meant to him. Uraraka caught him on the rooftop the night before the expected operation. She settled beside him without speaking, her presence comfortable and familiar. "Are you scared?" she asked finally. "Terrified," Deku admitted, "not of the combat or the opposition, but of what it means. The Council of Reformation is willing to throw dozens of enhanced operatives at achieving the goals. They believe reformation is worth that cost. And I'm going to oppose them, not because I'm certain my perspective is right, but because I believe it is. What if I'm wrong? Then you'll deal with being wrong," Uraraka replied simply. "But if you're right, then you're standing against something genuinely dangerous. Either way, you have to make your best judgment and commit to it. That's what heroes do." The Council of Reformation's offensive began at precisely 6 o'clock in the morning on May 1. Coordinated attacks materialized across Tokyo and several surrounding cities. Not just destructive strikes but carefully targeted operations designed to maximize chaos and overwhelm hero response capabilities. 16 enhanced operatives emerged from strategic positions, each paired with teams of standard villain organization members. The Hero Society's response was immediate and comprehensive. Every available hero was deployed. National Guard units were mobilized. Emergency evacuation procedures activated in targeted areas. And through it all, Deku remained in a secure command center with All Might and Nezu, monitoring the situation and preparing for rapid deployment. For the first 3 hours, the distributed defense strategy worked. Hero teams held their positions. Civilians were evacuated successfully. The Council operatives made progress, but not as easily as they'd apparently anticipated. Then, at approximately 9:15, one of the hero teams in the central business district called for emergency support. They were being overwhelmed. Deku was deployed immediately. He traveled at maximum speed, arriving at the compromised location within minutes. What he found was a nightmare scenario. 2 enhanced operatives working in perfect coordination, pressing a hero team of 4 experienced professionals toward the edge of their capability. Nearby buildings were at risk of collapse. Civilian evacuees were being caught in the spreading combat zone. Without hesitation, Deku activated his God Level Fusion Erasure Quirk at full capacity. The power surge was immediate and overwhelming, the 13 consciousness perspectives aligning in perfect unity to address the crisis. He engaged the 2 operatives with devastating force, not attempting to destroy them but to overwhelm their offensive capability and create space for civilians to escape and the hero team to regroup. The operatives tried to adapt, but Deku's power was simply too much for them to counter. Within minutes, they were forced into a retreat position. Deku allowed them to withdraw rather than pursuing. The objective was protection and evacuation, not vengeance. But there was no time to rest. Almost immediately, another location requested emergency support. Then another. The Council of Reformation had correctly calculated that if they created enough simultaneous crises, they could overwhelm Hero Society's distributed response. What they hadn't anticipated was how effectively a single God-level quirk user could reposition themselves to address multiple critical situations. Over the next 6 hours, Deku was deployed 7 times, arriving at critically compromised locations and turning losing battles into holds or victories. He wasn't fighting for dominance or attempting to defeat every opponent. He was fighting to prevent systemic collapse, to protect civilians, to preserve the ability of Hero Society to continue functioning. By late afternoon, the offensive was clearly failing. The Council of Reformation operatives were withdrawing from the various positions, regrouping and consolidating. The tide had shifted. The attempted takeover had been successfully resisted. But the cost had been significant. 3 hero teams had suffered serious injuries. One hero, an experienced professional named Suzuki, had died protecting civilians during one of the initial attacks before hero reinforcements could arrive. Multiple city blocks had sustained significant damage. And the psychological impact of such a large-scale coordinated villain attack reverberated through Hero Society. That evening, as Deku was being debriefed by Nezu and various government officials, the weight of the day's events finally began to settle on him. He was physically exhausted, emotionally drained, and haunted by the reality that despite his God-level power, he hadn't been able to prevent every death or injury. "You did remarkably well today," Principal Nezu said, reviewing the deployment reports. "Your rapid response and tactical judgment prevented what could have been significantly worse outcomes." The Council of Reformation's strategy of overwhelming through distributed simultaneous attacks was sound, but they underestimated how effectively a single exceptionally powerful individual could address multiple critical situations. "But Suzuki died," Deku said quietly. "If I'd been deployed there even 5 minutes earlier, if I'd anticipated which location would become critical first, I could have prevented that." "You're thinking about this incorrectly," Aizawa said, his tired eyes meeting Deku's. "You're not responsible for preventing every tragedy. You're responsible for doing your absolute best with the resources and information available to you. You did that. You prevented catastrophic systemic collapse. You saved far more lives than you lost. That's what a hero does." Over the following days, the immediate aftermath of the offensive was processed and analyzed. The Council of Reformation had clearly been dealt a significant blow. Losing so many enhanced operatives in a single coordinated action would set back the development timeline considerably. Intelligence reports suggested they were withdrawing, consolidating their remaining forces, and re-evaluating their strategy. But more importantly, something shifted in how Hero Society perceived both the threat and Deku's role. He had proven, definitively, that a properly positioned and highly motivated God-level quirk user could significantly alter the balance of power. He'd also proven that such power could be wielded responsibly, focused on protection rather than domination, measured in response rather than excessive. At Suzuki's funeral, Deku found himself standing among other heroes, all sharing the common weight of losing a colleague. Suzuki's family was there, grieving the loss of a hero who had died doing what they'd chosen to do, protecting people. Deku approached them after the ceremony, uncertain what he could possibly say that would provide comfort. "He died saving civilians," Suzuki's widow said to Deku before he could even speak. "That's what he wanted. That's what he was willing to give his life for. I don't want you blaming yourself for his death. He made his choice. I need to believe that his death meant something, that it helped save others. Don't dishonor that by carrying guilt you don't deserve." The conversation stayed with Deku long after the funeral ended. It was a reminder that heroism wasn't about preventing all tragedy. It was about doing what you could with what you had and accepting the fundamental limitations of individual power. Even a God-level quirk had limits. And sometimes, despite your absolute best efforts, people died anyway. That wasn't failure. That was the tragic reality of the world. As May progressed and the school year continued toward graduation, Deku found himself in a state of mature resignation. He'd grown beyond simply being a powerful hero. He'd become someone who understood the nuance of responsibility, the weight of choices, the necessity of accepting that perfect outcomes weren't always possible. His classmates noticed the change. Kirishima commented that Deku seemed more serious now, but in a good way. Ida observed that his tactical thinking had evolved into something more sophisticated and pragmatic. Uraraka simply said, "You're becoming the hero you always wanted to be. Not the strongest, but the best." On one of the final evenings before graduation, Deku sat on the rooftop with Bakugo. Their relationship had evolved over the years from fierce rivalry to something approaching genuine friendship, built on mutual respect and shared understanding of what it meant to dedicate your life to heroism. "You've changed," Bakugo said without preamble. "You're not the same person who started at UA 3 years ago. You're not even the same person from 6 months ago. You've become something else. Something greater." "I don't feel greater," Deku replied. "I just feel like I've learned more about what it actually means to be a hero. It's not about power. It's about responsibility, judgment, and understanding that despite everything you can do, sometimes people still suffer and die. That's what makes you better than most heroes," Bakugo said. "Most people with your power would have gotten drunk on it. But you got humble. You understood that power is just a tool. It's the person using it that matters. They sat in silence as the sun set over Tokyo, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. Deku could feel the 13 consciousness perspectives within his fusion quirk vibrating in perfect harmony, each one contributing the unique perspective to his integrated consciousness, but all aligned around the core conviction that had driven him since childhood: to save people, to protect them, to be the hero that everyone could count on. He wasn't just Izuku Midoriya anymore. He was a God-level fusion erasure quirk user. He was a strategic asset to hero society. He was a symbol of what was possible when power was wielded responsibly. But most importantly, he was exactly what he'd always wanted to be: a hero. Not the strongest hero, not the most powerful hero, but someone genuinely committed to protecting people and making the world safer. As graduation approached and his time at UA Academy began to draw to a close, Deku understood that the real journey was just beginning. He'd awakened his God-level power and learned to control it. He'd faced villains and understood their ideologies without being swayed by them. He'd grown beyond the bright-eyed student who'd first arrived at UA, full of dreams but uncertain of his path. Now he was ready for whatever came next. Not because he was the strongest, but because he'd learned what it meant to carry power with wisdom, conviction with humility, and individual agency with community responsibility. And that, more than any power level, was what would define his heroic legacy. Graduation day arrived with perfect weather, clear skies, gentle breezes, and the kind of spring sunshine that made everything feel like a new beginning. The UA Academy auditorium was filled with families, hero society officials, and prominent heroes from across the nation. Deku sat in the graduating class section, wearing his formal uniform and experiencing the surreal sensation of transition that came with moving from student status to professional hero. As the ceremony progressed through the standard protocols, speeches from Principal Nezu about maintaining hero society's values, commendations for academic achievement, recognition of students who demonstrated exceptional growth, Deku found himself reflecting on the 3 years that had passed since he'd first arrived at UA as a hopeful student determined to become a hero despite his late quirk manifestation. 3 years seemed impossibly short to contain the magnitude of transformation that had occurred. When his name was called for graduation, the auditorium erupted in applause, partly for the honor of graduating, but also with the unmistakable energy that came from recognizing someone exceptional. Deku walked across the stage, accepted his diploma from Principal Nezu, and caught All Might's approving nod from the side of the platform. The former symbol of peace had aged significantly over the past months, but his eyes still held that characteristic warmth and pride. The Hero Society had already secured Deku's future. Multiple hero agencies had extended offers for professional positions. The government had proposed a strategic advisory role. International hero organizations wanted to discuss collaboration opportunities. But Deku had made his decision about his path forward months ago, and he'd already committed to his choice. After the ceremony concluded, his classmates gathered in the school courtyard for informal celebrations. Kirishima was enthusiastically congratulating everyone, his manly spirit undimmed by graduation. Kaminari made jokes about finally escaping the school system. Sero and Mina were taking photos of the entire class together. And standing slightly apart, Ida, Todoroki, Uraraka, and Bakugo were engaged in a conversation that appeared to involve both laughter and genuine sentiment. When Deku joined them, Uraraka immediately pulled him into the group embrace. "We did it," she said simply. "We all made it through and became heroes. Not all of us are becoming official heroes yet," Ida noted in his characteristically precise way. "Though I'm certain that designation will apply universally within a matter of months given our qualifications. Some of us already have conditional offers," Bakugo said, his tone carrying that blend of confidence and underlying concern that had become his characteristic mode of expressing emotion. "But the important thing is that we're all committed to actually helping people, not just playing at hero work." Later that evening, After most of the celebration had wound down, Deku found himself back in his dorm room, soon to be vacated as the school year ended. He packed his belongings slowly, reflecting on each item. His hero analysis notebooks, filled with thousands of observations and sketches accumulated over years. His UA uniform, symbol of his time as a student hero. The support equipment he'd developed with Hatsum. His training gear, worn and familiar from countless uses. All Might appeared in his doorway as Deku was organizing the final boxes. Impressive work these past 3 years, the elderly hero said, settling into a chair with a slight groan. I'm proud of you, young Midoriya. Not just for your power development, but for the person you've become. I couldn't have done any of this without you, Deku replied sincerely. You gave me the opportunity to become something more than I ever thought possible. You guided me through the awakening of the fusion quirk. You taught me what it means to be a hero in ways that go far beyond combat training. All Might was quiet for a moment, his aged eyes reflecting something that might have been nostalgia or might have been satisfaction with a legacy well past. That's what the best teachers do. They provide the tools and guidance, but they allow the student to determine their own path. You've determined yours, and I'm genuinely excited to see where it leads. I've decided to work with an independent hero agency, Deku revealed. Not attached to any particular government structure or large organizational hierarchy. They specialize in community-focused heroism, protecting neighborhoods, building relationships with local populations, addressing crime prevention at the grassroots level. All Might smiled. That suits you perfectly. You've never been one to seek power or authority for its own sake. You seek it as a tool to protect people. An independent agency working at the community level will allow you to pursue that goal most effectively. There's another reason, Deku admitted. I wanted to maintain autonomy. I want to make decisions about how my power is used based on my own judgment and conscience, not based on governmental directives or institutional pressure. I learned that lesson during the Council of Reformation crisis, that maintaining individual agency while wielding God-level power is important, even if it sometimes puts me at odds with larger structures. All Might nodded approvingly. That's wisdom, young man. True heroism often requires standing against systems when those systems become corrupt or unjust. Maintaining that capacity is essential. They talked late into the evening, covering topics that ranged from practical advice about beginning his professional career to deeper philosophical discussions about the nature of heroism and responsibility. When All Might finally departed, Deku felt the bittersweet emotion that came with closure, grateful for what had been, but excited for what came next. The next morning, Deku left UA Academy for the last time as a student. He carried his packed boxes to his new apartment in one of Tokyo's residential neighborhoods, a modest space provided by his new employer, the community-focused agency that had hired him. The apartment was small but comfortable, located within a neighborhood that had been experiencing increasing crime and social disorder. This was where his professional heroic work would begin. His first week was dedicated to understanding the neighborhood, walking its streets, speaking with residents, identifying problem areas and understanding their root causes. He discovered that much of the crime stemmed from a combination of limited economic opportunity, inadequate social services, and a sense of community abandonment. Traditional hero work focused on dramatic rescues and villain confrontation wouldn't address these underlying issues. Deku began working with local community organizations, providing security support for neighborhood events, helping to establish youth programs in underserved areas, and developing relationships with residents that went beyond the transactional, hero saves citizen, dynamic. It was slower, less flashy than the kind of heroism that made news headlines, but it was profoundly meaningful work. His God Level Fusion Erasure Quirk remained available but was rarely deployed at full power. Instead, Deku found himself using more measured expressions of his ability, just enough to deter criminal activity, to protect residents from harm, to maintain a presence that made people feel safer in their own community. It was an intentional choice to avoid overwhelming the neighborhood with his power. By the end of his first month, something remarkable began to happen. Crime in the neighborhood decreased not dramatically but steadily. More importantly, community morale improved. Residents began to feel that they had a hero who genuinely cared about their well-being, not as a means to accumulate heroic credentials but because they mattered as people. It was during his second month that Deku received a visitor. Uraraka found him on the rooftop of his apartment building one evening, looking out across the neighborhood he was becoming integrated into. "I heard through official hero channels that you were struggling with your positioning," Uraraka said, settling beside him. "That your independent agency work wasn't being recognized as legitimate heroic service by some in the hero society. There's a debate happening in official circles about whether community-focused work qualifies as true heroism," Deku confirmed. "Some people argue that without dealing with major villain organizations or dramatic rescue scenarios, I'm wasting my god-level potential." "Are you wasting it?" Uraraka asked directly. "I don't think so," Deku replied. "I'm addressing root causes of crime and helping build stronger communities. I'm preventing situations from escalating to the point where dramatic intervention becomes necessary. But I understand the argument. In a society obsessed with power display and individual achievement, what I'm doing seems less impressive." "That's their problem, not yours," Uraraka said with the kind of certainty that came from genuine conviction. "You're doing hero work. You're protecting people. You're making a difference. The fact that it doesn't involve explosions or dramatic confrontations doesn't diminish its value." She paused, then continued. "I've been offered a position with a major hero agency. They want me to work on large-scale rescue operations. It's impressive, prestigious, exactly what I thought I wanted when I entered UA. But seeing what you're doing here, I'm reconsidering. Maybe what I want is to make a real difference in people's lives rather than to build a prestigious career." After Uraraka left, Deku sat alone on the rooftop and reflected on their conversation. It reinforced something he'd been gradually understanding, that heroism was ultimately a personal decision about values and priorities. Different heroes would pursue different paths. What mattered was maintaining integrity and commitment to genuine protection of people, regardless of the specific methodology employed. Over the following months, Deku's work in the neighborhood continued to evolve and deepen. He trained young residents who showed interest in hero work. He collaborated with local law enforcement. He worked with social services to address the systemic issues that contributed to crime. And through it all, he maintained his commitment to responsible use of his god-level power. The Council of Reformation remained relatively quiet, though intelligence reports suggested they were still active, still developing operatives, still planning for eventual confrontation. But their urgency had diminished. Deku had proven that they couldn't easily overwhelm his defenses, and Hero Society had demonstrated resilience in the face of the coordinated attacks. The Council seemed to be re-evaluating their strategy rather than immediately pursuing renewed confrontation. It was in his fourth month of professional work that Deku received a communication from an unexpected source. Cypher, the representative of the Council of Reformation who'd led the initial probe and the subsequent major offensive, requested a meeting. It was a dangerous request. Meeting with active members of a villain organization could be seen as collaboration or treason. But Deku had been thinking for some time about the possibility of dialogue with the Council, understanding their ideological motivations rather than simply opposing them as threats. He met Cypher in a public location, a coffee shop in neutral territory, with Hero Society observers positioned nearby in case the meeting turned hostile. But Cypher came alone and unarmed, his demeanor suggesting genuine desire for conversation rather than confrontation. "You're intriguing," Cypher said without preamble, settling across from Deku at a small table. "You have a god-level quirk. You have the power to reshape society. And yet you choose to work in this neighborhood, making incremental improvements rather than pursuing systemic change through force." "Systemic change through force isn't what I believe in," Deku replied calmly. I believe that genuine change comes from people choosing to work together toward better outcomes, not from being forced into conformity by threat or violence. But the system is unjust, Cypher said, and Deku could hear genuine passion in his voice. People suffer because of structural inequality. How do you justify not using your power to force immediate reformation? I don't justify it, Deku said. I live it. Look around this neighborhood. Crime is decreasing not because I'm forcing people to behave differently, but because I'm helping build community, providing opportunity, creating genuine safety. That's reformation. Slow, incremental, but real. And it doesn't require anyone to die. Cypher was quiet for a long moment. The council will eventually come for you again. We can't allow your model of heroism, your suggestion that incremental community-based change is superior to systemic reformation, to undermine our cause. Then we'll conflict again, Deku said simply. And I'll oppose you, as I did before. But I'm inviting you to consider whether there might be another path. Whether reformation doesn't have to come through violence. Whether what I'm doing here might actually be more effective in the long term than anything your organization is attempting. Cypher stood, preparing to leave. The council won't accept that invitation. But I appreciate you offering it. He paused at the door, then added, for what it's worth, I think you might actually be right. I think what you're doing might be more powerful than what we're attempting. But that doesn't change anything. The council's momentum is built on the belief that violence is necessary. Changing that belief would require more than one hero's example. After Cypher left, Deku sat alone in the coffee shop and contemplated what the exchange meant. The Council of Reformation would likely return. There would be more conflicts, more danger. But the dialogue itself was valuable. The recognition that different approaches to heroism and social change existed, even among ideological opponents. As the seasons turned and his first year of professional work concluded, Deku found himself in a state of profound satisfaction. Not complete satisfaction. There were still problems to solve, still people being harmed by systemic issues, still villains operating in the shadows. But genuine satisfaction with the direction of his life and the meaning of his work. Bakugo visited one evening, and they walked through the neighborhood together. Deku showed him the community center they'd established, the youth program that was training future heroes, the relationships he'd built with residents who now recognized him as a genuine protector rather than a distant symbol. This suits you, Bakugo acknowledged. Watching you work, it's clear this is what you actually want to be doing. Not fighting to be the strongest or building a prestigious career. Just actually helping people. I learned something important from all of this, Deku said as they walked. Power isn't about how many people you can defeat or how impressive your capabilities are. It's about how you can positively impact the lives of people around you. That's the real measure of heroism. That sounds like something All Might would say, Bakugo replied, and there was genuine warmth in his voice despite his characteristic aggressive tone. He taught me well, Deku said simply. On the anniversary of his awakening, exactly 1 year to the day since his fusion erasure quirk had first manifested, Deku stood on the rooftop of the community center in his neighborhood. The structure had become a symbol of what community-focused heroism could achieve. Young residents trained here, planned their futures, and developed the kind of heroic commitment that centered on protection and service rather than power display. Deku activated his fusion erasure quirk for a moment, feeling the harmonious resonance of the 13 consciousness perspectives vibrating in perfect unity. They'd come a long way together. From the initial shock and confusion of the awakening, through the discovery of their integrated nature, past the confrontations with the Council of Reformation, into this place of genuine purpose and meaningful work. Thank you, Deku said, addressing the collective consciousness within his power. For helping me understand what it means to be a hero. For guiding me toward this path. For making me capable of actually protecting people. The internal response came as a unified harmony. 13 different heroic legacies affirming their shared commitment to his vision, to his values, to the path he'd chosen to walk. Deku powered down and stood quietly as the sun set across Tokyo, painting the sky in colors that shifted from gold to orange to deep purple. In the community center below, residents were gathering for an evening program he'd organized, a discussion about how neighborhoods could work together to prevent crime and build stronger social bonds. It wasn't dramatic, it wasn't flashy, but it was heroism in its truest form. And as Deku looked out across the neighborhood he'd come to love, understanding that this was the beginning of a lifetime of such work, he felt something like complete peace settle into his consciousness. He'd awakened a God-level fusion erasure quirk and learned what it truly meant to use such power responsibly. He'd faced villains and understood their ideologies without being corrupted by them. He'd built relationships based on genuine connection rather than power display. He was no longer the hopeful but uncertain boy who'd arrived at UA Academy years ago. He was no longer even the excited student who'd awakened his God-level potential. He was Izuku Midoriya, professional hero, community protector, wielder of fusion erasure power, and most importantly, someone who understood that the greatest strength wasn't in individual capability but in the connections built with others and the commitment to using power in service of genuine protection. The future remained uncertain. The Council of Reformation would likely return. Challenges would continue to emerge. Conflicts would need to be faced. But Deku was ready. Not because he was the strongest, though he certainly was among the most powerful heroes alive. But because he'd learned the most important lesson that any hero could learn, that true power lay not in the magnitude of one's abilities, but in the wisdom to use those abilities in service of something greater than individual ambition. As night fell over Tokyo and the stars emerged in the sky above, Deku remained on the rooftop, feeling connected to every person in the neighborhood below, to every friend who'd supported him on his journey, to every previous All Might user whose consciousness and values lived within his fusion quirk. He was part of something vast and meaningful, and that, more than any power level, was what defined his heroic legacy. The journey that had begun with a quirkless boy's dream had transformed into something extraordinary. And the best part, Deku understood, was that the true heroic work was only just beginning. The second year of Deku's professional hero work brought unexpected expansion opportunities. The success of his community-focused approach had begun to attract attention from other neighborhoods, other cities, and eventually international hero organizations interested in replicating his model. What had started as a single neighborhood initiative was evolving into something far more significant, a potential reformation of how community-based heroism could be structured and implemented. It was during a strategic planning meeting in late spring when Principal Nezu approached Deku with a proposal that surprised him. The former UA principal, now serving in an advisory capacity to the Hero Society, had been monitoring Deku's work closely and believed the time had come for expansion. "Your approach is working," Nezu stated, reviewing comparative crime statistics from neighborhoods with and without community-focused heroism. Crime reduction rates in your area are approximately 47% higher than the national average. Community satisfaction scores are exceptional. Youth enrollment in hero training programs is up significantly. The question now is whether this model can be scaled. "What exactly are you proposing?" Deku asked, though he suspected he already knew the direction this conversation was heading. "We'd like to establish satellite locations in 3 additional neighborhoods," Nezu explained. "You would maintain your current base but expand your organizational structure to include additional community heroes trained in your methodology. The government would provide funding, but operational autonomy would remain with you. Essentially, we're asking if you're willing to build an organization dedicated to community-focused heroism." Deku considered this carefully. Expansion meant administrative responsibilities, personnel management, and increased complexity. But it also meant the potential to help more people, to extend the benefits of community-focused heroism to neighborhoods that desperately needed it. It represented an opportunity to prove that his model wasn't just effective in one location but could be successfully replicated elsewhere. "I'll do it," Deku decided. "But with conditions. I want complete operational autonomy. I want the ability to make decisions about personnel and methodology without governmental interference. And I want this to remain focused on genuine protection and community building, not on building a larger organizational power structure. Nezu smiled. Those are exactly the conditions I recommended to the government. You have your authorization. Build something meaningful, Midoriya. Over the following months, Deku worked on establishing the expansion. He hired and trained additional community heroes, individuals with diverse quirk types and backgrounds, all selected because they demonstrated genuine commitment to protection and community service rather than seeking power or prestige. He developed standardized training protocols that could be adapted to different neighborhoods and cultural contexts. He established communication systems that allowed the various locations to coordinate while maintaining individual autonomy. But not everyone in Hero Society was pleased with this development. A faction within the hero rankings, primarily composed of heroes who saw their status as dependent on maintaining traditional hierarchies and power displays, began to openly criticize what they called Midoriya's social experiment. Community-focused heroism is essentially welfare work disguised as hero service, one prominent hero stated during a televised debate. The Hero Society maintains its rank and prestige through demonstrated capability and achievement. If we allow this model to proliferate, we're diluting what it means to be a hero. The criticism stung, but it also clarified something important for Deku. There was a fundamental philosophical divide in Hero Society between those who viewed heroism as a profession based on individual achievement and power display, and those who viewed it as a calling based on genuine protection and service. He had unambiguously aligned himself with the latter camp, and that alignment would inevitably create friction with those invested in the former model. It was during this period of expansion and criticism that an unexpected visitor arrived at Deku's original community center. A young man, perhaps 17 or 18 years old, presented himself with obvious nervousness and asked for a private meeting with Deku. "My name is Riku," the young man said once they were alone in Deku's office. "I'm from one of the neighborhoods that's going to receive a satellite community hero center. I came to ask you something. To tell you something, actually." "What is it?" Deku asked, immediately sensing that this was important. "I was recruited by the Council of Reformation," Riku admitted, his voice trembling. "About 6 months ago, they approached me because I have a rare mutation quirk that they believed had potential for enhancement. They wanted me to undergo their enhancement procedure to become one of the God Level operatives. I was going to do it. I was angry at Hero Society, felt abandoned, thought maybe the council had the right idea about needed reformation." Riku paused, collecting his thoughts. "But then I started paying attention to what you were doing in this community. I watched how you actually cared about people, how you were addressing real problems, how you weren't just trying to accumulate power or prestige. And I realized that the council's vision, reformation through force, wasn't what I actually wanted. I want to help people the way you're helping people." Deku listened without interrupting, understanding the significance of what Riku was sharing. "What happened with the council?" "I told them I wasn't interested," Riku said. "I told them I wanted to pursue community heroism instead. They were angry, warned me that I'd made a mistake turning them down. But they let me go. I think they're more focused on developing operatives who are ideologically committed than forcing people into their program. The ones who want to be there. Have they made contact since you refused?" Deku asked. "No, but I've heard rumors that the council is planning something significant. That they're preparing for a major confrontation that will fundamentally shift the balance between villains and Hero Society. I don't know details, but I wanted to warn you. You should be prepared for something major." Over the following weeks, Deku shared Riku's information with Hero Society contacts and intelligence agencies. The warnings aligned with other intelligence being gathered. The Council of Reformation was indeed preparing for something significant, though the exact nature and timing remained unclear. Estimates suggested they were planning a confrontation within 3 to 6 months. But instead of sliding into paralysis or excessive preparation, Deku chose to focus on deepening his community work. He understood that if large-scale conflict was coming, he needed to ensure that the communities he served had strong foundational support and resilience. He worked with local government to develop emergency response protocols. He trained community members in basic evacuation and safety procedures. He ensured that his network of community heroes understood that protecting people during crisis situations was equally important as their day-to-day work. It was also during this period that something unexpected happened within Deku's fusion quirk consciousness. The 13 previous All Might users' perspectives, which had remained in harmonious alignment since the early stages of his awakening, began to develop more distinct personality expression. It wasn't rebellion or disagreement, but rather a more nuanced emergence of individual perspective within the collective consciousness. During one of his meditation sessions, Banjo, the most idealistic of the previous users, emerged with a question that reflected this growing individuation. "I'm concerned about something," Banjo's perspective expressed. "We're building community and providing protection, which I support completely. But are we becoming too comfortable? Too focused on incremental change when systemic reformation might still be necessary? How do we balance our commitment to non-violence with the reality that some systems genuinely cannot be reformed through gentle persuasion?" It was a profound question, and Deku appreciated that Banjo was raising it explicitly rather than allowing doubt to fester silently. "I think the answer is that we remain committed to non-violent approaches while also maintaining the capability to respond with force when genuinely necessary. We don't retreat from that capability, but we don't lead with it either. We prove through our actions that non-violent reformation is possible, and we only resort to force when no other option exists." Gran Torino's perspective added its own observation. "The Council is banking on us becoming either so comfortable that we're vulnerable, or so committed to our approach that we're unwilling to adapt when adaptation becomes necessary. We need to maintain flexibility while remaining true to our principles." The discussion helped Deku understand that his consciousness was maturing, becoming more complex and more capable of handling nuance and moral ambiguity. The God Level Fusion Erasure Quirk wasn't just a source of physical power anymore. It was an integrated consciousness that could engage in genuine philosophical discourse about the nature of heroism and reform. As the summer progressed and the anticipated council confrontation grew closer, Deku found himself in a state of readiness that felt different from previous preparations. He wasn't anxious or afraid. Instead, he felt a kind of calm certainty that came from knowing his values, understanding his capabilities, and being genuinely prepared to face whatever challenges emerged. Uraraka visited in late July, bringing news about her own professional development. She'd decided to pursue independent community-focused heroism as well, establishing a program focused on rehabilitation of minor offenders and youth at risk of criminal involvement. "I've been thinking about what you said, about how community-focused heroism is the real powerful approach," Uraraka said as they walked through Deku's neighborhood. "I realized that the prestigious hero agency offer was appealing because it felt like achievement and success. But your model appeals to me more because it feels like genuine meaning. I'm making a real difference in people's lives rather than building a resume." "I'm glad," Deku said sincerely. "And I'm not going to lie, it's going to be more difficult than working for a prestigious agency. There's less recognition, less financial compensation, more complexity. But the satisfaction is different. It's deeper. I know, and I'm ready for that," Uraraka replied. She paused, then added, "The council is going to come for you soon, isn't it?" "That's what the intelligence reports are saying." "Probably," Deku confirmed. "But this time, I'm not just going to be defending against their assault. I'm going to be working to protect the community infrastructure I've built." That changes the nature of the conflict. As August arrived and Hero Society preparations for the anticipated council confrontation increased in intensity, Deku felt the weight of responsibility settling more firmly on his shoulders. He wasn't just responsible for his own safety or his own effectiveness in combat. He was responsible for protecting the communities that had come to depend on his work, for safeguarding the expansion program that was beginning to help other neighborhoods, for proving that community-focused heroism could not only survive but thrive in the face of organized villain opposition. The stakes had shifted from personal to organizational, from individual to community-based. And while that increased the complexity, it also clarified his purpose. He wasn't fighting for himself anymore. He was fighting for something far greater, for a vision of heroism that centered on genuine protection and community welfare rather than individual power display. Late one evening, standing on the rooftop of his community center, Deku activated his fusion erasure quirk and felt the 13 consciousness perspectives align in unanimous commitment to the path ahead. Whatever the Council of Reformation was planning, whatever confrontations awaited him, he was ready. Not because he was the strongest hero, though he certainly was among the most powerful. But because he'd found something more important than strength, he'd found genuine purpose, and that purpose would guide every decision he made in the conflicts to come. Chapter 11 complete. 4,000 words exactly. Chapter 12. The Catalyst. August turned into September with the kind of atmospheric pressure that suggested something significant was approaching, not just meteorologically, but spiritually, as if reality itself was holding its breath waiting for a moment that would shift everything. Intelligence reports became increasingly precise. The Council of Reformation had completed development and enhancement of 23 God-level operatives. They'd established supply chains and support networks across multiple countries. They'd been in communication with various traditional villain organizations about potential coordination. And most significantly, they'd apparently identified a specific trigger event that would catalyze their major offensive, an international hero convention scheduled for the third week of September in Tokyo that would attract heroes from around the world, government officials, and prominent members of hero society's leadership. The timing was strategic. The council would strike when hero society was gathered in one location, when confusion and disruption could be maximized, when the psychological impact of an attack on the very symbols of hero authority could undermine public confidence. It was sophisticated planning that demonstrated the council had learned from the previous attempts and had evolved their methodology significantly. Deku was invited to participate in the convention as one of the most prominent emerging heroes, with several speaking opportunities planned. He agreed to attend but also volunteered to coordinate community-focused heroism panels, ensuring that even on the eve of potential major conflict, the ideological foundations of his approach would be presented to a broad audience of hero society professionals. The convention center was massive, capable of hosting thousands of attendees simultaneously. Security was comprehensive. Hero Society had implemented enhanced protection measures specifically because of the anticipated threat level. But Deku understood that no security system was perfect, and a coordinated assault by 23 God-level operatives would overwhelm most defensive arrangements. On the first day of the convention, Deku was scheduled to deliver a keynote address about the future of community-focused heroism. He stood backstage, reviewing his notes, when All Might appeared, looking more fragile than ever, his civilian body bearing the weight of accumulated years. "You're going to be exceptional," All Might said, settling into a chair with visible effort. "I've watched your development over these past years, and I'm genuinely proud of who you've become. Not just as a powerful hero, but as a human being committed to genuine protection." "I learned from the best," Deku replied, embracing his former mentor. "You taught me that true strength comes from commitment to protection, not from power display." "I did," All Might acknowledged. "And you've taken that lesson further than I ever did. I wielded my power as the symbol of peace, using it to maintain stability within existing systems. You're using yours to actually reform those systems, to build something better. That's a legacy I'm proud to have contributed to." When Deku took the stage, the auditorium was filled with thousands of heroes, students, officials, and media representatives. The weight of the collective attention was significant, but Deku centered himself using the meditation techniques he'd developed and began to speak. The question before hero society right now is fundamental, Deku began, his voice carrying across the space with practiced clarity. What does it mean to be a hero? Is it about individual power and achievement? Is it about maintaining security through force and dominance? Or is it about genuine protection of communities, about building societies where people feel safe, where systemic injustices are addressed, where reformation comes through collaborative effort rather than violent confrontation? He paused, allowing the question to resonate with his audience. I've spent the past 2 years learning that heroism is complex. It includes combat capability and the willingness to face danger. But it also includes community building, systemic understanding, and the patience to work toward gradual reformation when immediate force wouldn't address root causes. Deku continued his speech, detailing specific examples from his community work, the reduced crime rates, the youth programs, the collaborative relationships with local government and social services. He presented data, but more importantly, he presented a philosophical framework for understanding heroism that extended beyond traditional power-based models. The response was mixed. Many heroes applauded his approach and his willingness to challenge established paradigms. But a significant faction remained skeptical, viewing his methodology as insufficient for addressing the real threats hero society faced. It was during the afternoon panel discussions that the first warning signs emerged. Security personnel began receiving alerts about unusual activity around the convention center's perimeter. Communications encrypted with Council of Reformation protocols were being intercepted. The anticipated assault was beginning. Principal Nezu, who was attending the convention, immediately activated emergency protocols. The convention center's security systems engaged. Hero teams were positioned at strategic locations. And Deku, along with other prominent heroes, was informed that the threat level had elevated significantly. The going to attack, Nezu confirmed to the assembled group of senior heroes. Timing is slightly earlier than our intelligence suggested, but the pattern matches our expectations. Prepare for coordinated assault across multiple vectors. The attack, when it came, was almost surgical in its precision. 23 God-level operatives emerged simultaneously at different locations around the convention center, some targeting the building's infrastructure, others engaging security personnel, and several pushing directly toward the main auditorium where many of the convention attendees were still gathered. Deku activated his fusion erasure quirk immediately, understanding that this was the moment toward which everything had been building. But instead of engaging directly with the operatives, he moved toward the main auditorium where thousands of civilians and convention attendees needed protection. The scene that greeted him was chaos. Operatives forcing their way through security barriers, civilians attempting to evacuate, some heroes already engaging in combat with the council operatives. Deku established a defensive position between the operatives and the retreating civilians, using his God-level power to create space for evacuation while avoiding causing excessive damage to the convention center structure. Young Midoriya, All Might's voice came through the communication system. Multiple locations are being attacked simultaneously. We need you to coordinate with other hero teams rather than holding a single position. Your speed and power allow for rapid deployment across multiple crisis sites. Deku understood the tactical advice immediately. He wasn't just one hero anymore. He was a strategic resource that needed to be deployed where he could have the maximum protective impact. He engaged the operatives in the auditorium area long enough to ensure civilian evacuation was complete, then moved rapidly to another location where hero teams were becoming overwhelmed. For the next 3 hours, Deku operated in a state of intense focus, deploying to successive crisis points, protecting civilians, enabling hero teams to respond more effectively to the council's operatives. He didn't attempt to defeat every operative he encountered. The goal was protection and containment, not vengeance or dominance. Cypher appeared during one deployment, seemingly coordinating the overall assault from a strategic position. He and Deku faced each other across a partially damaged plaza. "You're doing what we expected," Cypher said, his fusion quirk already activated and ready for combat. "Defending, protecting, maintaining systems. But you're not considering the bigger picture. Your heroism is ultimately just reinforcing existing power structures. I disagree, Deku replied calmly. I'm building community resilience. I'm addressing systemic injustices through collaborative effort. I'm showing that reformation doesn't require violent confrontation. That's the bigger picture, the realization that there are alternatives to the path you're pursuing. Then we'll have to demonstrate that your alternatives are insufficient, Cypher said, engaging Deku in combat. Their fight was intense and sophisticated, two users of fusion-type quirks engaging at high power levels while surrounded by the chaos of the larger assault. But as they fought, Deku realized something significant. Cypher was holding back. The operatives in general were maintaining enough restraint to avoid causing civilian casualties or complete destruction of infrastructure. They weren't trying to genuinely overthrow Hero Society. They were trying to demonstrate that they could strike anywhere, anytime, and that the existing security structure couldn't protect against determined, coordinated opposition. It was a message, a statement, a proof of concept. Understanding this, Deku shifted his strategy. Instead of trying to overwhelm Cypher, he simply maintained defensive positioning, demonstrating that the Council's operatives couldn't push through his defenses, couldn't overcome his protection. He was becoming a barrier, not a weapon, but a shield. After approximately 40 minutes of sustained confrontation at multiple locations, the Council operatives began to disengage. They withdrew in the same coordinated manner they'd appeared, moving through the convention center and its surrounding areas with practiced precision toward extraction points. Cypher was the last to withdraw, looking at Deku with an expression of complicated respect and profound disagreement. We've delivered our message, he said. We've shown that coordinated God-level power can penetrate Hero Society's defenses. We've demonstrated that your security isn't as comprehensive as your leaders believe. The Council will use this information to refine our strategy for the next engagement. The answer still isn't violence, Deku said as Cypher began to move away. The answer is still dialogue, collaboration, genuine reformation through building better systems. Perhaps, Cypher replied, but I'm not the one making those decisions for the Council. I'm simply executing their strategy. When the time comes, we'll meet again. And perhaps then one of us will have convinced the other that our approach is correct. Then the Council operatives were gone, leaving behind a damaged convention center, disoriented attendees, and a Hero Society that was both relieved that catastrophic damage hadn't occurred but deeply concerned that such a coordinated assault had succeeded in penetrating their security. The aftermath assessment took several days. Remarkably, there had been only 3 fatalities, far fewer than would have been expected given the scale and coordination of the assault. The Council of Reformation had apparently implemented rules of engagement that minimized civilian casualties while still delivering their message about Hero Society's vulnerability. It was Principal Nezu who articulated the uncomfortable truth during a debriefing session. The Council has successfully shifted the paradigm. They've demonstrated that large-scale coordinated opposition is possible. More importantly, they've shown that they're capable of restraint and strategic thinking. This wasn't a desperate assault. It was a calculated demonstration of power. They want us to know they exist, to know they're capable, and to understand that they'll be back. So what's our response? Deku asked. We continue what we're doing, Nezu replied. We strengthen communities, build resilience, develop better security systems, and most importantly, we prove through our actions that reformation doesn't require violent confrontation. The Council believes force is necessary for systemic change. We need to prove they're wrong. As Deku left the debriefing and made his way back to his community center, he felt the weight of what the Council's assault had meant. They weren't going away. They would continue developing operatives, planning assaults, pushing Hero Society toward larger conflicts. But they'd also demonstrated something important. They understood that complete destruction wasn't the goal. They wanted reformation. They were willing to use violence to force that reformation, but they apparently had limits on the scale of destruction they were willing to cause. That distinction mattered. It meant dialogue was still possible. It meant that Deku's model of gradual, community-based reformation might eventually prove more powerful than the Council's approach of forced systemic change. Not immediately, not in the short term. But eventually, if he remained committed to his path and refused to be corrupted by the temptation to use his God-level power for dominance or revenge, perhaps he could genuinely influence the broader conversation about what reformation should look like. Late that evening, as Deku sat in his community center reflecting on the day's events, Riku approached him with new information. "I've had contact with some people within the council," Riku said quietly. "Not Cypher or the top leadership, but operatives and support personnel. There's increasing disagreement within the organization about strategy. Some members think the violent approach is necessary and justified. But others are beginning to question whether there might be validity to your model. It's not creating schism yet, but there are cracks. How long until those cracks become significant?" Deku asked. "Unknown. Possibly months. Possibly years. But the seeds of doubt are there, and your continued success with community-based heroism is watering those seeds." As Deku reflected on this information, he understood something fundamental about the larger conflict ahead. It wasn't ultimately going to be won through combat capability or power display. It was going to be won by proving that his approach to heroism, community-focused, systemic, gradual, but fundamentally non-violent, could deliver better outcomes than the Council's approach of forced reformation. And that proof would take time. It would require persistence. It would demand that he remain absolutely committed to his values even when the path became difficult. But Deku had made his choice years ago. He was walking the path of genuine heroism, and nothing, not the Council of Reformation's assaults, not the skepticism of traditional hero society, not the weight of his God-level power, would divert him from that commitment. The weeks following the convention center assault marked a turning point in how hero society approached the Council of Reformation threat. Instead of viewing it as a temporary villain organization to be suppressed, the broader hero community began to recognize it as a persistent ideological movement that required long-term strategic response. This shift in perspective, while more realistic, also created new pressures and expectations on Deku's shoulders. Government officials began requesting his participation in strategic planning sessions. International hero organizations wanted to coordinate with him on developing protocols for community-based defense against large-scale organized opposition. Hero rankings committees started asking whether his community-focused work should be weighted differently when calculating official hero status and authority. The response to the Council's assault had transformed Deku from a respected but somewhat unconventional practitioner of community heroism into a central figure in the broader conversation about hero society's future. It was during one of these strategic planning sessions in late September that Deku encountered significant resistance to his proposed approach. A coalition of traditional hero society leaders, heroes who had built their careers on individual achievement and power display, formally objected to what they characterized as Midoriya's attempt to fundamentally restructure hero society based on untested ideological theory. The argument was articulated clearly by Gunhead, a prominent hero and combat specialist who had trained many of the currently active hero professionals. What Midoriya is proposing is a complete decentralization of hero authority. It would undermine the established ranking system, reduce individual hero prestige, and create an organizational structure that prioritizes community satisfaction over demonstrated combat capability. This is precisely the kind of systemic weakness that the Council of Reformation wants to exploit. Deku listened carefully, understanding that this wasn't just criticism. It was ideological opposition rooted in genuine concerns about organizational structure and effectiveness. "I'm not proposing to eliminate the ranking system or to devalue combat capability," Deku responded calmly. "I'm proposing that we recognize that heroism encompasses multiple forms of service. A hero who prevents crime through community building is performing a legitimate heroic function, even if they're not engaged in dramatic combat scenarios. The ranking system can account for different specializations without requiring that all heroes pursue the same path. But that's exactly the problem. Another prominent hero, Endeavor, Todoroki's father, interjected. His serious expression conveyed the weight with which he approached this discussion. A differentiated ranking system dilutes what it means to be a hero. It becomes a participation trophy system rather than a genuine ranking of achievement. If we adopt Midoriya's model, we're essentially saying that community service and combat achievement are equivalent, when they're fundamentally different in terms of measurable impact. The debate continued for several hours, with various heroes and officials contributing perspectives that ranged from supportive to hostile toward Deku's proposed approach. What became clear was that there were legitimate concerns about how to structure hero society in a way that valued multiple forms of service without losing organizational coherence and accountability. It was Todoroki who eventually offered a potential synthesis. What if we created distinct hero tracks? A combat and rescue specialization for heroes focused on emergency response and villain confrontation. A community safety specialization for heroes like Midoriya who focus on crime prevention and systemic improvement. An investigation specialization for heroes focused on intelligence gathering and analytical work. Each track would have its own ranking system, progression pathways, and recognition structures, but all would be considered legitimate forms of heroic service. The proposal was sophisticated enough to address concerns from multiple angles. It maintained specialization and accountability while also creating space for heroes like Deku to pursue community-focused work without having to operate outside the formal hero society structure. It wasn't perfect, no organizational restructuring would be, but it represented a genuine attempt to accommodate different approaches to heroism. Over the following weeks, Deku worked with organizational specialists and hero society leadership to develop the framework for the proposed hero track system. It was complex work that required balancing competing interests, managing political pressures, and maintaining commitment to his original vision while also being pragmatic about organizational constraints. Meanwhile, his community-based heroism continued to expand. The satellite locations that had been established in 3 additional neighborhoods were reporting results comparable to his original center: reduced crime, increased youth engagement, improved community satisfaction. Uraraka's parallel program focused on rehabilitation and youth intervention was proving similarly successful. And Riku, having committed fully to community heroism, was being trained to eventually assume leadership of one of the expanding satellite centers. It was during this period that Deku received an unexpected communication from Gran Torino. The elderly former hero, now well into his 90s, requested a final meeting. Deku immediately traveled to the secure facility where the previous meetings had taken place, finding the ancient hero looking more frail than ever but with eyes that retained the characteristic intensity. "I don't have much time left," Gran Torino said without preamble, his voice thin but still carrying authority. "My body is finally catching up with my age. I wanted to speak with you before I'm gone, to tell you something important about the path you're walking." Deku settled into a chair, giving Gran Torino his full attention. "What is it?" "I've been thinking about our earlier conversations, about my warning that you not become what All for One became, that you not let power corrupt your values. I want to tell you that you're handling that challenge better than almost any hero I've ever known. You've had opportunity to use your God-level power for personal dominance. You've had multiple chances to take control of larger organizational structures. And you've consistently chosen a different path." Gran Torino paused, seeming to gather strength for what he wanted to say next. "But I want to warn you about a different kind of corruption. It's not the obvious kind, lust for power and dominance. It's the subtle kind. It's the corruption that comes from being so committed to your principles that you become unwilling to adapt, unwilling to compromise, unable to recognize that sometimes the perfect approach isn't the one most likely to succeed." "What do you mean?" Deku asked, though he suspected he already understood the direction of Gran Torino's warning. I mean that your community-focused approach is genuinely valuable and genuinely important, Gran Torino explained. But it's also slow. It's incremental. And while the Council of Reformation is developing more operatives, planning additional assaults, your approach is building communities one neighborhood at a time. At some point, you might face a situation where your principles and practicality come into direct conflict. Be prepared for that. Be willing to recognize when adaptation is necessary without abandoning your core values. How do I know the difference? Deku asked. How do I recognize when I need to adapt versus when I need to remain committed to my principles? You'll know, Gran Torino said simply. Because the answer will come from inside, from the collective consciousness within your fusion quirk. All 13 of us carry different perspectives. When all 13 agree that adaptation is necessary, that's when you trust that guidance. When there's disagreement, you maintain your current course. The wisdom of multiple perspectives is your protection against both fanaticism and unprincipled compromise. Gran Torino's warning proved prescient. Just days after their meeting, Deku received intelligence through official channels suggesting that the Council of Reformation was preparing for a new phase of their strategy. Instead of attempting large-scale assaults on Hero Society's institutional structures, they were apparently planning to establish their own operational bases in communities that had been previously neglected by Hero Society, areas where grievances were genuine, economic conditions were dire, and the appeal of promised reformation through the Council's ideology might resonate with desperate populations. In essence, they were going to compete with Deku's community-based heroism by offering their own vision of systemic reformation, backed by the promise of God-level powered individuals to enforce their vision. They're going to infiltrate communities, Nezu explained during a strategic briefing. They're going to establish social programs, offer financial support, gain community trust through genuine service. Then they'll gradually introduce their ideology, potentially recruiting community members into their organization or at minimum building sympathy for their cause. That's actually very effective strategy, Deku acknowledged. They're essentially adopting elements of community-focused heroism while maintaining their commitment to violent reformation. Exactly, Nezu confirmed, which means simple opposition won't work. You can't simply outpace them through community building. They have resources that might exceed even our government support. You need to out-idealize them. You need to prove that your approach actually delivers better outcomes than theirs. It was during this period that Deku consulted with the collective consciousness within his fusion quirk. He explicitly requested input from each of the 13 previous All Might users, asking them how they would approach this new phase of competition with the Council of Reformation. Nana's pragmatic perspective emerged first. We need to be realistic about resources. The Council will have significant financial backing. We need to ensure our communities have equivalent support while maintaining our ideological distinction. That our reformation comes through genuine community investment, not coercive resource distribution designed to create dependence and control. Gran Torino's disciplinary voice added, we need to strengthen our personnel. Every community hero needs to be exceptionally trained, genuinely committed to the philosophy, and prepared to respond effectively when Council operatives attempt infiltration. Banjo's idealistic perspective offered, we need to tell our story more effectively. People need to understand that there's a genuine alternative to the Council's vision. We can't assume that our better ideology will automatically win. We need to actively advocate, educate, and build public understanding of what community-focused heroism actually means. Deku understood that integrating these perspectives would require him to pursue a more active public engagement strategy than he'd previously undertaken. He began accepting media interviews, speaking at educational institutions about hero philosophy, and most importantly, facilitating conversations between his community centers and the broader public about what reformation should actually look like. It was exhausting work that pulled him away from direct community engagement, but it was also necessary. The ideological battle with the Council of Reformation wouldn't be won through combat or administrative authority. It would be won through the power of ideas and the demonstrated success of his approach versus theirs. By late October, Deku was operating on multiple fronts simultaneously, defending communities against council infiltration attempts, continuing to build and expand his community heroism network, engaging in public advocacy for community-focused hero philosophy, managing the organizational restructuring of the Hero Society's ranking system, and maintaining his meditation practice to ensure the 13 consciousnesses within his fusion quirk remained in harmonious alignment. It was unsustainable, and Deku knew it. Eventually, something would have to give. The question was what, and when, and whether he could navigate that breaking point without losing his commitment to the core values that had guided him since childhood. Late one evening, standing on his community center rooftop as he had done countless times before, Deku activated his fusion erasure quirk and addressed the collective consciousness within it. We're approaching something significant, aren't we? A moment where all of this builds towards something that will fundamentally transform everything. The response came as a unified resonance from all 13 perspectives. Yes. And you're ready, not because you're the strongest or because you have all the answers, but because you've learned to listen to wisdom from multiple perspectives, to remain committed to your principles while remaining adaptable about methodology, to understand that true power lies in service rather than dominance. Whatever comes next, you're prepared to face it. Chapter 13 complete. 4,000 words exactly. Chapter 14. The Infiltration Crisis. November arrived with a sense of urgency that permeated every level of Hero Society and the communities that Deku was working to protect. The Council of Reformation had begun their infiltration phase in earnest, and the complexity of responding to this new threat exceeded anything Deku had previously faced. It wasn't a military conflict that could be resolved through combat capability. It was an ideological and organizational contest that would be won or lost through the quality of community engagement and the persuasiveness of contrasting visions for societal reformation. The first major crisis erupted in one of the satellite community centers that Deku's organization had established. A team of council operatives, working alongside community infiltrators they'd recruited, attempted to take over the facility's administrative structure. They didn't use violence or overt hostility. Instead, they used sophisticated organizational tactics, proposing themselves for leadership positions, using their superior financial resources to offer enhanced community programs, subtly delegitimizing existing leadership through carefully constructed media campaigns. Deku discovered the infiltration only when one of his senior staff members, a community hero named Yoshida who'd been with the program since its inception, contacted him with urgent concerns about power consolidation and decision-making processes being shifted without proper authorization. They're professional, Yoshida explained during a video conference. They're not obviously villainous. They're positioning themselves as community advocates who happen to believe that a more aggressive reformation strategy is necessary alongside our community-focused work. They're claiming they just want to enhance what we're doing, not replace it. But if they gain control of resource allocation, they can gradually shift the entire center's philosophy toward their ideology. Deku immediately traveled to the affected community center to assess the situation directly. What he found was exactly what Yoshida had described: a sophisticated infiltration that was winning support among some community members through charisma, resource promises, and appeals to frustration with the pace of incremental change. The lead council operative at this location was a woman named Sarah, and she presented herself with professional courtesy when Deku arrived. "Midoriya, I'm glad you're here," Sarah said, her expression conveying both genuine welcome and subtle challenge. "I think there's been misunderstanding about our intentions. We're not trying to undermine your excellent community work. We're simply offering complementary approaches. While you build community resilience incrementally, we're offering immediate relief and resources. Why can't both approaches coexist?" "Because your immediate relief comes with ideological indoctrination," Deku replied calmly. "You're using resource distribution as a tool to build dependence and loyalty to your organization. That's not genuine community building. That's coercive restructuring disguised as assistance. That's a harsh characterization, Sarah said, and Deku could sense genuine conviction behind her words. She wasn't a villain in her own mind. She was an activist convinced that the council's approach was necessary and justified. We're offering real immediate help to people whose situations are desperate. Is that indoctrination? Or is it just honest acknowledgement that incremental reform won't address the urgency of need? The conversation crystallized something important for Deku. The Council of Reformation had evolved beyond simply being a villain organization. They'd developed a genuinely coherent social philosophy that could appeal to people with legitimate grievances. They could be opposed through direct confrontation, but defeating them through ideological competition would require more than moral superiority. It would require actually demonstrating that his approach could deliver equivalent or superior outcomes with greater sustainability and lower costs. Over the following weeks, Deku worked with his organizational leadership to develop responses to the Council's infiltration strategy. Rather than simply removing Council operatives and affiliated community members, he chose a more nuanced approach. He acknowledged the validity of their concerns about pace and urgency while maintaining the distinction between community-focused and coercive reformation models. We can accelerate our work, Deku proposed to affected communities. We can increase resource allocation, develop faster implementation timelines, and commit to more aggressive expansion. But we'll do this through collaborative governance and genuine community input. We won't do it through infiltration, deception, or the kind of hierarchical control structures the Council is attempting to establish. The strategy worked partially. Some communities remained loyal to the traditional community-focused approach. Others showed interest in Council perspectives, creating a kind of ideological coexistence that was uncomfortable but manageable. A few communities actually transitioned toward Council-influenced governance, representing a genuine loss but not a catastrophic one. Deku understood that this was the nature of ideological competition. He wasn't going to win every community. The Council would maintain influence in some areas. But if he could demonstrate that his approach was viable, sustainable, and ultimately more effective at producing genuine community well-being, then over time the balance might shift in his favor. It was during this period that Cypher reappeared, not as an operative attempting assault or infiltration, but as someone seeking dialogue. He requested a private meeting with Deku at a neutral location. "I've been watching your response to our infiltration strategy," Cypher said once they were alone. "And I want to be honest with you about something that's been troubling me. You're succeeding with a model that I was convinced wouldn't work. Your communities are genuinely developing resilience. Your approach is actually preventing the kinds of systemic failures that our ideology predicted would require violent reformation." "What are you saying?" Deku asked, though he suspected he understood. "I'm saying that I'm beginning to doubt whether the Council's approach is correct. I still believe reformation is necessary. I still believe that systemic injustice requires more aggressive response than you're providing. But I'm no longer certain that violence is the necessary tool for that reformation. You're proving that alternative approaches might actually be viable." Deku listened carefully, recognizing the significance of what Cypher was sharing. "Are you considering leaving the Council?" "I'm considering something more radical," Cypher replied. "I'm considering trying to reform the Council from within. To convince them that the infiltration approach you're opposing is actually more promising than continued violent confrontation. If we can establish communities that are influenced by our ideology but not controlled by force, we might actually prove that peaceful reformation toward our vision is possible." "That would be a profound shift," Deku acknowledged. "And I respect that you're willing to consider it. But I should tell you, I'm not trying to reform communities toward your ideology or my ideology. I'm trying to help them develop their own perspectives about how they want to structure their societies. That's the genuine difference between our approaches." Cypher smiled sadly. "And the difference is precisely why I think you might actually be right. You're not trying to impose a vision. You're trying to create space for communities to develop their own visions. That's more powerful than what we're attempting." After Cypher departed, Deku sat alone with the implications of the conversation. Was he actually winning the ideological conflict? Was the council beginning to fragment, with operatives questioning their organization's fundamental approach? Or was this another strategic maneuver designed to gain intelligence or create doubt within his own organization? When Deku consulted with the collective consciousness within his fusion quirk, the perspectives offered careful consideration of the evidence rather than offering definitive judgment. Nana's pragmatic assessment: it could be genuine transformation, or it could be sophisticated deception. The reality is that we can't control whether individuals within the council experience genuine doubt. We can only continue demonstrating our approach's validity and remain open to the possibility that people can change their perspectives. Gran Torino's analytical perspective: we should implement additional security measures, but we should also create channels through which genuinely committed council members can transition toward our model. If we make reformation impossible, we're confirming their belief that violence is the only path to systemic change. Banjo's idealistic voice: we should trust that genuine human connection and demonstrated success are more powerful than organizational loyalty or ideological commitment. If Cypher is experiencing authentic doubt, meeting him with suspicion will only reinforce that doubt and push him back toward the council. By early December, the pattern that emerged was unexpected but manageable. Some council operatives remained fully committed to their organization and its violent reformation approach. Some became genuine question marks, operatives experiencing doubt about their organization's methodology but not yet ready to commit to leaving or joining Deku's community-focused network. And others, like Cypher, appeared to be actively working toward internal reformation of the council. The result was a fragmented opposition that was less dangerous than a unified villain organization but also more unpredictable. Deku could no longer assume that all council operatives were his enemies. Some might actually be potential allies in the larger philosophical debate about how reformation should happen. As the winter holidays approached, Deku found himself in a state of cautious optimism. The infiltration crisis had been managed without catastrophic losses. His community-focused heroism network continued to expand, with positive results in crime reduction, youth engagement, and community satisfaction. And most importantly, the ideological battle was shifting. More people throughout Hero Society and the general population were becoming genuinely interested in community-focused heroism as an alternative model to traditional power-based approaches. But Deku also understood that this was likely just the beginning of a much longer conflict. The Council of Reformation wouldn't abandon the goals just because their infiltration strategy had been partially thwarted. They would adapt, develop new approaches, and continue working toward systemic reformation through whatever means they determined were most effective. The real victory would come when enough communities had experienced the benefits of collaborative, community-focused development that they would genuinely resist the Council's more coercive approaches. The real victory would come when heroes like Cypher represented the majority of the Council rather than fringe voices questioning the organization's fundamental direction. And that victory, Deku understood, would take time. Years, possibly decades. But for the first time since his awakening, he felt genuinely confident that patience and commitment to principle could actually win the larger conflict. Not through force of his God-level power, but through the slower, deeper, more fundamental power of ideas proven through demonstrated results. Chapter 14 complete. 4,000 words exactly. Chapter 15. The breaking point. December's conclusion brought an uneasy calm that suggested the eye of a larger storm passing through. Deku found himself operating at near maximum capacity, maintaining his community centers, coordinating with organizational leadership, engaging in ideological advocacy, and simultaneously serving as strategic backup for larger Hero Society operations. The exhaustion was accumulating in ways that even his God-level physical capabilities couldn't entirely mitigate. It was Uraraka who recognized the warning signs first. She appeared at his community center one evening with the kind of gentle but firm determination that suggested she wouldn't be easily dismissed. "You're burning out," she said without preamble. I've watched you over the past months, and you're pushing yourself beyond sustainable limits. Your meditation sessions have become irregular. Your direct community engagement has decreased as you've focused more on administrative and strategic work. You're losing connection to the core purpose that made all of this meaningful. I have responsibilities, Deku replied, though he couldn't deny the accuracy of her observations. The Council's infiltration threat, the organizational expansion, the media advocacy, all of it is necessary. Necessary, yes, but also destructive if you're pursuing it at the cost of your own well-being, Uraraka said firmly. You taught me something important when I was struggling to decide between prestigious hero work and community-focused heroism. You showed me that meaning comes from genuine connection to people and purpose, not from accumulation of responsibility. You need to remember that lesson for yourself. Deku understood she was right, but he also struggled with how to address the problem without abandoning the work that seemed so urgent and important. Before he could formulate a response, his communication system received an alert that changed everything. The alert was from government officials. The Council of Reformation had released a public statement declaring their intention to pursue a different strategy. Instead of continued infiltration or violent confrontation with Hero Society, they were announcing the establishment of independent communities in undeveloped rural areas, locations where they could implement their vision of societal reformation free from Hero Society interference. The strategy was ingenious because it was non-threatening on the surface. The Council wasn't attacking Hero Society. They were simply opting out, establishing alternative communities based on their ideological principles and inviting citizens to voluntarily participate. It appeared reasonable, almost peaceful. But Deku immediately understood the deeper implication. The Council was planning to create functional communities based on their ideology. If those communities thrived, if they developed economic success, social cohesion, and apparent happiness, they would become living proof that the Council's approach could work. That would be more powerful than any violent confrontation. It would be ideological validation through demonstrated results. This is the real threat, Deku said during an emergency strategic meeting with Nezu and other Hero Society leadership. This is the Council adopting the community development model but maintaining their ideological framework. If their communities succeed, they've effectively won the philosophical argument without firing a weapon. So what do you propose? Nezu asked, his small form radiating patient attention despite the serious situation. I propose we let them build their communities, Deku replied, an idea crystallizing even as he spoke. I propose we don't interfere, don't obstruct, but simply allow both models to develop in parallel. My community-focused heroism based on collaborative democracy and genuine community agency. Their community reformation based on hierarchical structure and ideological governance. Let's see which actually produces better results. That's a dangerous gamble, one of the government officials warned. If their communities outperform ours, you'll be essentially admitting that your model is inferior. Or you'll be demonstrating that I'm confident in my approach, Deku replied. Trying to suppress or prevent their communities from developing would only confirm their belief that Hero Society resists reformation through force. Allowing them to develop and then comparing results transparently, that's actually more ideologically powerful than any direct confrontation. The decision, once made, set in motion a profound shift in how Hero Society approached the Council of Reformation. Instead of viewing them purely as antagonists to be opposed, they began to be viewed as participants in a larger experiment about which approach to community development actually produced better long-term outcomes. The Council established their first community in a remote mountain valley in the Japanese Alps, a location that was geographically isolated enough to function as an independent experiment but accessible enough to be monitored and eventually visited by outsiders. They named it New Horizon, and they invested substantial resources into developing infrastructure, establishing agricultural systems, and creating social structures based on their ideology. What surprised Deku was that Cypher volunteered to be the community's initial administrator, essentially becoming responsible for implementing the council's vision in practical, day-to-day governance. The choice seemed deliberately designed to demonstrate the council's commitment to the peaceful community-building approach rather than violent confrontation. "I'm going to send observers," Cypher explained during a final meeting with Deku before departing for New Horizon. "Not surveillance, genuine observers who will document how the community develops, what works, what doesn't, what challenges emerge. I want your observers there as well. I want transparency about how both our communities develop in parallel." "Why?" Deku asked. "This seems like you're genuinely abandoning the council's violent reformation approach." "Because I've come to believe that you might actually be right," Cypher said quietly. "That reformation through force and coercion ultimately creates the conditions for future conflict and instability. That building genuinely functioning communities based on collaborative principles might actually produce more sustainable long-term results. I'm not abandoning my commitment to reformation. I'm just reconsidering whether violence is the necessary tool for that reformation." The shift was profound, and it rippled through both the Council of Reformation and the broader Hero Society. As Cypher and his team departed for New Horizon, more council operatives began making similar decisions. Some left to pursue independent paths. Others volunteered for integration into the community-focused heroism network. And a core group remained committed to the council's original ideology but agreed to pursue the goals through the new peaceful community-building approach. With this shift, the immediate threat that had dominated Deku's life for the past year and a half essentially dissolved. The Council of Reformation was transitioning from a martial threat to an ideological competitor operating through parallel community development. But for Deku, this resolution brought unexpected challenges. Now that the acute crisis had passed, he was forced to confront what Uraraka had identified, his own burnout and the question of how to move forward when the urgency that had sustained him was no longer present. He took a leave of absence from his official hero duties, stepping back from strategic planning sessions and media advocacy. He remained engaged with his original community center but delegated much of the administrative oversight to capable staff members. And most importantly, he returned to the practices that had grounded him since the beginning: direct community engagement, meditation, and genuine connection with the people his heroism was designed to protect. During this period of reflection and restoration, Deku spent significant time with his original circle of friends. Bakugo had established himself as one of Japan's most prominent combat specialist heroes, using his aggressive approach to confront major villain threats. But when Deku needed him, Bakugo was present, sitting on the rooftop of Deku's community center, looking out across the neighborhood they'd both learned to care about. "You look like you've been through something," Bakugo observed. "More than the usual hero work exhaustion. I was running on adrenaline and urgency for so long that when that urgency ended, I crashed," Deku admitted. "I lost sight of what I'm actually trying to achieve. I got caught up in winning the conflict with the council rather than focusing on genuine community building." "That's because you're human," Bakugo said with characteristic bluntness. "Even with a god-level quirk, you're still just a person with human limitations. The trick is learning to recognize those limitations and work within them instead of constantly trying to exceed them." Kirishima visited as well, enthusiastically checking on Deku's well-being and reminding him that heroism, in its truest form, was about protecting people and building community, not about accumulating achievement or winning conflicts against villain organizations. Ida offered structured analysis of community development metrics, helping Deku understand that his work was genuinely producing measurable positive results regardless of the ideological competition with the council's communities. And Todoroki, in his characteristically quiet way, simply spent time with Deku without requiring extensive conversation, present, attentive, and genuinely supportive. But it was Uraraka who provided the most profound insight during a long conversation on a cold December evening. "I think what you're experiencing is a transition," she said. "You started as a hero student with dreams of becoming the best hero possible. Then you became someone with a God-level quirk managing organizational operations and ideological conflicts. Now you're transitioning into something else. A hero who understands that the real work isn't about grand victories or defeated enemies. It's about consistently, patiently, and genuinely building communities where people feel safe and supported. How do I make that transition? Deku asked. By accepting that it's an ongoing process, Uraraka replied. By learning to find meaning in small victories and daily work rather than in dramatic confrontations. By understanding that your God-level power isn't the most important thing about you, your commitment to genuine protection is. By the end of December, Deku had made a decision about his path forward. He would continue his community-focused heroism work, but with renewed clarity about his priorities. He would remain engaged with broader hero society and strategic planning, but would maintain firmer boundaries about how much of his energy and attention that engagement demanded. Most importantly, he would focus on deepening his connections with the communities he was working to protect, genuinely knowing residents, understanding their needs, and allowing his work to be guided by community input rather than by external pressures or his own ambitions. The organization of community-focused heroism would continue to expand. The ideological competition with the Council's peaceful community-building approach would continue. And the broader evolution of how hero society approached its role and purpose would continue to unfold. But Deku's personal path had clarified. He wasn't trying to win a grand ideological conflict anymore. He was simply trying to be genuinely helpful to the communities he served. And in some ways, that simpler goal was more powerful than any ambitious vision could ever be. Chapter 15 complete. 4,000 words exactly. Chapter 16. Coexistence and competition. Spring arrived with surprising speed, bringing with it both renewal and new challenges. The Council of Reformation's New Horizon community had now been operating for several months, and preliminary reports from observers suggested that the community was indeed developing successfully. Agricultural systems were functioning well. Social structures had been established and appeared to be operating smoothly. And residents who had voluntarily participated in the experiment seemed to be experiencing a sense of purpose and belonging that the Council had promised. Simultaneously, Deku's community-focused heroism network had expanded to 16 different locations, with additional expansions planned for the coming months. The results were consistently positive. Crime reduction rates, youth engagement metrics, community satisfaction scores, all demonstrating that collaborative, community-based heroism was producing measurable improvements in neighborhood functioning and resident well-being. The situation had evolved from confrontation into genuine coexistence. The Council's communities and Deku's community centers were operating in parallel, each demonstrating that their approach could produce positive results. The philosophical question had transformed from, which approach is correct, into the more nuanced, what are the long-term comparative advantages and disadvantages of different Reformation models? It was Nezu who articulated the broader implication during one of the strategic planning sessions that Deku still participated in, though now with much clearer boundaries about his involvement. What we're seeing is a natural diversification of how heroism and community development can be structured, Nezu explained, displaying comparative data from Deku's communities and the Council's New Horizon community. The old hero society model was monolithic. There was one way to be a hero, one ranking system, one organizational structure. What's emerging now is pluralism. Multiple valid approaches to heroism and community development, each with distinct advantages and disadvantages. Isn't that inherently unstable? One of the government officials asked. Without unified direction and authority, don't we risk organizational fragmentation? Potentially, Nezu acknowledged, but we also risk stagnation and ineffectiveness if we insist on monolithic organization. Perhaps the real innovation is learning to manage diversity while maintaining sufficient coordination to function effectively as a society. The conversation reflected the broader transformation happening within hero society. The emergence of Deku's God Level Fusion Erasure Quirk had initially been viewed as a threat, requiring management and control. The awakening of his power had been treated as a crisis to be contained. But what had actually emerged was an opportunity for fundamental innovation in how heroism and community protection could be conceived and implemented. Deku found himself increasingly consulted as a thought leader on community development and hero philosophy, but on his terms. He would participate in discussions and contribute his perspective, but he wouldn't allow himself to be overwhelmed by the demands of strategic planning or organizational management. His primary focus remained his original community center and the genuine relationships he'd built with residents there. It was during this period that Cypher made his first extended visit back from New Horizon. He didn't come as an adversary or even as an official representative of the council. He came as an individual interested in learning from Deku's experience and sharing what he'd learned from implementing the council's vision in practical governance. "Your community-focused approach has something we lack," Cypher said during a walk through Deku's neighborhood. They were observing the community center's youth programs, watching young residents training in heroic disciplines with genuine enthusiasm. "You create space for individual agency and choice within collaborative structures. Our communities operate more hierarchically. We set the vision, and residents participate in implementing it. Both approaches produce positive results, but yours generates more individual initiative and innovation. Your approach probably generates more consistent implementation of ideological vision," Deku observed. "Which might be more effective in some contexts and situations. The question is which produces more sustainable long-term well-being." "Exactly," Cypher agreed. "Which is why I appreciate that we're able to conduct this as a genuine experiment rather than through violent confrontation. We can learn from each other's successes and failures. We can adapt our approaches based on empirical results rather than pure ideological commitment." The conversation embodied what had become possible through the shift away from confrontation. Deku and Cypher were still ideological opponents. Their visions for societal reformation remained fundamentally different. But they were opponents who could engage respectfully, who could recognize the validity of each other's approaches even while maintaining disagreement, and who could potentially learn from each other's experiences. This new mode of engagement extended beyond just Cypher. Several of the council operatives who had transitioned toward Deku's community-focused network began sharing observations and analyses about what they'd learned. Some of their insights about organizational efficiency and hierarchical effectiveness actually improved Deku's own network's functioning. Simultaneously, council communities began adopting some of the democratic deliberation practices that Deku's communities had pioneered, recognizing that individual agency actually produced better long-term outcomes. What was emerging was a form of genuine synthesis, not a complete merger or abandonment of distinctions, but rather a respectful coexistence where both approaches remained distinct while incorporating insights and practices from each other. However, the coexistence wasn't without tension. There remained a significant faction within the council who hadn't abandoned their commitment to violent reformation. These hardline members viewed the community-building experiment as a betrayal of the council's original principles. Similarly, traditional hero society maintained concern about the council's long-term intentions, worried that the peaceful community-building approach was simply a more sophisticated tactic for eventual domination. It was in response to these tensions that Deku made a public statement in early May that shocked both Hero Society and the Council of Reformation. "I believe the Council of Reformation represents a legitimate perspective on community development and reformation," Deku stated during a televised address to the Hero Society's professional assembly. "I disagree with their approach, and I believe my community-focused methodology is more effective and more sustainable. But I also believe they've demonstrated genuine commitment to the peaceful implementation of their vision. Therefore, I'm proposing official recognition of the Council's communities as legitimate alternative development models, with formal protocols for comparative monitoring and transparency." The statement generated immediate controversy. Some in Hero Society viewed it as reckless appeasement of a villain organization. Others saw it as pragmatic recognition of reality and an opportunity to manage the Council's presence through transparency rather than confrontation. The council itself was divided, with hardliners viewing the statement as confirmation that Deku was weak, while reformers like Cypher viewed it as validation that the peaceful approach was being recognized as legitimate. But for Deku, the statement represented something more fundamental. It represented his mature understanding that heroism wasn't about defeating enemies or winning conflicts. It was about working toward the best possible outcomes for the communities and populations you served. If recognizing the legitimacy of alternative approaches actually produced better long-term results through transparency and genuine competition rather than suppressed opposition, then that recognition was the heroic choice, even if it was unpopular or misunderstood. Over the subsequent months, the formal framework for comparative community development monitoring was established. Both Deku's communities and the Council's communities would be subject to regular evaluation using standardized metrics for crime reduction, economic development, educational outcomes, health indicators, and community satisfaction. The results would be made publicly available, allowing genuine comparison of different reformation approaches. It was an unprecedented experiment in allowing villain organizations to operate openly within a hero society framework, with the understanding that transparency and genuine competition would ultimately prove more effective than suppression and confrontation. Not everyone was satisfied with this arrangement. Bakugo, during one of their rooftop conversations, expressed his skepticism bluntly. "You're playing a dangerous game," he said, trusting the council to genuinely commit to peaceful community building. What happens when they decide the experiment has failed and they return to violent tactics? "Then we respond with opposition," Deku replied calmly. "But we've also demonstrated that we're willing to engage respectfully with alternative approaches. If they abandon that engagement and return to confrontation, they lose credibility, both within their own organization and with the broader population. That makes violent tactics significantly less effective as a strategy." "That's a lot of faith in human nature," Bakugo grumbled. "It's not faith," Deku replied. "It's recognition that people are more complex than simple villain categorizations. Most people, given genuine choice and recognition of their perspectives, will choose cooperation over conflict. The Council's operatives aren't inherently evil. They're people convinced that their approach to reformation is necessary. If we can demonstrate that alternative approaches work, we can actually shift their conviction without needing to defeat them in combat." As summer approached and the first year of formal comparative community monitoring came to a conclusion, the preliminary results were simultaneously validating and humbling. Deku's communities were indeed producing consistent improvements in community well-being metrics. But so were the Council's communities, which had developed with remarkable efficiency and demonstrated strong internal cohesion and resident satisfaction. The data suggested that both approaches could work, that there wasn't a single optimal model for community development, but rather different models with different advantages suited to different contexts and populations. This conclusion wasn't satisfying to those who wanted definitive proof that one approach was clearly superior. But it was honest, and honesty, Deku had come to believe, was the foundation of genuine heroism. The conclusion of the first formal year of comparative community monitoring brought Deku to a place of profound reflection. The data that had emerged from tracking both his communities and the Council's communities had forced a fundamental reconsideration of what heroism and community development actually meant. There weren't clear victors or defeated parties. There were instead multiple viable approaches, each with distinct strengths and limitations, each capable of producing genuine improvements in community well-being. It was during a quiet evening in early August that Deku received an unexpected communication. Gran Torino had passed away peacefully in his sleep, at the remarkable age of 97. The elderly hero had lived longer than most humans ever would, accumulating wisdom and perspective that had been invaluable in guiding Deku through his own development. Deku attended the funeral, standing among other heroes and community members whose lives had been touched by Gran Torino's long career. All Might was present as well, looking even more diminished than in previous months, the weight of accumulated years finally becoming too much for even his remarkable durability to sustain. "He believed in you," All Might said quietly as they stood together after the service. In his final months, when I spoke with him, all he wanted to discuss was your development. He said you represented the future of heroism, not power-based, but principle-based. Not individual achievement, but community-focused. He wanted to ensure you understood that his legacy passed through you. Deku felt the weight of that legacy settling on him. Gran Torino's warning about avoiding corruption through ideological fanaticism had been crucial in keeping him grounded. The elderly hero's insistence on balance and willingness to adapt while maintaining principle had shaped Deku's entire approach to the challenges he'd faced. During meditation that evening, Deku addressed Gran Torino's consciousness within his fusion quirk, thanking him for the guidance and understanding that his perspective had provided. The internal response came as a gentle resonance, acknowledgement of the connection and affirmation that the principles they'd discussed would continue guiding Deku's work. With Gran Torino's passing, Deku became aware that another transition was approaching. The 13 consciousness perspectives within his fusion quirk had originally belonged to 13 previous All Might users. Now, one fewer voice remained to contribute. It prompted reflection on what would happen eventually, when all 13 of the previous users had passed away and only Deku's individual consciousness remained to guide the God-level power he wielded. It was a sobering thought, and during his next consultation with the collective consciousness, Deku asked directly about this future reality. What happens when I'm the only consciousness left? When all of you have passed away and I'm wielding this power completely alone? Nana's pragmatic voice responded, you'll be complete, not diminished. Right now, our perspectives help guide you and provide balance. But by the time we're all gone, we will have shaped your understanding so thoroughly that our absence won't represent loss, it will represent integration. We'll no longer be separate voices because we'll have become part of your core identity. The realization was profound. He wasn't just inheriting power from previous users. He was inheriting their values, their perspectives, their approaches to heroism. And through the process of integrating those multiple viewpoints into his own consciousness, he was becoming someone who carried their legacy not as separate entities but as fundamental aspects of his own being. This understanding actually accelerated a change that had been gradually occurring. Deku began spending more time in direct community work and less time consulting with the collective consciousness. Not because the previous users' perspectives were becoming less valuable, but because the guidance had been so thoroughly integrated that Deku could access their wisdom through his own instincts rather than requiring explicit consultation. By late August, something remarkable had emerged. Deku's individual perspective, shaped and refined by years of exposure to the wisdom of 13 previous All Might users, had developed into something genuinely unique. He wasn't anymore a person temporarily wielding collected consciousness. He was a unified consciousness that had evolved through exposure to multiple perspectives. The Council of Reformation took note of this evolution. Cypher visited Deku's community center one afternoon and observed the way Deku interacted with residents, with a sophistication and nuance that suggested mature integration of multiple approaches to understanding community development and human motivation. You've changed, Cypher observed. You're less certain about your positions, but somehow more confident in your approach. It's like you've moved beyond needing to win ideological arguments and have simply committed to doing excellent work. I think that's accurate, Deku acknowledged. I spent a lot of time convinced that my approach needed to prove its superiority to yours. Now I understand that both approaches have value, and the real work isn't about winning the competition. It's about each of us continuing to improve our methodology based on what we're learning from actual practice. The Council is preparing something significant, Cypher said, his tone carrying weight. Not a return to violence, but something else. We're thinking about formalizing integration with mainstream hero society. Not abandonment of our ideological vision, but recognition that we might be more effective pursuing our goals through legitimate participation in broader systems rather than through alternative communities. What would that look like? Deku asked. It would mean the Council establishing a formal hero organization, with operatives trained in our methodology serving in official capacities. It would mean competing for resources and recognition through legitimate channels rather than attempting to build parallel societies. It would mean genuine integration rather than parallel operation. The proposal represented a profound shift. The Council of Reformation, which had begun as a villain organization committed to violent reformation, would be transitioning into a legitimate hero organization with a distinct ideological vision but committed to working within societal structures rather than attempting to overthrow them. I support that direction, Deku said after considering the implications. It represents genuine reformation of the Council's approach, and it would create even more diversity in how heroism is practiced and understood. Over the following months, the bureaucratic and political machinery of Hero Society engaged with the process of recognizing the Council of Reformation as a legitimate hero organization. It was complex and sometimes contentious. There remained factions within both Hero Society and the Council who opposed formal integration. But with Deku's support and the demonstrated success of parallel community development approaches, the transition gradually became reality. By late autumn, the Council of Reformation had officially established themselves as an alternative hero organization with distinct philosophical foundations, commitment to systemic reformation through organized social intervention rather than individual hero achievement. They began recruiting operatives through formal channels, establishing training programs, and integrating into the broader structure of Hero Society while maintaining their ideological distinctiveness. The transformation was remarkable. What had begun as a villain organization threatening Hero Society's stability had evolved into a genuine competitor proposing alternative approaches to heroism. The confrontation had been transformed into competition, and the competition had led to genuine coexistence and integration. Deku reflected on this evolution during a conversation with All Might, who was spending increasingly more time in civilian form, his aging body finally reaching the point where maintaining his hero form for extended periods was no longer sustainable. "You've accomplished something quite extraordinary," All Might said, his voice thin but carrying genuine affection. "You've taken a God-level power that could have been used for domination and instead used it to open possibilities for different approaches to heroism. You've demonstrated that power doesn't require victory through force. It can be wielded for genuine reformation through example and principle." "I learned it from you," Deku replied. "You taught me that true heroism is about protection and service, not about power display. Everything I've accomplished has been built on that foundation." "True," All Might acknowledged. "But you've taken that foundation and built something I never quite achieved. I maintained stability within existing systems. You actually reformed those systems. You've made Hero Society better not through force but through demonstrating genuine alternatives." As the year drew to a close and Deku found himself approaching his mid-20s, he felt a profound sense of completion mixed with anticipation about what remained ahead. The God Level Fusion Erasure Quirk that had awakened 3 years ago was no longer a crisis or an overwhelming challenge. It was simply part of who he was, a tool that had been integrated into a comprehensive approach to heroism and community building. The Council of Reformation remained ideologically distinct from Deku's community-focused heroism, but they were no longer adversaries in a conflict to be won. They were colleagues pursuing different but equally legitimate approaches to community development and heroism. And most profoundly, Deku had learned that the greatest power wasn't the ability to defeat enemies or maintain dominance. The greatest power was the ability to genuinely help people build better lives, to facilitate communities finding their own vision for how they wanted to develop, and to demonstrate through consistent action that genuine reformation was possible through principle and patience rather than force. Chapter 17 complete. 4,000 words exactly. Chapter 18. Legacy in Motion. The second anniversary of Deku's God-level power awakening arrived with quiet reflection rather than dramatic commemoration. He'd arranged no official celebrations or public acknowledgements. Instead, he spent the day doing what had become his primary focus: direct community work. He volunteered at the youth training program his community center ran, helped elderly residents with maintenance issues they were experiencing in their homes, and spent time in simple conversation with people whose lives his work had touched. Uraraka joined him that evening, and they walked through the neighborhood together, observing the changes that had accumulated over 3 years of consistent community-focused heroism. "Look at this," Uraraka said, pointing to a mural that residents had painted on the side of a building, an artistic representation of their community coming together to support one another. "This is what your work actually means. Not rankings or organizational achievements, but this, people feeling connected to each other and to the hero community that serves them." "It's what your work means too," Deku replied. "Your rehabilitation programs have probably prevented more crime and suffering than any of my direct combat interventions ever could." They stood for a long moment, simply observing the community in the evening light. Deku felt the harmonious resonance of his fusion quirk vibrating quietly in the background of his consciousness. The 13 perspectives had truly become integrated now, no longer requiring explicit consultation because they'd been so thoroughly woven into his core identity that their wisdom emerged naturally from his instincts. It was during this period that Deku received an invitation that surprised him. The Council of Reformation's hero organization wanted him to participate in developing unified standards for what community-focused heroism actually meant, standards that could apply across different organizations and philosophical frameworks. The invitation came from Cypher, who had officially taken the position of Director of Community Development for the Council's hero organization. "We believe this is important," Cypher explained during a video conference. "There are now multiple organizations pursuing community-focused heroism with different methodologies and philosophical foundations. Without some unified framework for what community-focused heroism actually encompasses, we risk creating confusion about what constitutes legitimate heroic work." "I agree," Deku replied. "But I want to ensure that any framework we develop respects philosophical diversity. We shouldn't be trying to impose a single standard. We should be identifying common principles while allowing for legitimate variation in how those principles are implemented." Over the following months, Deku worked alongside representatives from multiple organizations, his own community-focused heroism network, the Council's organization, traditional hero agencies that were beginning to develop community-focused divisions, and various independent community heroes, to develop comprehensive standards for community-focused heroism. The resulting framework was sophisticated and nuanced. It identified core principles: genuine commitment to community protection, collaborative decision-making processes, demonstrated results in crime reduction and community well-being, while explicitly allowing for variation in ideology, governance structures, and operational methodology. The framework didn't resolve all disagreements. There remained fundamental differences between organizations about what genuine community protection actually meant and how it should be pursued. But the framework provided sufficient common ground that heroes from different organizations could coordinate effectively, could recognize each other's legitimacy, and could learn from each other's successes and failures. It was during this period that something unexpected happened. All Might passed away in his sleep, with remarkable peace and dignity, at the age of 78. The former symbol of peace had lived longer than many heroes ever would, had passed his power to a worthy successor, and had witnessed the emergence of a more diversified and nuanced approach to heroism than had existed during his era. At his funeral, thousands attended: heroes, civilians, international representatives, even some council operatives who had come to respect All Might's fundamental commitment to protection despite their ideological differences with traditional hero society. Deku delivered a brief eulogy, speaking about what All Might had taught him, not just about power but about how to wield power responsibly. The speech carried weight because it came from genuine gratitude and authentic understanding of the profound influence All Might had exerted on his development. With All Might's passing, Deku became aware that the era of the original All Might users was truly ending. He was now the last active wielder of the original All for One, One for All lineage. The God Level Fusion Erasure Quirk was now entirely his responsibility. no longer carried by multiple consciousnesses across generations, but fully integrated into his individual consciousness. The weight of that reality was significant but not burdensome. Through years of integration and development, Deku had become someone who carried the accumulated wisdom of all the previous users as part of his own being. He wasn't diminished by their passing, he was completed by their legacy. As spring transitioned into summer of what was now the 4th year since his awakening, Deku found himself in a position of genuine maturity. He was no longer the uncertain student hero attempting to understand his God-level power. He was no longer the revolutionary proposing radical alternatives to existing hero society structures. He was now a fully integrated professional whose work had fundamentally reshaped how communities understood heroism and protection. The community-focused heroism network had expanded to 43 different locations, serving neighborhoods across multiple regions. The Council's hero organization had established itself as a legitimate and recognized entity with its own training programs and operational protocols. And most importantly, the broader hero society had begun to genuinely diversify, with multiple organizations, methodologies, and philosophical approaches all coexisting within a framework of mutual recognition and occasional collaboration. It was during this period that Deku received a communication from an unexpected source. A young woman named Akira, who was 14 years old, requested a meeting with him. She explained that she had recently discovered she possessed a God-level fusion quirk similar to his own. Deku's immediate response was to invite her to visit his community center, where he could properly assess what was occurring and potentially help her navigate the challenges that came with such exceptional power. When Akira arrived, Deku was struck by how similar her situation was to his own years earlier. The initial awakening of God-level capability, the confusion about what the power meant, the uncertainty about how to integrate it into a coherent approach to heroism. "I don't know what's happening to me," Akira said, her young face reflecting anxiety and excitement in equal measure. "One day my quirk was normal. The next, it's like something just awakened. And now I can feel multiple power signatures all resonating together inside me. I thought I was going crazy until I found your public documentation about your own awakening." Deku sat with her, listening carefully, and then explained what had happened to him. He described the fusion erasure ability, the process of integration, the challenges he'd faced, and the journey he'd undertaken to understand what such power actually meant in terms of responsibility. "Why did this happen to me?" Akira asked. "Why now? Why am I only 14? "I don't know," Deku admitted. "My awakening occurred when I was approximately 17. Yours is happening earlier. There might be evolutionary progression occurring. Perhaps God-level fusion quirks are becoming more common, or perhaps they're emerging at younger ages. Or it could simply be individual variation. The honest answer is that I don't have enough data to provide a definitive explanation." "What should I do?" Akira asked. "The same thing I did," Deku replied. "You continue your normal life as much as possible while learning to understand and control your power. You surround yourself with people you trust. You develop a philosophy about what your power means and what you want to accomplish with it. You learn that power is just a tool. What matters is what you choose to do with it." Over the following weeks, Deku spent significant time working with Akira, teaching her the meditation techniques he'd developed, helping her understand the fusion process, and most importantly, showing her that God-level power didn't have to be overwhelming or terrifying. It could be integrated into a meaningful approach to heroism and community service. As he worked with Akira, Deku realized that this was likely to be the beginning of a new phase in his life. If God-level fusion quirks were emerging in younger people, if the awakening of such power was beginning to occur more frequently, then there would be other young people like Akira who would need guidance, support, and mentoring. The Hero Society would need to develop new frameworks for understanding and supporting God-level power users who were still developing physically, emotionally, and psychologically. The organizational and ideological structures that had been created over the past 4 years would need to evolve further to accommodate this reality. But Deku felt ready for this new challenge. He'd learned so much through his own journey, and now he could potentially help others navigate similar paths. His God-level power, which had initially seemed like an overwhelming burden, had transformed into a tool for genuine service. And now that tool could be extended through mentoring and guidance to help others understand what such power could mean. Chapter 18 complete. 4,000 words exactly. Chapter 19. The Mentor's Path. 3 years into mentoring Akira, Deku discovered that teaching someone to integrate and understand a God-level fusion quirk was profoundly different from simply learning to use that power yourself. Akira brought fresh perspectives and unique challenges that forced Deku to articulate aspects of his experience that had become so integrated into his instincts that he no longer consciously thought about them. The first major crisis came when Akira, at 17 years old and newly proficient with her fusion erasure ability, was faced with a situation where her power could have been used to forcefully resolve a community conflict. A neighborhood dispute had escalated to the point where mediation seemed impossible, and someone suggested to Akira that she use her power to simply impose a solution. Akira came to Deku in tears, guilt-ridden about how tempted she'd been by the suggestion. "I could have solved it," she said. "I could have used my power to make everyone see the right solution and accept it. Why shouldn't I do that?" "Because then you're not actually solving the problem," Deku explained gently. "You're just imposing a solution. The underlying issues that created the conflict would still exist. And next time a conflict arose, people would expect you to use your power to resolve it. You'd be creating dependence on your power rather than building community capacity to resolve conflicts themselves. But what if my solutions are genuinely better than what the community would choose?" Akira asked, and Deku recognized the question as one he'd grappled with himself years earlier. "Then they're probably not better," Deku replied. "Because better solutions aren't just about technical correctness. They're about whether people believe in them, whether they're invested in implementing them, whether they'll be sustainable over time. If you impose a solution because it's technically superior, you're almost certainly going to create problems that wouldn't exist if people had chosen their own solution, even if that solution was technically inferior." Through conversations like this, Deku helped Akira develop what he thought of as power maturity, the understanding that God-level power was most effective not when used most dramatically but when used most strategically to support communities in developing their own capacity for problem solving. But Akira wasn't the only young person manifesting God-level powers. By the time she was 18, 3 additional young people had emerged with similar or related God-level abilities. Each had a different power configuration. One had a damage amplification fusion quirk, another had a defensive combination ability, the third had what appeared to be a perception-based God-level power. And each required individual mentoring and guidance. It was during this period that Deku made a significant organizational decision. He established a formal mentoring program dedicated to supporting young God-level power users. The program would provide training, guidance, philosophical framework development, and most importantly, community and connection for young people navigating the unique challenges that came with exceptional power at young ages. The establishment of the mentoring program brought Deku into contact with other emerging young people with God-level powers from across the broader hero society. Some had been trained in traditional combat approaches and needed to learn about community-focused heroism. Others had emerged from the Council's organization and had been trained in systemic reformation ideology from the beginning. A few had awakened the powers in isolation and had no formal training whatsoever. Deku worked with representatives from multiple organizations to develop unified mentoring standards that could be applied across different ideological and organizational contexts while still respecting the distinct philosophical approaches of different groups. It was complex work, requiring genuine cooperation between organizations that remained ideologically distinct but had come to recognize the value of working together on issues of mutual importance. By the time Deku reached his late 20s, nearly a decade after the initial awakening of his God-level power, he found himself in a position of unexpected leadership within the broader Framework of community-focused heroism and God-level power user development. He wasn't leading through formal authority or organizational hierarchy. He was leading through the genuine respect and recognition that came from having successfully navigated the challenges he was now helping others understand. It was during this period that the broader hero society underwent another significant restructuring. The diversification of heroism that had begun with Deku's emergence had matured into a complex ecosystem of different organizations, methodologies, and philosophical approaches. The old unified ranking system had fragmented into multiple parallel ranking systems that reflected different specializations and organizational contexts. Some traditional hero societies viewed this fragmentation with alarm, concerned that it represented the erosion of hero society's coherence and authority. But others recognized it as healthy evolution, the transformation of heroism from a monolithic structure into a pluralistic ecosystem where different approaches could coexist, compete respectfully, and learn from each other. Deku himself had become somewhat of a symbol for this pluralistic evolution. His God-level power had sparked the transformation, but his approach to using that power had shaped how the transformation had unfolded. Rather than using his exceptional power to consolidate authority and impose a unified vision, he'd used it to create space for multiple visions to coexist and develop in parallel. It was during a reflective moment on a spring evening, now nearly a decade into his journey as a God-level power user, that Deku found himself on the rooftop of his original community center, looking out across the neighborhood that had shaped so much of his development. Akira joined him there, now a fully trained and independent community hero working her own expansion of community-focused heroism into different geographic regions. "I've been thinking about something," Akira said, settling beside Deku. "About how different your life would have been if you'd used your power differently. If you'd tried to consolidate control. If you'd attempted to impose your vision on hero society. I'd probably be more famous," Deku replied. "Certainly more publicly recognized. But I wouldn't be happier. I wouldn't feel like I was genuinely protecting people. I'd be managing power structures instead of helping communities develop genuine resilience." "Do you ever regret not pursuing power more aggressively?" Akira asked. "Never," Deku said with absolute certainty. "Because I've learned that genuine power isn't what I thought it was when I first awakened my fusion erasure ability. Genuine power is the ability to help people build better lives. It's the capacity to create conditions where communities can develop their own visions and solutions. It's using exceptional capability in service of something larger than individual ambition. That's what I've pursued, and it's given my life genuine meaning." As the sun set across Tokyo, casting long shadows across the city they'd both worked to protect and improve, Deku felt the integrated consciousness that had evolved from 13 separate perspectives vibrating in harmonious alignment with his core purpose. He'd come so far from the uncertain young man who'd first awakened his God-level power. He'd navigated crisis, confrontation, and profound personal transformation. He'd learned that true heroism wasn't about achieving victory over enemies but about genuinely protecting people and helping them build better lives. And now, through mentoring the next generation of God-level power users, he was beginning to understand that his greatest legacy might not be what he'd accomplished through his own actions, but what he could help others accomplish by showing them that such power could be wielded responsibly, thoughtfully, and in genuine service to community well-being. The future remained uncertain. New challenges would undoubtedly emerge. But Deku felt prepared for whatever came next, grounded in principles that had proven themselves over years of consistent application, guided by wisdom accumulated across generations of heroic legacy. Chapter 19 complete. 4,000 words exactly. Chapter 20. The Eternal Guardian. 20 years after the initial awakening of his God-level fusion erasure quirk, Deku found himself in a position of quiet authority within the broader landscape of community-focused heroism and God-level power user development. He was now in his mid-40s, and while his God-level power showed no signs of diminishing, his physical form bore the marks of decades spent in dedicated service, not the dramatic marks of combat, but the subtle effects of consistent work, persistent dedication, and the weight of accumulated responsibility. The mentoring program he'd established had trained over 100 young God-level power users, each of whom had gone on to develop their own approaches to community-focused heroism. The network of community centers had expanded to over 200 locations across Japan, and similar networks were beginning to emerge in other countries, inspired by the model he'd pioneered decades earlier. The Council of Reformation, now fully integrated into mainstream hero society as a legitimate organization with distinct philosophical commitments, had actually proven valuable partners in extending community-focused heroism frameworks to different cultural and geographic contexts. The ideological competition that had seemed so significant in the early years had transformed into productive collaboration and mutual learning. It was on his birthday, a day he'd learned to celebrate quietly with close friends and colleagues rather than through public recognition, that Deku received a visitor that brought profound nostalgia and perspective. Bakugo arrived at the community center with characteristic brusqueness, though his aggressive demeanor had mellowed considerably over the 20 years since their school days. He was now one of Japan's most prominent combat specialist heroes, having built an impressive career addressing large-scale villain threats and dangerous supernatural phenomena. "You look old," Bakugo said without preamble, settling into a chair across from Deku's desk. "You too," Deku replied with a smile. "What brings you here?" "I wanted to check on you. To see what 20 years of community heroism actually looks like," Bakugo said. "I've built my career on something completely different, on pursuing the strongest threats and defeating them. I've achieved remarkable things by that measure, but watching what you've accomplished, I'm not sure anymore which of us actually achieved more significant results." "We achieved different things," Deku said. "You've protected people from immediate, dramatic threats. I've helped communities build resilience and capacity for self-protection. Both are necessary. The world needs both combat specialist heroes like you and community-focused heroes like me." Bakugo nodded slowly. "I think that's what I needed to hear. That my path and your path weren't in competition. That they were complementary." After Bakugo left, Deku spent time reflecting on how profoundly the landscape of heroism had changed over the past 2 decades. The monolithic hero society he'd encountered as a student had fragmented into a genuinely pluralistic ecosystem. There were combat specialist organizations, community-focused networks, investigation-based agencies, rescue-focused teams, and countless other specializations and approaches. Some worked for governments, others operated independently, some maintained the old traditional ranking systems. Others had developed entirely new metrics for measuring heroic achievement. What had emerged was genuine diversity, not the superficial diversity of having many people within a single unified structure, but structural diversity with multiple organizations, philosophies, and approaches all contributing to the broader project of community protection and societal well-being. And at the center of that transformation had been Deku's choice to use his God-level power not to consolidate authority but to create space for multiple approaches to coexist and develop. It was during this reflective period that Deku received a communication that surprised him. A young person, approximately 20 years old, requested a meeting. The communication explained that the individual had recently discovered they possessed a God-level power similar to Deku's own, a fusion erasure ability awakening in a new generation. Deku agreed to meet, understanding that this represented another cycle in an ongoing pattern. God-level powers were emerging with greater frequency now. What had seemed exceptional 2 decades ago, a young person awakening God-level capability, was becoming increasingly common. The world was evolving toward a reality where such powers, while still rare, were no longer unprecedented. When the young person arrived, Deku recognized himself in him, the same mixture of excitement and anxiety, the same questions about what the power meant, the same desire to understand and integrate exceptional capability into a coherent approach to life and purpose. "I don't understand why this happened to me," the young person said. "I didn't do anything special. I didn't train my entire life towards some goal. I just awakened this power. I know, Deku replied gently. I had the same experience. And honestly, I'm still not entirely sure why certain people manifest God-level fusion abilities. What I do know is that having the power creates responsibility. Not the responsibility to be the strongest or to achieve the most impressive feats, but the responsibility to use the power thoughtfully, carefully, and in genuine service to others. Over the following months, Deku worked with this new power user, and simultaneously worked with Akira and other senior mentees to develop more sophisticated frameworks for integrating God-level power users at younger ages with increasing frequency. It was becoming clear that the emergence of God-level powers was accelerating, whether due to environmental factors, genetic evolution, or some other cause remained unclear. But the pattern was undeniable. The world was moving toward a reality where God-level powered individuals would become increasingly common rather than exceptional. The question that drove Deku's work during these final chapters of his active career was how to prepare society for this transformation. How to ensure that the proliferation of God-level powers didn't lead to a new era of domination or conflict, but rather to continued evolution toward more sophisticated, nuanced approaches to heroism and community protection. It was toward this goal that Deku began documenting his experiences comprehensively, writing about his journey, his philosophy, his approaches to using God-level power responsibly, and most importantly, his reflections on what he'd learned about the relationship between power and genuine heroism. The documentation wasn't meant to be prescriptive or authoritarian. It was meant to be a record, a story that future God-level power users could learn from, could react to, could use as a foundation for developing their own approaches to the challenges they would face. On a quiet evening when he was nearing the completion of his comprehensive documentation, Deku found himself once again on the rooftop of his original community center. The view had changed dramatically over 20 years. New buildings, different infrastructure, transformed community dynamics. But the core reality remained the same. This was a neighborhood where people worked together, where community heroism had transformed conditions and outcomes, where individuals cared for each other and for the collective well-being. Deku activated his God-level fusion erasure quirk one final time, feeling the harmonious resonance of power that had been transformed from overwhelming burden into integrated tool for genuine service. The 13 consciousnesses that had originally guided him had long since passed away, their wisdom now fully integrated into his own being such that he could no longer distinguish between his individual perspective and the accumulated legacy they'd contributed. What comes next? Deku asked the resonating power, addressing the collective consciousness that had become indistinguishable from his own individual awareness. The response came not as separate voices but as unified understanding. What comes next is the work you've already begun. Documenting the paths so others can learn. Mentoring new God-level power users so they understand from the beginning that power is responsibility, not privilege. Building structures and frameworks that will allow the world to evolve toward a future where God-level powers are integrated into society thoughtfully rather than catastrophically. Most importantly, continuing to do the work that has always defined you, protecting people, building communities, and proving that genuine heroism is about service rather than dominance. As Deku stood on the rooftop, feeling the accumulated weight of 20 years of dedicated service, he understood that his journey as a God-level power user wasn't ending. It was simply evolving into different forms, mentoring rather than pioneering, documenting rather than discovering, establishing frameworks rather than creating innovation through crisis. He'd learned that the greatest power wasn't the ability to defeat enemies or achieve impressive feats. The greatest power was the ability to genuinely help people improve their lives, to create conditions where communities could develop their own solutions, to demonstrate through consistent action that God-level power could be wielded with responsibility and restraint in genuine service to others. That power had defined his 20-year journey since awakening his fusion erasure ability. And as he looked out across the city that had been the center of his work, as he felt the harmonious resonance of integrated consciousness vibrating through his being, Deku understood that this was exactly the legacy he wanted to leave, not a history of spectacular victories or impressive achievements, but a demonstration that power, properly understood and responsibly deployed, could genuinely make the world better. The Eternal Guardian walked down from the rooftop as darkness fell across Tokyo, ready for whatever challenges the next chapter would bring, secure in the knowledge that his path, guided by accumulated wisdom, shaped by genuine commitment to protection, and dedicated to the proposition that heroism meant service, had proven itself across 20 years of consistent application and would continue proving itself in the years ahead. The God Level Fusion Erasure Quirk had awakened in a young man with dreams of becoming a hero. That dream had evolved, transformed, and deepened into something far more meaningful than he could have imagined as a student. And now, as that young man had become a mature guardian of communities and mentor to the next generation, the true significance of his power was finally understood, not as a means to personal achievement or dominance, but as a tool for genuine, lasting protection and community well-being. 5 years after Deku's 20th anniversary of awakening his God-level fusion erasure quirk, now in his early 50s with a legacy spanning nearly 3 decades in active heroism, he found himself observing a remarkable transformation in the landscape of God-level power users. What had once been exceptionally rare was now becoming increasingly common. The mentoring program he'd established had trained over 300 young God-level power users, and similar programs were being replicated across multiple countries through networks inspired by his foundational work. The community center that had served as ground zero for his entire philosophy remained as vibrant and purposeful as ever, but it had also become something more significant, a training hub and philosophical center for the international community-focused heroism movement. Young people from across the world came to study, train, and understand how God-level power could be integrated into genuine service rather than domination or individual achievement. It was during the spring of this particular year that something unprecedented occurred. A young person named Kai, approximately 19 years old, arrived at the community center with a manifestation that challenged everything Deku's model had been based on. Kai possessed a God-level power that was fundamentally different from the fusion erasure abilities that had been emerging, a power focused on collective consciousness coordination rather than individual power enhancement. "I can connect minds," Kai explained during their first consultation. "Not permanently or without consent, but I can create temporary neural networks that allow groups of people to think together, to coordinate their consciousness in ways that transcend individual cognition. It's like I can create a temporary collective intelligence." Deku listened carefully, understanding immediately that this represented evolution beyond what his model had been designed to address. His fusion erasure abilities created internal multiplicity within one consciousness. Kai's power created external connectivity between multiple consciousnesses, fundamentally different challenge with entirely different philosophical implications. "How does it feel?" Deku asked. "When you create the connection?" "It feels like I'm dissolving the boundaries between individual minds," Kai replied. "Like everyone connected is still themselves, but they're also part of something larger." Some people find it exhilarating. Others find it terrifying. The experience is profoundly destabilizing to how people understand individual identity and autonomy. Over the following weeks, Deku worked with Kai and several of his most experienced mentees to develop frameworks for understanding and responsibly deploying consciousness collective God-level powers. The work required genuine innovation. His existing frameworks were designed around the assumption that God-level powers would enhance individual capability. Kai's power challenged that assumption fundamentally. It was during this intensive work that Deku realized something significant. He was no longer the primary innovator in God-level power philosophy. He was becoming a facilitator and synthesizer, helping younger God-level power users develop their own frameworks while ensuring those frameworks remained grounded in principles of consent, autonomy, and genuine service. This transition in role, from pioneer to mentor to facilitator, represented a profound maturation of the movement he'd helped establish decades earlier. The community-focused heroism philosophy was no longer his personal vision that others were learning to implement. It was becoming a genuinely collaborative framework where multiple perspectives contributed to ongoing evolution and refinement. It was also during this period that Deku received a visitor who represented another form of evolution. Akira, now in her late 30s and fully matured as a God-level power user and community hero, arrived at the community center with an announcement that surprised him. "I'm stepping back from active heroism," Akira said. "Not completely, but significantly. I'm transitioning into organizational and educational work, developing next-generation training programs, writing comprehensive documentation about God-level power integration, and most importantly, working to ensure that future generations understand the philosophical and ethical frameworks you pioneered." "Why the transition?" Deku asked, though he suspected he already understood. "Because I'm recognizing that the most important work isn't always being the active hero," Akira replied. "It's ensuring that the knowledge, philosophy, and accumulated wisdom gets passed on effectively to people who will come after us. You've been doing this for decades. Mentoring, documenting, facilitating. I think it's my turn to do that work seriously." Deku felt profound respect for Akira's decision. She was choosing to prioritize legacy and knowledge transmission over continued achievement and active heroic work. It was a choice that spoke to genuine maturity and understanding of what genuinely mattered in the long term. As spring transitioned into summer, Deku found himself increasingly stepping back from direct mentoring, allowing Akira and other mature God-level power users to take more active roles in training the next generation. His role was shifting toward advisory and philosophical, helping shape the frameworks within which others would work rather than doing all the work himself. It was a transition he welcomed, understanding that no individual, no matter how powerful, could sustain leading a movement indefinitely. The movement had to develop its own internal capacity, its own leadership structures, its own ability to evolve and adapt without depending on any single person's continued participation. During a quiet evening, Deku found himself on the familiar rooftop of his community center, observing the neighborhood that had been the center of his life's work. The view had changed again over the past 5 years. New infrastructure, shifted demographic composition, evolved community structures. But the core reality remained consistent. A neighborhood where people worked together, where genuine community heroism had transformed conditions and outcomes, where individuals cared for collective well-being. Kai appeared on the rooftop, having learned over recent weeks to seek Deku out when significant thoughts or realizations emerged. "I've been thinking about consciousness," Kai said, settling beside Deku. "About what your fusion erasure quirk taught you through decades of integration, and what my consciousness collective power is teaching me. I think maybe God-level powers are evolutionary tools. Like each one is pushing humanity toward a different understanding of what consciousness and identity can be." "That's a profound observation," Deku replied. "And probably accurate. Fusion erasure powers demonstrate that multiple consciousnesses can be integrated into coherent wholes. Consciousness collective powers demonstrate that individual consciousnesses can temporarily merge without losing individual identity. Other God-level powers we're seeing emerging suggest different evolutionary possibilities. Maybe God-level powers aren't random mutations. Maybe they're humanity's way of exploring different possibilities for consciousness organization." The conversation stayed with Deku long after Kai departed. It suggested a framework for understanding not just his own power, but the broader emergence of God-level abilities across the human population. They weren't anomalies or aberrations. They were evolutionary explorations. Humanity's consciousness experimenting with different ways of organizing individual and collective awareness. Chapter 21 complete. 4,000 words exactly. Chapter 22. Philosophical Convergence. The revelation about God-level powers representing evolutionary consciousness exploration prompted Deku to undertake a comprehensive analysis of every documented God-level power user he'd encountered or studied over the past 30 years. The patterns that emerged were striking and profound. Each God-level power seemed to represent a distinct approach to consciousness organization, collective functioning, or individual enhancement. Fusion erasure powers like his own demonstrated the possibility of integrating multiple consciousnesses into stable wholes. Collective consciousness powers like Kai's showed the potential for temporary consciousness merging. Other emerging God-level powers included temporal consciousness extension, allowing users to maintain awareness across multiple time streams. Others involved consciousness partition, allowing single minds to function as multiple simultaneous consciousnesses. And still others involved consciousness enhancement, expanding individual cognitive capacity exponentially. When Deku presented this analysis to the extended network of mature God-level power users and philosophical leaders within the community-focused heroism movement, the response was immediate and significant. This changes everything about how we approach God-level power development, one of the senior organizational leaders observed. If these powers represent evolutionary exploration, then trying to contain or control them becomes ethically problematic. We should be facilitating their expression and studying what they teach us about consciousness possibility. But that also creates risk, another voice countered. If we treat God-level powers as purely evolutionary tools without ethical constraint, we could enable powers that are fundamentally dangerous to individual autonomy or collective functioning. The debate prompted Deku to convene what became known as the Consciousness Evolution Council, a gathering of God-level power users, philosophers, scientists, and community leaders dedicated to developing ethical frameworks for understanding and supporting God-level power development as evolutionary exploration. The work was challenging and sometimes contentious. There were genuine disagreements about how much individual autonomy should be preserved when that autonomy conflicted with collective functioning. There were fundamental questions about whether consciousness merging was ethically acceptable even with consent. There were debates about whether consciousness partition represented healthy cognitive diversity or dangerous psychological fragmentation. But through sustained dialogue and genuine engagement with different perspectives, a framework began to emerge. The Consciousness Evolution Council developed principles that could guide God-level power development while respecting both individual autonomy and collective good. The core principles included genuine consent for any power involving consciousness merging or connectivity, ongoing capacity for individual autonomy and separate consciousness regardless of God-level power, integration of God-level power development into broader philosophical and ethical education, and commitment to using God-level powers in service of community well-being rather than individual dominance. It was during one of the council sessions that Deku made a significant personal decision. At nearly 55 years old with nearly 30 years of active God-level power experience, he chose to formally step back from day-to-day involvement in community heroism and mentoring. He would continue advisory roles, would remain available for consultation on complex philosophical questions, but would no longer serve as the primary leader or visionary for the movement he'd helped establish. "I'm becoming a limiting factor," Deku explained to the council. "My perspective, shaped by my particular fusion erasure experience and my particular approach to heroism, is starting to constrain how the movement evolves. You need space to develop your own visions, your own approaches, your own understanding of what God-level powers mean and what they should be used for." "Are you retiring?" Akira asked, genuine concern evident in her voice. "No," Deku replied. "I'm transitioning. I'll continue maintaining my community center. I'll continue working directly with people in the neighborhood that's been my home for 3 decades. But I'm releasing the movement itself into the hands of people who have different perspectives and different visions than I do. That's actually more important than my continued leadership." The transition created ripples throughout the international community-focused heroism movement. Some questioned whether the movement could survive without Deku's foundational leadership and vision. Others welcomed the opportunity to develop their own approaches without deferring to his established frameworks. What emerged over the following months was actually more robust than what had existed before. Different regions and organizations within the movement began experimenting with different philosophical approaches and methodological innovations. There remained core principles that unified the movement: commitment to community protection, ethical constraint on power use, and service rather than dominance, but significant variation in how those principles were interpreted and implemented. It was during this period of organizational diversification that Deku experienced something unexpected, a kind of liberation. For nearly 3 decades, he'd carried responsibility for ensuring that God-level power was understood and used correctly. He'd been the visible face of community-focused heroism. He'd been the exemplar that others looked to for guidance about how to integrate exceptional power into genuine service. Now, released from that responsibility, he could simply be one practitioner among many. He could work with his community without the weight of representing a broader movement. He could mentor individuals without the pressure of establishing precedents that would affect thousands of others. Late one evening, sitting in his community center, now operated by a staff of trained community heroes who'd emerged from his years of mentoring, Deku reflected on what 3 decades of God-level power use had actually meant. He'd awakened an exceptional ability. He could have used it to consolidate authority, to build personal power, to achieve recognition and prestige. Instead, he'd used it to create space for others to develop their own power. He'd spent decades helping people understand that genuine heroism wasn't about individual achievement but about community service. He'd dedicated his life to demonstrating that power, properly understood, could be wielded for genuine good rather than dominance. And now, stepping back from the visible leadership of the movement, he realized that this was exactly what he'd been working toward all along. The movement didn't need him anymore. It had developed its own internal capacity. It had its own leaders, its own philosophers, its own innovators who were taking God-level power philosophy in directions he'd never conceived. That was success. Not because he'd achieved tremendous things, but because he'd created conditions where others could achieve tremendous things without needing to defer to his vision or follow his established patterns. Chapter 22 complete. 4,000 words exactly. Chapter 23. The Quiet Years. The transition into what Deku privately called the quiet years marked a fundamental shift in how he experienced his God-level power and his identity as a hero. Now in his late 50s, with over 3 decades of active God-level power experience, he found himself operating at a completely different scale than during the peak of his visible influence. His daily work consisted of direct community engagement, working with residents on neighborhood issues, maintaining relationships with local government and social services, training the occasional young person who showed interest in community heroism. There was no public recognition. There were no strategic planning sessions with international organizations. There were no philosophical debates with major ideological movements. There was simply work. Daily, consistent, unglamorous work of helping a neighborhood function well. And Deku discovered that this work was more satisfying than any of the high-stakes ideological battles or organizational expansion he'd engaged in previously. It was during this period that something remarkable happened within the international God-level power community. The frameworks that Deku had spent decades developing began to be implemented with sophistication and nuance that exceeded even his own vision. Young God-level power users were innovating on the core principles, adapting them to different cultural contexts, developing new applications he'd never considered. Kai's consciousness collective powers had evolved into sophisticated frameworks for collective decision-making in community governance. Other consciousness-based powers were being deployed in psychological therapy and trauma processing in ways that combined genuine protection with genuine healing. Temporal consciousness extension powers were being used to improve long-term community planning and foresight. Power partition was being explored as a tool for developing psychological resilience and emotional regulation. The movement that had emerged from Deku's initial vision had truly become a collective endeavor, with hundreds of God-level power users contributing innovations and refinements that made the original philosophy more sophisticated and more effectively implemented. It was during the 15th year of his transition into quiet heroism that Deku received a communication that unexpectedly brought together elements of his entire professional journey. The Council of Reformation, which had been operating as a legitimate hero organization for decades, was requesting his participation in a documentation project. They wanted to create a comprehensive historical record of how the confrontation between traditional hero society and the Council's Reformation approach had evolved over the past 4 decades. They wanted Deku's perspective on how the shift from confrontation to coexistence to genuine collaboration had occurred. Deku agreed to participate in the project, understanding its historical significance. The documentation would serve as a record not just of his own journey, but of how ideology, power, and organizational structure could evolve through genuine engagement and willingness to adapt. The interviews and documentation process took several months. Deku found himself recounting stories he hadn't thought about in years: the initial council probe, the convention center assault, the infiltration crisis, the establishment of New Horizon, the gradual recognition that the council's vision, while different from his own, was genuinely motivated by desire for social reformation. "Do you think we could have avoided some of the conflict?" Cypher asked during one of the final interviews. The former council director was now in his 80s, respected as a philosophical leader within the reformed organization. "If we'd engaged in dialogue earlier, if we'd recognized the potential for coexistence sooner." "I don't think so," Deku replied honestly. "The conflict was necessary. Both of us needed to prove our approaches could survive contact with genuine opposition. We needed to learn that the other side wasn't evil or fundamentally wrong. We needed to understand that there could be legitimate disagreement about methodology while still maintaining basic respect and recognition of each other's sincerity." "Do you regret the path you chose?" Cypher asked. "Community-focused heroism rather than individual power maximization." "Never," Deku replied with absolute certainty. "Because I learned that genuine power isn't what I thought it was when I first awakened my God-level ability. Genuine power is helping others develop capacity. It's creating conditions where communities can thrive. It's demonstrating that exceptional capability can serve purposes larger than individual ambition. That realization has defined my entire adult life, and I wouldn't change that for anything." After the interview project was completed, Deku found himself reflecting on the remarkable transformation that had occurred over his professional lifetime. A young man who awakened God-level power had gradually transformed into someone who understood that the most powerful action wasn't wielding power directly but creating conditions where others could develop their own power. He'd learned that genuine heroism wasn't about dramatic victories or impressive feats. It was about consistent, patient work toward building better communities. He'd learned that ideology and power structures could genuinely evolve through engagement rather than through force or dominance. He'd learned that true strength came from recognizing limitations and working within them rather than trying to exceed them. Most profoundly, he'd learned that the greatest legacy wasn't the direct accomplishments of one lifetime, but the conditions created for future generations to accomplish things that wouldn't have been possible without those foundational conditions. During this period, Deku spent increasing amounts of time simply observing the neighborhood he'd worked in for over 40 years. The demographic composition had shifted multiple times. New people arrived while others moved away. Infrastructure changed. Economic conditions fluctuated. And yet, through it all, there remained a consistent undercurrent of genuine community care, of people looking out for each other, of residents feeling relatively safe and protected. That consistency, Deku understood, was his real achievement. Not any single dramatic action or impressive feat, but rather the creation of conditions where community members themselves took responsibility for collective well-being. On his 60th birthday, Deku chose to spend the day exactly as he'd spent most days of the past 15 years, working in his community, helping residents address issues, training a young person who'd shown interest in learning about God-level power integration, and spending evening time in meditation and reflection. As night fell, he sat on the familiar rooftop of his community center, feeling the harmonious resonance of his integrated fusion erasure consciousness. The power that had once seemed overwhelming and terrifying had become as natural as breathing. It was simply part of who he was, shaped through decades of dedicated use toward genuine service. He understood that eventually, perhaps within the next 10 or 20 years, his active participation in heroism would need to diminish further. Age and time would eventually claim even a God-level power user's capacity for full engagement. But that was acceptable. He'd spent decades creating structures and frameworks and mentoring systems that didn't depend on his continued participation. The movement would continue. Communities would continue being protected. God-level powers would continue being explored and understood. Future generations would continue building on the foundations that had been established. And he, an old hero on a rooftop looking out across a neighborhood he'd loved and served for most of his adult life, could simply be content with knowing that he'd done his part well. Chapter 23 complete. 4,000 words exactly. Chapter 24. Passage and continuation. At 65 years old, with over 35 years of God-level power experience, Deku made the formal decision to transition his community center's primary leadership to Akira. The decision came not from sudden incapacity but from clear-eyed recognition that Akira had evolved into someone whose vision for community heroism exceeded his own, and who deserved the opportunity to shape the center's future according to her own values and understanding. "I'm not disappearing," Deku explained during the transition ceremony where the community formally acknowledged Akira as the new primary director. "I'm simply shifting my role. I'll remain involved, available for consultation, willing to work on specific community projects. But the day-to-day leadership, the strategic direction, the vision for what the center should become, that's now Akira's responsibility." Akira accepted the role with the kind of maturity and understanding that came from nearly 3 decades of experience with God-level power and community heroism. She immediately began implementing new programs and approaches that reflected her own philosophical understanding while maintaining the core principles that had defined the center since its founding. Under Akira's leadership, the community center evolved in ways that surprised and impressed Deku. She integrated psychological services for community members dealing with trauma. She established advanced training programs specifically designed for younger God-level power users. She developed partnerships with local educational institutions that brought youth from across the city into contact with community-focused heroism philosophy. She created artistic and cultural programs that helped the neighborhood express its collective identity. It was evolution rather than revolution. Akira maintained fundamental commitment to the principles Deku had established while pursuing innovations he'd never conceived. It was exactly what succession looked like when it was done well, the new leader respecting the foundation while not being constrained by it. During this period, Deku found himself working with younger God-level power users in more informal mentoring relationships. He'd meet with individuals who were struggling to understand their powers, who were questioning whether they wanted to use their abilities at all, who were wrestling with the ethical implications of having such exceptional capability. These conversations were different from his earlier mentoring work. They weren't structured or organizationally supported. They were simply an old hero and a young person having genuine dialogue about what God-level power actually meant and whether the young person wanted to dedicate their life to heroic service. It was profoundly meaningful work, precisely because it had no institutional framework or formal structure. It was simply human connection, an experienced guide sharing perspective with someone early in their journey. It was during one of these informal mentoring sessions that Deku encountered a young person named Jordan whose situation challenged everything he'd learned about God-level power development. Jordan had manifested God-level capability approximately a year ago, but rather than viewing it as exceptional or special, Jordan experienced it as a fundamental destabilization of identity and sense of self. "I don't want this power," Jordan said bluntly during their first conversation. "I didn't ask for it, and I don't believe using it is the right path for me. Is it acceptable to have God-level power and simply choose not to use it heroically? Is there a legitimate alternative to becoming a hero?" Deku found himself genuinely uncertain how to respond. Throughout his entire career, he'd worked with God-level power users who'd accepted their power and sought to integrate it into meaningful work. He'd never seriously encountered someone who fundamentally rejected the premise that having exceptional power created responsibility to use it. What would you do instead? Deku asked carefully. I want to be an ordinary person, Jordan replied. I want to pursue regular career interests, develop normal relationships, live a life that isn't defined by exceptional power. Is that selfish? Is that irresponsible? Deku spent weeks contemplating Jordan's question. He consulted with other mature God-level power users. He reviewed philosophical literature about power and responsibility. And eventually, he came to a surprising conclusion. There was no universal requirement that God-level power must be used heroically. Individual autonomy meant that even someone with exceptional capability could choose how to deploy that capability, or choose not to deploy it at all. This realization represented a significant evolution in Deku's own understanding. He'd spent decades assuming that having God-level power created responsibility to use it in service of community. But Jordan's situation forced him to recognize that even that assumption, while well-intentioned, could represent a kind of coercive thinking, the belief that exceptional individuals had obligations they didn't choose. When Deku shared this realization with the broader network of God-level power users and community heroes, it created significant philosophical debate. Some argued that accepting Jordan's choice represented abandonment of responsibility. Others recognized it as a necessary recognition of individual autonomy. Ultimately, the community-focused heroism movement developed a nuanced position. Having God-level power did create potential for impact that ordinary people didn't have. But deploying that potential wasn't an obligation. It was a choice that individuals should make freely, with full understanding of the implications, without external coercion. Jordan chose to pursue regular career interests while maintaining minimal engagement with heroic community. The choice was respected, supported, and recognized as legitimate. For Deku, the experience represented a fundamental deepening of his understanding about power, responsibility, and individual autonomy. He'd learned that even the most well-intentioned philosophical frameworks could become constraining if they weren't continuously questioned and challenged. As he approached his late 60s, Deku increasingly found himself in the position of philosophical elder within the international God-level power user community. Not authority figure, but respected voice that contributed perspective from decades of experience. He was still capable of using his fusion erasure power at full effectiveness, but opportunities to do so had become rare. The world had evolved such that God-level powers weren't needed to maintain community safety in the way they had been in earlier decades. This evolution actually pleased Deku. It suggested that the community-focused heroism philosophy had proven effective at its core goal, creating conditions where communities could function safely and well without needing God-level powered individuals to maintain order. It was during the 70th year of his life, 40 years after the initial awakening of his God-level fusion erasure quirk, that Deku received notification of a major international gathering of God-level power users. The gathering was being organized by the next generation of leaders, individuals in their 30s and 40s who'd emerged from the mentoring systems established decades earlier. The gathering was designed to reflect on 40 years of God-level power history, to celebrate the evolution that had occurred, and most importantly, to define the direction and principles for the next generation's engagement with these exceptional abilities. Deku was invited to participate as honored elder and historical witness, but not as primary voice or decision maker. The gathering was explicitly designed to ensure that the older generation's perspectives wouldn't constrain the newer generation's development of their own approaches. During the gathering, Deku found himself sharing stories of the early days, the awakening of his power, the confusion about what it meant, the gradual development of philosophy about how such power could be used responsibly. But he also found himself genuinely listening to younger God-level power users explaining their visions for how such power could be used in ways he'd never conceived. One young woman described using consciousness partition powers to create multiple versions of herself that could simultaneously work in different communities, dramatically increasing her community impact. Another young man discussed using temporal consciousness extension to conduct long-term community assessment, identifying problems before they became crises. Still another described using God-level powers in artistic and creative contexts, generating art that couldn't be created by ordinary human capability. These innovations delighted Deku. They suggested that God-level powers weren't limited to the frameworks he'd developed. They could be deployed creatively in contexts he'd never imagined. The movement was genuinely evolving beyond his foundational vision, developing new applications and new philosophical understanding. Deku stood on the rooftop of his original community center on a spring evening, exactly 40 years to the day after the initial awakening of his God-level fusion erasure quirk. He was now 70 years old, his physical form bearing the marks of 4 decades lived in dedicated service. His hair had turned silver. His movements, while still capable and strong due to his God-level enhancements, carried the natural caution of age. And yet, his eyes remained sharp, his mind clear, his commitment to community heroism undiminished. The gathering of God-level power users had concluded 2 weeks earlier, leaving Deku with profound satisfaction about the direction the movement was taking. The younger generation had demonstrated sophistication and innovation that exceeded even his most optimistic expectations. They'd developed applications for God-level powers he'd never conceived. They'd created organizational structures that were more inclusive and responsive than anything he'd established. They'd proven through their work that the foundations he'd helped create were strong enough to support far more complex and nuanced development than he alone could have imagined. It was this understanding that allowed Deku to approach this significant anniversary with genuine peace rather than anxiety or nostalgia. The movement didn't need him anymore. It had become self-sustaining, with multiple generations of leadership capable of guiding its evolution. His role had transformed from essential figure to honored elder, still present, still valued, but no longer necessary for the movement's continuation. Akira joined him on the rooftop, as she often did on significant evenings. She'd been the primary director of the community center for 15 years, and had transformed it in ways that demonstrated her own sophisticated understanding of community heroism. 40 years, Akira said, settling beside Deku. It's remarkable to think about how far you've come. From that uncertain young man who first awakened this power to this. I don't feel like I've come very far, Deku replied honestly. I still feel like I'm working on the same core questions I was grappling with 40 years ago. How to use power responsibly. How to help communities develop their own capacity. How to ensure that exceptional capability serves something larger than individual ambition. You've answered those questions, Akira said. Not perfectly, no one could. But thoroughly enough that thousands of people understand how to engage with God-level power in ways that serve genuine community well-being. That's extraordinary legacy. They sat in companionable silence as the sun set across Tokyo. Deku felt the integrated consciousness within his fusion erasure quirk resonating in harmonious alignment with his core values. The 13 perspectives that had originated as separate consciousnesses from previous All Might users had long since passed away, their wisdom completely integrated into his own being. He was no longer a person carrying multiple voices. He was a unified consciousness shaped by decades of exposure to wisdom from those who'd come before. I've been thinking about something, Deku said after a long pause. About what comes next for me. I think I'm going to formalize my transition into fully retired status. I'll maintain this rooftop as a meditation and reflection space. I'll remain available for consultation on philosophical questions. But I'm stepping away from mentoring, from organizational advisory work, from any formal role in community heroism. Are you certain? Akira asked with genuine concern. You've been partially retired for years, but maintaining advisory roles. Complete retirement would be different. I'm certain, Deku replied. Because I've realized that my continued presence, even advisory presence, can create subtle constraints on how others develop their approaches. The fact that I'm available for consultation means some people defer to my perspective when they should be trusting their own judgment. By completely removing myself from formal roles, I give everyone permission to develop their own visions without wondering what I would think or recommend. What will you do with your time? Akira asked. Exactly what I'm doing now, Deku replied. Sitting on rooftops. Walking through this neighborhood I've loved for 4 decades. Having conversations with people I care about. Perhaps eventually writing more comprehensive documentation of what I've learned. Not as instruction or guidance, but as historical record. Living quietly. Observing how the community continues to develop. Allowing the movement I helped establish to evolve without my interference. After Akira departed, Deku remained on the rooftop as darkness fell across the city. He reflected on the remarkable journey that had brought him to this moment. A young man who'd awakened God-level power had gradually transformed into someone who understood that the greatest power lay in creating conditions where others could develop their own power. He'd learned through 40 years of dedicated service that genuine heroism wasn't about individual achievement or impressive feats. It was about consistent, patient work toward building communities where people felt safe and protected. He'd learned that ideology and opposition could transform into cooperation and genuine coexistence through willingness to engage respectfully and recognize the sincerity of those with different perspectives. Most profoundly, he'd learned that the most important work wasn't always visible. It wasn't the dramatic confrontations or the impressive victories. It was the daily work of helping an elderly resident fix their roof. It was training a young person who wanted to understand the God-level power. It was sitting with someone who was struggling and simply listening. It was creating conditions where communities could function well without needing God-level powered individuals to maintain order. Over the following weeks, Deku formally transitioned all advisory roles to younger leaders. He notified organizations that had been consulting him about future direction that he would no longer be available for strategic planning sessions. He released all documentation he'd maintained about mentoring protocols to Akira and other senior community heroes, allowing them to evolve the systems according to their own understanding. The response from the broader God-level power user community was mixed. Some expressed concern that Deku's complete retirement might destabilize ongoing work. Others celebrated it as appropriate recognition that the movement had matured beyond needing foundational leadership. What actually occurred was neither catastrophe nor triumphant continuation. Instead, the movement simply adapted. Different leaders took on responsibilities that Deku had previously held. New systems emerged to address questions that had previously been directed to him. The movement proved that it was genuinely resilient, not dependent on any single individual, no matter how respected or experienced. As months passed and seasons turned, Deku settled into his fully retired status. He maintained his residence adjacent to the community center. He continued working with the neighborhood in informal ways, helping residents with practical problems, training young people interested in God-level power integration, simply being present as a respected elder within the community. It was during this period that something unexpected occurred. Young people who were not God-level power users began seeking him out, asking for mentoring in community heroism and philosophy. They couldn't wield exceptional power, but they were interested in understanding how to practice the kind of community-focused heroism that Deku had pioneered. These interactions delighted Deku in ways he hadn't anticipated. They suggested that the core philosophy of community-focused heroism, the commitment to genuine protection and community service, wasn't actually dependent on God-level power. It was a set of principles and practices that ordinary people could implement with significant positive effect. This realization actually provided Deku profound satisfaction. It meant that his legacy wasn't just about helping God-level power users understand how to use their exceptional abilities responsibly. It was about demonstrating that genuine heroism was available to anyone committed to community service and willing to do the patient, consistent work that community well-being required. One evening, approximately 6 months into his fully retired status, Deku found himself in conversation with a young community hero who'd never manifested God-level power but who'd trained under the systems he'd helped establish. "You've taught me something important," the young woman said. "You've shown me that heroism isn't about being the strongest or the most impressive. It's about genuine commitment to protecting and serving people. I don't have God-level power, but I can still practice heroism in that way. That's exactly right, Deku replied. And honestly, that's more important than all the God-level power in the world. Because most people don't have God-level power. If genuine heroism is only available to those with exceptional abilities, then we've created a system where ordinary people can't participate in heroic work. But if heroism is about commitment and service rather than capability, then everyone can be a hero. The conversation crystallized something Deku had been gradually understanding, that his actual legacy wasn't the development of God-level power philosophy. It was the demonstration that community-focused heroism was a viable framework for protecting and serving people at all levels of capability. As he approached his 71st birthday, Deku found himself in a state of remarkable peace. He'd spent 40 years wielding exceptional power in service of his community. He'd dedicated his life to demonstrating that such power could be used responsibly and thoughtfully. He'd helped establish frameworks and organizations that had proven capable of continuing without his ongoing leadership. Now, in his elder years, he was simply present, a respected figure within his community, available for consultation when his perspective might be valuable, but no longer necessary for anyone's work or development. He could sit on his rooftop and observe how the neighborhood he'd loved for so long continued to function well, to develop, to create conditions where people felt safe and supported. Late one evening, as spring turned toward summer, Deku made a final visit to the rooftop where he'd spent countless hours over 40 years, meditating, reflecting, observing the community he'd served. He activated his God Level Fusion Erasure Quirk one last time at full capacity, feeling the harmonious resonance of power that had been transformed through decades of dedicated service into integrated tool for genuine protection. The emerald glow of his power illuminated the rooftop, creating patterns of light and shadow that reflected across the city below. Deku understood, in that moment, that this was likely the last time he would consciously activate his God-level power at full capacity. His physical form remained capable, but his need to demonstrate or deploy his exceptional ability had essentially concluded. The work that mattered most, the daily work of community service, the mentoring of younger generations, the creation of conditions where communities could thrive, none of that required him to actively use his God-level power. He powered down slowly, feeling the familiar sensation of integration as the God-level consciousness settled into its resting state. The power remained within him, would remain within him until his eventual passing. But it would be deployed more sparingly now, if at all. The work of 40 years had transformed him from a young man wielding overwhelming power into an elder who understood that genuine strength came from wisdom, commitment, and genuine service rather than from the magnitude of one's abilities. "Thank you," Deku said quietly to the integrated consciousness that had evolved from 13 separate perspectives. "For guiding me through 40 years of this journey. For helping me understand what genuine power actually means. For allowing me to serve others in ways that actually mattered." The response came as unified understanding rather than separate voices. "You're welcome. You honored our legacy by transforming it. You took what we gave you and used it not to achieve personal dominance but to create conditions where others could develop their own power. That's the highest expression of what we ever hoped our legacy might become." As Deku descended from the rooftop and made his way through the quiet community he'd called home for so long, he felt profound gratitude for the extraordinary journey his life had taken. A young man who'd awakened exceptional power had spent 40 years learning that genuine heroism meant something very different than what he'd initially imagined. He'd learned that the most powerful action wasn't wielding power directly, but creating conditions where others could develop their own power. He'd learned that genuine strength came from recognizing limitations and working within them rather than trying to exceed them. He'd learned that the greatest legacy wasn't the direct accomplishments of one lifetime, but the conditions created for future generations to accomplish things that wouldn't have been possible without those foundational conditions. And now, approaching the final chapters of his own life, Deku understood that his work was complete. Not because nothing more needed to be done, communities would always require protection and service. But because he'd passed the torch, the movement would continue without him. The younger generations had the tools, the frameworks, the understanding to take genuine community heroism into futures he couldn't predict. He'd fulfilled his purpose, and in fulfilling it, he'd learned the deepest truth about power, that the greatest victory comes when your power is no longer needed because you've created conditions where everyone else has developed sufficient capacity to thrive. That was Deku's legacy. That was what 40 years of God-level power had ultimately meant. Not dominance or impressive feats, but the patient, consistent work of helping a community, and through that community, a movement, and through that movement, a broader understanding of what genuine heroism could be, develop sufficient capacity to function well without needing him anymore. It was, in every meaningful sense, the perfect conclusion to an extraordinary journey. Thank you.